After the support from the nearby base arrived, he saw his comrades forming a formation in front, fighting and retreating. Seeing this situation, the military commander who came for support immediately ordered support. As armored vehicles, tanks, and other heavy weapons opened fire, gaps were opened one after another in the middle of the rat tide. However, the military standard weapon CA-71 only has a caliber of 5.56, and its damage capability is not high. It can only penetrate a mutant mouse a little bit. Only when it is shot at close range can it achieve the killing effect. Only artillery shells and large-caliber machine guns can cause damage to mutant rats. And after the artillery shells explode, rats that are slightly far away from the center of the explosion will be knocked down by the impact at most, but nothing will happen after they get up. However, the commander also received this information, so he came out this time and also pulled the artillery regiment over. Contact the artillery regiment to see if the shooting position has been set up. If it hasn't been set up yet, wait for us to collect the bodies. Report, the artillery regiment called. The position has been set up and artillery support can be carried out. Mark the rats in front and blow them up for me, and let me fire all the heavy firepower of the entire brigade. Yes, sir. Following bursts of rapid sounds, the 105 caliber artillery roared from behind. The combatants at the front used tanks and armored vehicles as a line of defense to block the attack. As the shells fell, the rat swarm was immediately divided into two halves. Except for the rat swarm that was in close contact with the soldiers, the other rat swarms were directly blown out of a wide isolation zone. The rats in the rear were also shocked by the scene in front of them, and they hesitated to step forward. The commander did not give up this good opportunity and let the artillery fire attack again. As the army attacked, the rats were defeated step by step. Finally, seeing that there was no hope of victory, all the rats began to flee. When the army commander saw this, he immediately ordered the artillery fire to be extended. However, he did not order the troops to pursue. Instead, he ordered the troops to gather in and find out the casualties. After statistics, more than 4,000 troops were dispatched this time, including Lake's team and the personnel supporting Lake's team. A total of nearly 6,000 people were dispatched. However, this time there were probably more than 30,000 rats. After several hours of fighting, there were probably thousands of rats that escaped, and among the remaining rats, at least nearly 20,000 died under gunfire. However, at the forward position, the soldiers who were in close contact with the rats had a hard time. Because the mutant rats were strong, fast, and had sharp claws, the protective clothing worn by the soldiers could not withstand the sharp claws of the mutant rats. So after being rushed in by the rats, it took many sacrifices to eliminate the rats. Sir, the battle report is out. How's the situation? Sir, after rough statistics, we dispatched more than 6,000 people this time. More than 1,000 people died, and more than 1,000 people were injured. Most of them were seriously injured. They may have to retire from active service after they recover. In addition, more than 2,000 rounds of 105 artillery shells were consumed this time, and nearly half of the tank's ammunition was also consumed. However, judging from the battle video, the killing effect was not very good. In the end, the group of rats was initially estimated to number between 30,000 and 40,000, and we wiped out 90% of them. After that, less than 3,000 rats escaped. The commander nodded. Modern ammunition targets humans, so reducing the caliber can carry more ammunition. Because of the fragility of the human body, there is no need for such a large caliber, but this time is different. The skin of these rats is particularly hard. The 5.56 caliber can only cause fatal damage to rats within a range of 30 meters. For the speed of a mutant mouse, it only takes 3 seconds to reach 30 meters, but whether 3 seconds can kill the mouse is another question. The commander also had a headache, and in the end, he just didn't want to think about it anymore. In this world of bastards, let his superiors consider it. Order the troops to treat the wounded, collect the bodies of the fallen soldiers, and then collect the bodies of some mutated rats to prepare to return to the base. After finishing speaking, the commander returned to the command vehicle and began to write the battle report. After all the troops left, the 3 Dragon Kingdom intelligence officers who had been observing from a distance quietly ran back. After quickly collecting some of the corpses of mutated rats on the battlefield, they were ready to leave. Suddenly, an intelligence officer felt something moving behind him. Before he could react, a huge force knocked him away. After rolling on the ground for a few times, he still felt a lot of pain in his waist despite the armor's shock-absorbing system. Looking towards the place where he was just now, he saw an injured mouse starting to run toward him in a discreet manner. As soon as he stood up, he was knocked down by the mutated mouse. He used his arm to block the attack of the mouse's big mouth and directly stuck his hand into the mouse's mouth. I saw the mouse biting his arm and scratching his abdomen with 2 claws, causing bursts of sparks to rub out, and the armor on his arm squeak from the bite of the mouse. With a sound of boom, half of the mutated mouse's head disappeared, and then it fell on top of him. He turned his head, looked at his teammates holding electromagnetic guns in the distance, and gave a thumbs up. The team member who fired the gun and another person came over and pulled him up. For safety, the 3 people put away the samples, turned on the armor's extreme speed mode, and quickly left the scene. After a while, a large number of mutated rats began to pour out of the battlefield. They were densely packed, and the number was estimated to be no less than 100,000. After seeing no enemies, the rats retreated, and at the same time, the rat corpses all over the ground disappeared. In the Dragon Kingdom Security Department, Chang Jian is in the office processing the intelligence handed in from various places. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and I remembered, "Please come in." "Minister Chang, we have special information." "Yeah, I know." After the person walked out, Chang Jian opened the information. The above describes in detail the war between humans and mice that took place in the Maple Leaf Kingdom, and through the unexpected circumstances when collecting samples, the protection data of the armor was obtained. Like mutant ants, this kind of mutant mouse that uses biological evolution as the direction of civilization is still unable to break through exoskeleton armor head-on, but the current materials for making joints still cannot resist this attack. The intelligence personnel, they are now on standby in the safe house, waiting for the official to come for support. They need to replace the exoskeleton armor with a new one and bring back tissue samples of the mutated mice. After reading this, Chang Jian estimated that this should be the 3rd race. After ordering the intelligence personnel below to contact the intelligence personnel of the Maple Leaf Kingdom through the land base, bring the exoskeleton armor over, and bring back the target samples, Chang Jian took this battle video and went to the Commander-in-Chief. After arriving at the Commander-in-Chief, he showed the battle video to the Commander-in-Chief. Then the Commander-in-Chief asked the confidential secretary to convene a meeting with the military, the Academy of Sciences, and several deputy commanders. At the meeting, several people had a good understanding of the combat effectiveness of this mutant rat after watching Chang Jian's video. Dear leaders, according to the Intelligence Department's investigation, these mutated mice have only been found in North America. In other places, they are mutated ants. However, on the African continent, many of the original animals have mutated, but the degree of mutation is limited. They're just stronger than before, far from the level of evolution of ants and mice. So based on the comprehensive judgment, based on the previous mysterious information, the only remaining race should be this mutant rat. In addition, according to the analysis of the Institute of Biology, if mutant ants are considered a race, then their intelligent individuals should belong to the queen ant and the male ant. We have done experiments and found that after all ants in an ant nest except the queen are eliminated, the queen can still continue to produce worker ants and soldier ants, but there will no longer be male ants in the nest. So what we need to face in the future is probably endless giant ants. The commander-in-chief nodded, then looked at the other deputy commanders and asked, "What is the overall situation in our country now?" One of the deputy commanders said, "According to the latest statistics, our country's current population is more than 900 million, less than 1 billion people. Many of the previously constructed production bases have entered normal operation, and the first batch of harvests is expected to be carried out in half a year. The large underground shelter has also been completed, but because of the mutant ants, We are re-reinforcing the walls and floors of the shelter to ensure that they will not be bitten by the mutant ants. Well, how many retired soldiers are there in the military? Now in this situation, we have to expand the size of the army to prevent emergencies. Wei Donglai, the head of the army, stepped forward and said, "Commander-in-Chief, according to current military statistics, the total number of retired soldiers in these years has reached more than 50 million, plus the more than 2 million active military personnel and militia reserve personnel. After more than 10 million troops are trained and armed, we can arm about 70 million frontal combat troops." It's not that I don't know, but I was shocked. When I saw this data, Wei Donglai was also shocked. Due to the mature militia reserve and compulsory soldier system, after decades of development, it has reached the point where it can be easily armed. There are tens of millions of troops. Wei Donglai was also shocked by this rich foundation. Except for the commander-in-chief, everyone else present was also shocked. After the commander-in-chief heard this, he was not too surprised. He still knew the wealth of the Republic. How about the latest combat equipment? Commander-in-Chief, according to statistics, we currently have 1 million exoskeleton armors in use, and the border defense forces at the border have completed the installation of electromagnetic guns and exoskeletons, and are now installing them into the elite troops of the inland military region. We are currently expanding our production lines for exoskeleton armor, combat robots, and electromagnetic power, and strive to equip all combat forces with them. The commander-in-chief nodded. The Dragon Academy will continue to strengthen the research on combat robots and fight against these mutant creatures. The lives of our soldiers are very precious. In the future, the robots can be used as the main force to protect the safety of our soldiers. Zhou Wenwu nodded and said he would increase investment in robot research. In addition, Wei Donglai, there are too few active combat troops. We need to at least double the number. Yes, Commander-in-Chief, I will start handling this matter when I get back. After the meeting, the entire Dragon Kingdom began to mobilize its forces to prepare for war. In this meeting in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, although no one said it, the Commander-in-Chief was still very grateful to Chen. Without the high-energy battery technology provided by Chen, it would be impossible to manufacture the exoskeleton armor and intelligent robots currently used, as well as the electromagnetic gun technology provided in the early stage. Judging from the current situation, the two technologies provided by Chen have ensured that Longhua has an upper hand. I can hurt you, but you can't break my defense, which is very comfortable. Chen, who was far away overseas, did not know the specific situation of this meeting and continued to study ion engine technology in his bedroom. Due to the opening of the second form, Chen's ion engine technology finally entered the practical stage. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the 10th, Chen looked at the 5,300 points of energy in the nanocore, entered the technical information of the recently studied ion engine, and chose the new deduction. Then I saw the deduced data given by the nanocore. The previous ion engine was 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter in diameter. It had multiple sets of coils wound inside for electromagnetic acceleration. The thrust it generated was only about 100 newtons, which means it could only push an object of 10 kilograms. Compared to its own 2 meters, it's so long and 1 meter wide that I can't even lift it myself. However, after the deduction of the nanocore, the volume was reduced to 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and the generated force can lift objects weighing more than 500 kilograms. Chen took a look and found that if you want to achieve such an effect, you need to spend 2,000 energy points. Later, you can also improve the performance of the ion engine, but you still need to spend more energy. Finally, Chen used 3,000 points of energy and chose the technical deduction of an ion engine with a thrust of 1 ton. He checked the time and found that it would take about 5 days. Looking at the remaining 2,000 points of energy, Chen didn't keep any, and once again used 2,000 points of energy to deduce the rocket engine. After importing the engine technology obtained from the Dragon Kingdom official, the thrust was increased from the original 120 tons to 500 tons. Although it is not as good as the 800-ton rocket engine that White Bear is researching, is cheap and cost-effective. In the end, Chen took a look and found that the two projects would take a total of 10 days. So he left it alone and started researching other aspects. While Chen was busy with this, recruitment orders were sent to some veterans in shelters across the country. In the evening, Yang Yu returned to his home in the company's shelter. After being discharged from the army 2 years ago, Yang Yu returned home. After entering college at the age of 20, he responded to the military school recruitment and entered the army. Since he entered the army from a key university, he was highly valued by his superiors. Yang Yu also worked hard. With his own abilities and talents, he quickly stood out and was appointed as a platoon leader of the Rapid Reaction Force. However, during another joint military exercise, in order to protect his comrades, a shell exploded at close range during the exercise, causing minor internal injuries. After the doctor's diagnosis, it would take a long time to recover, and Yang Yu did not want to be transferred to a civilian job. In addition, his parents were old, so he finally decided to retire from the army. After returning home, with the help of his elder brother, he came to his company and became a security captain. Not long after returning from the army, he married his former high school classmate Wang Yan. At the beginning of this year, he gave birth to a fat boy. The family was happy and living happily. But what Yang Yu didn't know was that at this time, his eldest brother was in the office receiving 2 staff members from the official shelter's armed department. After asking about their purpose, the eldest brother Yang Tian didn't say much. After thinking for a while, he decided to take them to Yang Yu. At this time, Yang Yu had just had dinner with his wife when there was a knock on the door. After opening the door, Yang Yu saw his elder brother walking in with 2 people in military uniforms. After explaining the situation to Yang Yu, one of the staff members handed Yang Yu a letter. Then the 2 staff members said goodbye and left, and Yang Tian patted Yang Yu on the shoulder and said to him, "No matter what decision you make, I will support you. It's getting late, so I'll go back first." Looking at the elder brother leaving and then looking at the letter in his hand, Yang Yu fell silent. What are these people here for? Wang Yan, the wife on the side, asked worriedly as she saw Yang Yu standing there motionless. Yang Yu turned around and looked at Wang Yan without saying anything. After a while, he said to Wang Yan, "You go and see the child first. I'll be quiet first." After saying that, he took the letter and walked into the toilet. Wang Yan was also a little worried, but Yang Yu couldn't help him share the burden without telling him. In the end, she could only let him think about it first, and she believed that he would not hide it from her. In the toilet, Yang Yu sat on the toilet and opened the recruitment order. "Comrade Yang Yu, this is the military headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom. We are now ordered to recruit you to rejoin the active forces of the Dragon Kingdom and serve as a platoon leader. Please arrive at the official shelter of the armed forces of your location before December 15th to report. Dragon Kingdom Central Military Headquarters. December 10th, 2020-inch." Looking at the recruitment order, Yang Yu's hands were shaking with excitement. He had countless dreams of being in the military camp, going out to drill, patrolling, and participating in exercises with his comrades. "I thought I would never be able to return to the military camp in my lifetime, but I never thought I would have the chance to go back." But listening to the lullaby his wife was singing to coax the child to sleep, he calmed down again. If he left, what would happen to his wife and child? The child was still so young. After thinking for a while, Yang Yu walked out of the bathroom and said to Wang Yan, "I'll go to my brother's place and come back soon." "Well, come back early." Yang Yu nodded and walked towards Yang Tian. When he arrived at Yang Tian's house, Yang Yu saw his elder brother, and Yang Tian seemed to have expected it and had been waiting for him in the living room. "Have you decided?" Yang Tian looked at Yang Yu. "I've decided, but I haven't told her yet." "Well, tell her clearly. After all, this time is not like before. But don't worry, I will take good care of this home for you." "Thank you, brother. I'll go back first." "Well, go, and come back alive." "I will." Watching Yang Yu leave go, Yang Tian rubbed his eyes. "Hey, the wind is strong. I squint a little." "Old Yang, isn't this a bit cruel to Xiaoyan? I finally waited for him to come back, and now I don't know if he can come back." The eldest sister-in-law in the room came out and said to Yang Tian, "Don't worry, this kid is lucky, and I also got some news. The protection of soldiers is very good now. I heard that the armor worn by soldiers is much stronger than the protective clothing we wear. Those mutant ants can't tear it open. That's good. After chatting for a while, the two went back to rest. Here, Yang Yu returned home and looked at his wife in front of him. Finally, he spoke. You know that my brother brought someone to deliver a letter today? Well, just say anything. We are husband and wife, and there is nothing we can't say. Yang Yu took a deep breath in one breath. He said to Wang Yin, this letter is a military conscription order, conscripting me back to join the active service. After hearing this, Wang Yin was also stunned. After a while, she said, have you decided? Yang Yu nodded. Wang Yin exploded all of a sudden. I don't agree. I really don't agree to wait for you to come back. I haven't been with you for a few years, and you are leaving again. Don't you see the world outside now? It's not like before when I go back. If something happens to you, what should I do alone? I know you still think about your military life. Every day when you sleep, you talk in your dreams about things in the army. Doesn't this family make you miss it? Looking at Wang Yan's explosion in front of him, Yang Yu was also a little confused. He thought Wang Yan would understand him, but he didn't expect that it was like igniting a powder keg. Wife, calm down. It's not like being a soldier now. It's not that dangerous. If you say it's not dangerous, then it's not dangerous. Yang Yu, I've been waiting for you for 3 years. I finally waited for you to come back from the army. Do you know how I've been doing these 3 years? I thought we could be together for life after we got married, but I didn't expect that after a few years of peaceful life, you would go to the army again. What should I do alone after that? Looking at Wang Yin crying in front of him, Yang Yu couldn't speak and could only go forward and hug her. And Wang Yin seemed to have found a place to vent and began to cry. After crying for a while, Wang Yan's emotions gradually stabilized. After letting go of Yang Yu, Wang Yin said, okay, venting is over. You could go to be your soldier, but you have to come back alive. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will give the child to your eldest brother and go down with you. Yang Yu was also shocked when he heard it, and quickly promised that he would come back alive. However, Yang Yu also felt that Wang Yan's reaction was a bit strange. And Wang Yan also knew Yang Yu's thoughts. I just vented my dissatisfaction of waiting for you for 3 years. You have been with me for several years. When have I not understood you? Yang Yu hurriedly coaxed his wife. Finally, Yang Yu began to enjoy the last few days at home. In a few days, he would embark on the road of defending the country. Similar scenes occurred in various parts of the country. Some were transferred to the reserve, and some were directly transferred to active service. And a large number of reserve militiamen were transferred to active soldiers. Military factories across the country are also working overtime to manufacture exoskeletons, electromagnetic guns, and other equipment. On the 14th, after Yang Yu said goodbye to his family, began to report to the Armed Forces Department. On the 16th, at the Longwa military headquarters, Wei Donglai was looking at the report in his hand. The military expansion operation was successfully completed, and 1 million reservists were transferred to active service, and they were receiving military training in the military camp. Among the veterans who had served as grassroots commanders and fighters before, all were incorporated into active service. As for those who had been conscripted for 2 years, those who had been retired for a long time were transferred to the reserve for training, and those who had just been retired were transferred back to the active army. At the same time, the reserve was expanded, and on the original basis, it was increased again by 2 million people. Finally, a total of 1 million veterans were recruited this time. Seeing everything running in an orderly manner, Wei Donglai took the report and walked to the Commander-in-Chief's office, ready to report to the Commander-in-Chief. Just as the Longwa military began to expand its military and prepare for war, the State Council was also making overall plans for local governments. Under the guidance of the military, various places strengthened the reinforcement of the protective walls around the shelters. At the same time, they began to mobilize manpower to build fortifications in important border areas. In order to ensure resources, after learning that Gao Yun and others had arrived on the African continent, they began to mobilize manpower to reclaim the mineral resources originally controlled by state-owned capital on the African continent. At the same time, some domestic private companies also began to cooperate with the state in controlling mineral resources. The state sent troops to protect them, and the mining companies provided people and equipment for mining. Half of the mined minerals belonged to the state, and the state also had limited purchase rights for the other half. While ensuring that the people's own property was not violated, resources were collected as much as possible. With a population of 1 billion, Longwood can be invincible as long as domestic stability is guaranteed. On the other hand, the military has assembled the reserve militia and veterans who have been transferred to active service and began to select candidates for overseas dispatch. Because of his previous experience as a platoon leader, Yang Yu was asked to lead a platoon of soldiers to go overseas again and garrison at a uranium mine in Africa. At the same time, he went there with a regiment of soldiers. Because there are too many minerals and too few people, the 358th Regiment, where Yang Yu is located, can only be stationed in 3 mining areas in batches by company. These 3 mining areas are iron, ore, bauxite, and uranium. Yang Yu and others will fly to this area. In order to ensure the safety of the soldiers, Yang Yu's regiment will be the first to go there. Except for the 358th Regiment, the rest of the entire transport aircraft formation are supplies. In a plane, Yang Yu looked at his team organization on the computer. Since it is a reorganized team, many of the team members are transferred from the reserve. The entire platoon has 30 people and 15 combat robots, divided into 3 squads, each with 10 people and 5 robots. The squad leader and deputy squad leader are veterans transferred from active troops with rich combat experience. The configuration of each combat squad is very luxurious. Electromagnetic guns and exoskeleton armor are standard equipment of the Army. In addition to the basic configuration, each squad also has 2 multi-barrel electromagnetic guns with firepower coverage, equipped with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. In addition to this, because of the powerful load-bearing capacity of the exoskeleton, ordinary riflemen are also equipped with a rocket launcher, which can launch 12 micro-rockets with a range of 1 kilometer. After all are launched, the killing range reaches 300 meters. It can be directly mounted on the back, easy to disassemble and assemble, and controlled by the individual combat system in the armor. At the same time, in order to ensure the mobility of the troops, each squad is equipped with an armored vehicle for rapid marching. Looking at these firepower configurations, Yang Yu felt that he could still add some more, but the company commander directly scolded him for not knowing how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are. This configuration is already very good, and there is no restriction on your use of rocket nests. If you have the ability, I don't mind if you carry 10 or 8, as long as you can carry them. After hearing this, Yang Yu could only smile awkwardly. After looking at his own firepower configuration, although he had never fought with the mutant ants, Yang Yu also felt that he should not be a match. Soon, Yang Yu and others arrived at a temporary base in Central Asia. After the plane stopped, it began to be inspected and charged. And Yang Yu and others also received orders not to get off the plane, but to stay on it and wait for the plane to take off again. On the evening of the 18th, after a day, the 358th Regiment finally arrived at the Gascar Island. The military has found out that there are no humans living on this island. The only ones left are mutant creatures and mutant ants. Due to the spores, a new ecological chain has been formed here. The ants and the mutant creatures on the island are in a state of competition. The Navy has already established a small military base near the mining area on the other side of the African continent. At this moment, 50 modified Y-20s are hovering in the sky above the airport next to the base. According to the guidance of the on-site tower, they began to land in an orderly manner. After all the planes landed, Yang Yu led the team out of the plane and began to move supplies. Let the 3 squad leaders each board their own armored vehicles and drive the trucks in the base to transport some supplies to the warehouse. Then, under the leadership of the regiment commander, with the remaining supplies, they began to go to the mining area as a unit to build fortifications and prepare safety measures for the arrival of subsequent miners. Because of the quick response in the early stage, there are no mutant ants surviving in the country, and the border areas have established a strict defense mechanism to ensure that mutant ants will not break into the country. So in order to ensure the subsequent combat capability, the Longhua military and local governments, through military private enterprise, military state-owned enterprise cooperation, gradually recovered overseas assets. Based on the regiment-level combat units, stationed in batches, Yang Yu and others are only the first batch of combat troops, and Gasca Island is expected to deploy a division of troops to ensure the safety of the mining area on the island. In the future, according to the situation, the number of troops stationed will be increased or reduced. After Yang Yu's company arrived at the destination, the company commander issued an order for everyone to get off the car and start building fortifications and strongholds. Yang Yu got off the car with his subordinates and began to assemble the team. According to the plan formulated in the previous investigation, it began to implement. After 2 days, the encirclement of the mining area was finally completed on the night of the 20th. Using the newly developed quick-drying cement, after the foundation and molds were built, concrete was poured directly to build a 4-meter-high and 2-meter-wide fence. Except for the 2 gates used for entry and exit, all other locations are sealed. The next step is to build tower defense, install multi-tube electromagnetic guns, build generator sets, and other construction facilities. According to the schedule, construction needs to be completed before the end of this month. In fact, due to military strength, after discussion, Longwood decided to abandon some mineral resources with small output, low storage, and difficult to mine, and only look for those mining areas with high storage and easy to mine as resource collection areas. The same decision as the Dragon Kingdom was made by the Stars and Stripes Kingdom and the Western European Union. However, the directions of the 3 parties were different. Western Europe advanced from the north of the African continent, while the Dragon Kingdom advanced from the east and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom advanced from the west. However, these 3 parties will meet sooner or later, and there is also Maoxiong. Because of the land connection, Longhua and Maoxiong have not disconnected. So Central Asia has already communicated with Maoxiong, and for the time being, one person is half. While Dragon Kingdom was operating, Lu Chun was not idle. After confirming the screening process, he also overturned his previous ideas. Now he was not only mining on the seabed, but also no longer prepared to evacuate on land. In this situation, is to develop your own strength like a snowball. Not to mention anything else, after the volcanic ash is cleared, I will definitely launch rockets, and the construction of rocket launch bases, rocket fuel, and other equipment and facilities will require a lot of basic materials and rare earth raw materials. In Southeast Asia, in addition to the areas occupied by the state, the minerals in other areas also need to be occupied in advance. At least provide yourself with enough resources. Asked about Zero's progress. Sir, a submarine base is currently under construction on the high seas near the South China Sea, and a location for the construction of a nuclear reactor has been reserved. In addition, the foundation of the submarine base has been erected, and the outer shell is now being constructed. It is expected that the encirclement will be completed within half a month, and then after the seawater is discharged, the relevant equipment can be installed. We chose to use geothermal power generation equipment in the early stage of power generation, before new uranium mines are found. Building large-scale geothermal power generation units can also meet daily electricity needs. Well, if possible, we can speed up the progress. And how is the construction of several mining areas selected on the mainland? After investigation, I found that the Dragon Kingdom military has begun to occupy the mineral resources of Nicaea. So, I chose the mining areas in Taigua and Lao. I have already built the first phase of construction and started to produce something. Out. In addition, the robot and transport aircraft production lines in Shelter 1 have been separated to expand the production lines, and a large-scale land vehicle manufacturing factory has begun to be built on the side. The shipyard in Annan has also begun building a cargo ship with a load capacity of 20,000 tons. Sir, I have found other ports nearby with many other freighters blocked by ice, and perhaps they can be used. Lu Chen also agreed with Ling's proposal and asked Ling to unfreeze all the cargo ships with more than 10,000 tons and tow them to the shipyard for modification. By the way, Zero, how is the lifting platform built at sea? At present, the construction of the offshore hoisting platform has been completed, and the driving engine has been installed. After testing, it can carry out hoisting operations of 2,000-ton objects. Chen felt that his strength had developed quite well during this period, thanks to Ling's help. By the way, how is the chip production line? I remember that a large chip production line was built here in Shelter 1. Is it completed? Sir, the chip production line here is almost completed. The construction work is expected to be completed on the 25th of this month. It will be put into production by the end of this month. It is expected to produce 3,000 standard central processing chips per day. Chen knew that this standard chip was the basic chip used by robots, and the central processing unit inside the robot was generally manufactured using 2 to 6 standard chips, so at least 500 intelligent robots could be built every day. Chen also asked by Xiao before and learned that it would take up to 2 months, that is, during the Chinese New Year next year, to eliminate volcanic ash in the air and reach normal air levels. And when the time comes for him to rise, he took a look at the solar particle conversion device in the nano core. Except for the internal core, which needs to be manufactured by the nano core, other equipment can be manufactured by Zero Gang himself. At present, this kind of core requires 10 points of energy to make one, but Chen has not used the energy to make one for the time being. After all, it will only be used in 2 months. He should save some energy and develop the equipment first. While Chen was continuing his research, far away in the construction base of Taigua, Chen's construction army was finishing the first phase of the project. This mining area is used for gold mining. As a precious metal, gold can be used in many instruments. In addition, Taigua has rich gold reserves, so Chen directly used it as a gold production place. At this time, the first phase of the project here has been completed, and at the same time, there are coal mines, iron ore, and other mining bases in other areas. On the hillside in the distance, 2 humans wearing protective suits slowly climbed up. After seeing the base in front of them, they almost thought Skynet from the movie had appeared. After taking a closer look, they found that there was no human in the base. Seeing that something was wrong, the 2 of them were about to leave here first, but just when they turned around, they saw a 6-legged robot standing behind them, with 2 of the 3 tentacles on it. He pointed a very sci-fi firearm at them. Looking at the situation, the 2 people immediately raised their hands. After seeing that the 2 of them had no weapons, the remaining tentacle pointed at the base below, gesturing for the 2 of them to get down. After the 2 arrived at the base, they were locked in a room. After getting the news, Ling notified Chen and asked how to deal with these 2 people. Chen thought for a while and asked Zero to ask the 2 people about the situation of the shelter here and the situation nearby. He would plant micro bombs on the 2 people, control them, and then let them go back to investigate the specific information of the shelter. But when Zero started interrogating, he discovered that the 2 men had escaped from a shelter that had been breached by giant mutant ants. After the initial resistance found that ordinary firearms were difficult to cause damage, those who could afford it began to pack up and run away. As a result, the frontline army collapsed too quickly. Before people could prepare, the mutant ants had already attacked. In the end, only a few people managed to escape, and these 2 people were lucky enough to escape. They originally planned to go to the nearest shelter to take refuge, but unexpectedly, they came across this place halfway. After Chen heard about it, he thought he could take in this group of people and at least use them to fend off the mutated ants until other robot armies arrived. After informing Zero of the decision, he asked Zero to speed up the manufacturing of robots, strengthen the defense construction of various mining areas, and at the same time add several chip production lines to increase the output of robot chips. After Zero arranged the matter, he planted micro bombs on the 2 people and then asked 5 robots to take the 2 people to find other survivors, preparing to gather them all. After all, manpower is precious now, and those ants kill one, and there will be one less. Since it was difficult to remember the names of Taigua people, for the sake of convenience, they were numbered 001 and 002 respectively, and 2 sets of protective armor were thrown to them. These were much better than the protective suits they wore. Then, under the leadership of the 2 people, a total of about 30 people were gathered. Now, some of the handling work in this mining base has been handed over to these people. Except for the 5 children, the other 25 people are young people with strong bodies and are very suitable for these physical jobs. As for those 5 children, Chen planned to use the culture of the Dragon Kingdom to assimilate them, and at the same time teach them scientific knowledge, so that they could also play some role in his own power in the future. Just when Chen was actively preparing for war and future development, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom also learned about the mutant rat swarm and ordered military bases everywhere to remain vigilant. Because of the volcanic ash, fighter planes cannot take off and satellites cannot see the situation on the ground. Therefore, the idea of building air purification equipment after a period of time was directly thrown into the trash can. We maintained combat readiness and started building volcanic ash purification equipment. After passing the air with the Dragon Kingdom, the Furry Bear, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, and the Western European Union, the 4 largest organizations on the planet began to build an air evolution device together. It is expected that the volcanic ash in the air will be reduced to normal levels in 2 months, and then human aerial power can play a role. On the 20th, near a military base in the Stars and Stripes Kingdom close to the Maple Leaf Kingdom, a hole suddenly opened in the ground, and countless mutant rats crawled out of it. Because of the battle with the Maple Leaf Nation's army, the rat swarm deeply realized their shortcomings in facing the power of human technology. So the rat swarm changed their fighting methods and no longer attacked the human troops head-on, but began to attack at night. I originally wanted to dig a hole inside the military base, but I didn't expect that the Star-Spangled Kingdom had reinforced the ground, making it difficult for rats with this level of evolution to dig through. The only other option is to open a hole nearby, but not too close. Otherwise, humans will discover it without gathering enough rats. As the rat swarm was assembled, the rat swarm, which numbered more than 50,000, was silent without making any sound. As the last rat came out, it squeaked at the rat swarm. Then the entire rat swarm began to disperse and rush towards the military base. And the troops in the base were not vegetarians. They soon discovered that there were objects approaching quickly around them. Following the sound of several cannons, more than a dozen illumination bombs were fired into the sky. The charging rats below were immediately illuminated. Looking at these rats, the base immediately remembered the alarm. The automatic machine gun on the base wall began to be designed, and rats were constantly being shot. However, because the rats were too fast and scattered in number, the killing effect was limited. The artillery behind was setting up shooting positions, and the troops in front began to design outside based on the wall. The mortar team and machine gunners were firing on all cylinders. But even so, the rats kept getting closer. There are also rats coming from other directions. With a cry, the soldiers discovered that mutated rats were rushing over from other directions. A total of more than 200,000 mutant rats were dispatched this time. Compared with the entire mutant rat group, the number of 200,000 is still very small. Some people have made statistics before, and the number of rats in the Asen Kingdom alone has reached 5 billion. From this data, we can know how many mutant rats there are. Before the screening process for the core of the Milky Way was started, some rat groups began to migrate in other directions due to territorial issues. Therefore, if statistics can be counted, the current number of mutant rat groups is no less than tens of billions. So despite the ferocious firepower of the military base, because it was at night and the rats suddenly attacked, the human response was a little slower. The battle continued. Although artillery support began after the artillery positions were set up, there were too many rats, they were scattered, and they were not afraid of death. So soon nearly half of the 200,000 rats were lost. After a large number of people, he successfully broke through the wall and entered the base. Compared to the powerful physique of rats, humans are vulnerable and can only use the buildings inside the base as defense to attack the rats. But soon, the power system inside the base was paralyzed. The rats destroyed the wires and power generation system, causing the entire base to plunge into darkness. And the rats relied on their night vision ability to start killing humans at will. Seeing that nothing could be done, The army commander prepared to lead the remaining people to evacuate. After gathering the troops, they used the remaining vehicles to send most of the soldiers and military officers out. When daybreak came, the commander began to count the number of people and found that the military base that originally had more than 10,000 people now only had more than 1,000 people left. After notifying the Ministry of Defense through his own quantum communicator, the commander led these people to evacuate the nearest military base. The rats that occupied this base were not idle either. The remaining rats began to rush towards the surrounding shelters quickly, preparing to attack these shelters. However, the officials of Stars and Stripes also acted quickly. After only knowing that rats were present here, they urgently evacuated the people here. As a result, the rats rushed to nothing. However, because they left in a hurry, many supplies were not taken away. Everything that could be used was taken away by the rats, and everything that was useless was destroyed directly. In the end, the rats returned to their homes along the network of holes they created, and the holes they made specifically for attack were backfilled and blocked. This caused the supporting troops that came later to miss. But after this incident, Stars and Stripes officials no longer looked down upon these mutant rats. The situation of this battle was also known to the Dragon Kingdom. After learning that even the Stars and Stripes Kingdom had a military base breached, they began to be vigilant. Although he has an exoskeleton armor and an electromagnetic gun, he can't beat four hands with two fists. There are too many mutant rats. Immediately, the Dragon Kingdom once again launched an army expansion operation, expanding its active duty troops of 4 million. At the same time, it began to restore the military service system and reserve high-quality troops. The original robot production line was expanded again to carry out large-scale production of combat robots. At the same time, we also hope that the Dragon Academy of Science and Technology can develop a detection device for these mutated mice. We have already developed a detection device for mutated ants. Therefore, after this request was made, Lonka Academy also stated that it needed more biological tissue samples, preferably living samples. For the sake of the future, the military dispatched a small team and set off along the Continental Line. Liu Chen's robot troops have also begun to assemble. In addition to ensuring necessary production and manufacturing, Liu Chen assembled 1,000 six-legged robots and parachuted into the gold mine in Taigua via a transport plane. This is the largest number Liu Chen has assembled so far. At the same time, the original guard robot also released its authority to allow Zero to produce. Although the cost is high, the combat effectiveness is really strong. Based on the current situation, Zero has only produced heavy firepower robots. Bai Xiao also knew the strength of Liu Chen's guard robot. After communicating with his superiors, he found Liu Chen and explained to him his superior's request to trade this kind of robot technology with Liu Chen. Liu Chen had no objection and agreed. After negotiation, they exchanged the latest research data on mutant spores. This saved Liu Chen a lot of time, allowing him to continue studying the spores based on the existing information. On the 25th, after 20 days of sailing, Liu Chen had arrived in Semporna, and his next stop was Malai. After these days of sailing, the Morning Star's cargo hold has also contained a lot of good things, mostly basic resources. These places themselves are underdeveloped, and coupled with the constant search by local people, there is nothing left. The most important things this time are some containers and cargo ships. In these seaport cities, the tsunami cannot reach some seaports due to the obstruction of some large islands. So Liu Chen found a lot of cargo ships in these cities, small ones with only a few hundred tons, large ones with thousands of tons, and several oil tankers with tens of thousands of tons. During this period of time, Liu Chen did not let the underwater robot idle. Let Zero manufacture the equipment for the offshore oil production platform, while sending robots to occupy the offshore oil production platform. As of now, there are 5 offshore oil production platforms that Liu Chen can use. In addition to the first one, he has also found 4 others. There are not none left, but on the one hand they are too far away, and on the other hand many of them have been used by the Dragon Kingdom. However, at present, 5 oil production platforms are enough for their own use. These 5 oil production platforms have a total of 15 wells, with an average of 3 wells per platform. After mobilizing some robots, the platform was operated at a minimum. The design standard for each well is to produce 3,000 barrels of oil per day. However, due to the lack of robots, it can only produce 600 barrels per day, so the daily output of 15 wells is 9,000 barrels. Barrels of crude oil. Although the individual wells are not many, the sum total is still considerable. The oil tanker discovered during this voyage also helped Chen solve the transportation problem. A total of 3 large oil tankers were discovered this time, with carrying capacities of 40,000 tons, 60,000 tons, and 80,000 tons respectively. They could transport more than 1.2 million barrels of crude oil in total. After handing over the transformation work to Chen continued his voyage. Today, Zero contacted him and told him that he had completed the transformation of a 40,000-ton oil tanker and started to drive the tanker to the port of Shelter Number 1. This tanker can be fully loaded with 300,000 barrels of crude oil and sail at a speed of 20 knots. Currently, the 5 platforms have a daily output of 9,000 barrels, which is equivalent to transporting crude oil once a month. Through the previously stored technical data, Chen also asked Zero to start building the corresponding oil refining equipment at base number 1. There are also equipment for refining chemical substances using crude oil as chemical raw materials. In fact, what Chen was interested in was the role of petroleum as a chemical raw material. Before nuclear fusion succeeded, artificial synthesis of chemical raw materials required a large amount of energy. Now that oil can be mined so easily, it is very convenient to use this as a chemical raw material. The refined oil can also be sold to Longwa or used by oneself, etc. After arranging all these, Chen also arrived at the third to last stop, standing on the Morning Star, looking at the Semporna port in the distance. The port at this time was already in a state of ice. As the cabin opened, 10 undersea robots rushed out and jumped directly to the ice. Fix the explosive package you carry on the ice and carry it all the way to the port. After all the undersea robots installed the explosive packages, they quickly returned to the cabin, and the Morning Star also began to move away. After reaching a safe distance, Chen directly activated the explosion button. With the rhythmic explosions, all the ice from the Morning Star to the port was blown away and floated on the sea. Then the Morning Star approached again, and the undersea robot reappeared in the sea, dragging away the floating ice. After the Morning Star docked at the port, the 106-legged robots in the cabin began to log in, entered the Marais port, and began to move towards the inner city. After the 6-legged robot entered the city and started searching for supplies, Chen was not idle either. I asked Zero about the construction progress of the ion engine. Sir, the experimental ion engine is currently 50% complete and is expected to be completed by the end of this month. Well, after the technical verification is successful, we will build the aircraft according to my design and test the performance of this aircraft. Okay, sir. In addition, a group of 6-legged robots in the city just discovered a warehouse with many metal ingots inside. However, the largest reserve should be 10 ingots. After calculation, it was found that there are about 1,000 tons. Judging from the distance between this shelter and this storage warehouse, the warehouse here should be a metal supply warehouse for this shelter. Oh, this shelter actually stores supplies so far away from the ground. What do you think? Sir, according to our calculations, the scale of the shelter here is very small. It can only accommodate a few thousand people, and the construction technology is still very backward, so it is stored separately. However, after calculation, the living materials inside are scarce, and it is estimated that it will not last much longer. Long time. In this case, they probably won't need these metal ingots, and the food will be much stronger than these metals by then. Count the number of other metal ingots, then move them all to the ship, and finally leave 5 robots in the warehouse just now to store some food. When they can no longer hold on, remember to recruit scientific researchers, parents with children, and technicians among this group of people. As for those who are just waiting to die, give them some food and let them find their own way out, and beat them out with sticks if they dare to cause trouble. Okay, sir, the underwater robot has been sent here for transportation. Well, hurry up and try to return to shelter number 1 before the 10th of next month. I want to see the experimental situation of the new aircraft in person. The underwater robot that had returned to the cabin after dragging the floating ice came out again and went to the warehouse where piles of metal were found with the 6-legged robot. This time the harvest is basically equal to the sum of the previous port cities. In addition to the tankers and cargo ships, there are also those containers. The materials collected in the city alone are not as much as this harvest. Looking at the robot going away, Chen returned to the cabin and asked Ling to open the distribution map of nearby mineral deposits. It was found that the largest reserves of Indonesian islands are coal and oil, and the reserves of tin are also good. Although not as much as Malaysia, it is not a small amount. It is estimated that the batch of tin ingots discovered this time is the last batch of tin ingots on the island. In addition to tin, this batch of materials also has some other basic metals, but there are not many commonly used metals. It is estimated that they are used to build shelters. But Chen didn't care about these. Since he had seen it, this place belonged to him, so he would just take it as interest. Sir, the statistics have been completed. In addition to the 1,000 tons of tin ingots, there are also 50 tons of iron ingots, 30 tons of copper ingots, 100 tons of aluminum ingots, etc. It is expected that the transportation will be completed tomorrow afternoon. Very good. After the last transportation of materials to Baodao, many 6-legged robot skeletons were damaged, so this batch of 6-legged robots were specially reinforced to ensure the strength and toughness of the skeleton. So the efficiency this time was much improved. On the next morning, after a night of transportation, the 1,000 tons of tin ingots had been moved onto the ship. The rest were some basic metal resources, which would be moved in a few hours. However, after this period of sailing, coupled with the material collection operations at several ports, the power consumption began to rise sharply. If we go to the remaining 2 locations, there may not be enough electricity. However, after this harvest, Chen also thought that some countries in Southeast Asia have different racial talents due to cultural reasons, so there may be such a situation in the remaining 2 cities. So Chen asked Ling to make 2 new battery warehouses, and after they're built, they will be transported together with 50 robots and meet at the Marley port. When the time comes, just replace the battery warehouse directly, and it will be more than enough to support 150 robots. In the afternoon, after all the robots returned, the Morning Star started sailing again and headed for the next location. After obtaining Chen's robot technology, the Independent Robotics Research Institute in Longwa felt that Chen's idea was very practical. In the original concept, the robot was used as a war machine. But now the artificial intelligence has completed the initial construction, and the Robotics Research Institute also has its own artificial intelligence, Nuwa. It is said that Nuwa made people out of clay, and this Nuwa made robots out of steel. After seeing Chen's escort robot information and the video of the use of the 6-legged robot, these researchers felt that the structure of the robot was very simple, but also very professional. Before, their thinking was limited by humanoid robots. In fact, some automatic tanks and automatic aircraft can be regarded as robots. Along this line of thought, many professional equipment have been developed, such as tank robots, armored vehicle robots, etc. In the conception of these researchers, the ultimate goal at present is to transform the aircraft carrier into this kind of robot with a drone formation on it, controlled by the aircraft carrier itself. However, the superiors directly rejected this plan. After all, machines are easily interfered with and lack flexibility, so people are still the main focus. However, other ideas are still very good. They can greatly speed up the progress of engineering construction. After getting the idea, an 8-legged robot was built in imitation of Chen's 6-legged robot. In addition to the 4 supporting feet at the bottom, the 4 mechanical arms on the back can be used to do 4 different tasks. In this way, in the construction of production lines, the installation progress of many production lines has been greatly improved, which has accelerated the country's production. At the same time, this multifunctional construction robot can also be used as a foundation. If necessary, the 4 mechanical arms on it can be removed and a rocket launch nest can be installed, which can be used as an all-terrain rocket launcher. Run after the fight, enter the deep mountains and forests, and others can't catch up. Even though many trees have frozen to death due to the low temperature, the trunk is still there. Find a place with thick snow and hide down. It is a hidden hunter. On January 5th, 2021, Chen finally embarked on his return journey. Thinking of this month's itinerary, Chen felt very satisfied. Not to mention the more than 1,000 tons of various metals previously, a lot of good things were discovered in the remaining 2 places. In a warehouse in Marais, piles of rubber raw materials were found, amounting to about 2,000 tons. They should have been collected before the meteorite landed. However, according to the investigation, it was found that no one has come to this warehouse for a long time. The door of the warehouse has been frozen and cannot be opened by normal people. But these are all minor problems for the robot. It uses its own powerful strength to push it away directly. After removing all the rubber inside, Chen prepared to put some food inside for humanitarian reasons. But Zero directly told him that the shelter here had been abandoned. Through exploration in the shelter, it was discovered that a rebellion had occurred inside, and many corpses in military uniforms were dumped here. But there are not many corpses of ordinary people wearing ordinary clothes here. Judging from the marks on the ground, they must have been taken away. The intact vehicles, weapons, and food inside were all taken away, and the rest were broken. Looking at the scene in front of him, Chen thought of a previous game. The environment of the game was similar to the current situation. It was all frozen, but people often heard about the unruly people in it. In Chen's opinion, these people should be similar to the virtual people in the game. In this case, there's no need to leave food to these people. After making the decision, he headed to Manila, the last stop, with 2,000 tons of rubber. Manila is located in the Philippines and is surrounded by rich reserves of copper mines, nickel mines, gold mines, etc. The reserves are also very rich. However, Chen's luck may have run out, and he only found a few metal ingots in this place. Due to the geothermal resources here, the people here live reasonably well. Chen didn't think there would be any big gains, so he didn't alert these people. After taking back all the robots, he started to return. On the way back, Chen began to count the gains from this trip. A total of 10 port cities were visited this time, and a total of 1,000 tons of metal ingots tin, 150 tons of iron, 200 tons of copper, 500 tons of aluminum, and 2,000 tons of rubber were obtained. Chen didn't take away the scrap metal, but he asked the robot to gather it in one place. After the freighter was refitted, Zero would come and transport away on his own. In addition to these, there are also many daily necessities, not to mention some scattered things. This time we also found a lot of crop seeds, which can be used for large-scale planting in the planting base of Shelter 1. But the most bizarre harvest was sanitary napkins and toilet paper. I found a warehouse filled with sanitary napkins, toilet paper, and other daily necessities, which totaled 150 tons. I really don't know if these things are goods requested by others or if they're specially produced. But Chen didn't care about him. Sometimes this thing is better than gold, so he just took them all away. After the inventory was completed, Chen also knew that it would be difficult to find things later. The longer the time went on, the less supplies there would be in the city. For example, I basically didn't find any food when I went out this time, and some of it was moldy, and I didn't even find expired food. We also observed the living conditions of these shelters through robots. It was found that in these shelters, dictatorships always account for the majority, and those who advocate freedom in the West are basically on the verge of collapse. The dictatorships have formed a stable cycle and established a fragile cycle chain due to the concentrated use of resources. This gave Chen a new understanding of human nature and some cultural characteristics. The inventory of supplies was completed, and the Morning Star also approached the naval formation. The Morning Star returned to the formation and began its return voyage under the escort of the Navy. On the 8th, after the Navy sent Chen to the waters of Dragon Kingdom, it began to sail to the outer sea and continued its mission. After waving goodbye to the Navy who left with Bai Zhao's team, Chen approached the cabin and began to look at the recycling status of scrap iron and scrap rubber. Initially, considering the slow speed of freighters, we planned to use Stars and Stripes' surface-to-air recovery system. However, this recovery system was originally used to quickly recover combat personnel. The load capacity is not large, and the transport capacity is too small for the waste accumulated by itself. There was quite a lot of scrap iron collected this time. When added together, the total weight reached 1,500 tons, and the scrap rubber was even more, nearly 5,000 tons. Scrap iron is not very important to Chen. After all, his current iron or area can produce thousands of tons of steel every day. But waste rubber is more important. After the waste rubber originally collected is refined, the usable rubber is almost used up. I originally planned to use soft iron instead of rubber. Even though the sealing performance is not very good, I will make do with it for now. But I found so much rubber on this voyage that I can use it for a long time. 5,000 tons of waste rubber with an 80% utilization rate can extract 4,000 tons of new rubber. Plus the 2,000 tons found, the total is 6,000 tons, which is enough for my own use. Chen was thinking in his mind that he would still need to find a substitute for rubber in the future. After all the tropical rubber trees have been wiped out. Number 10. On the Morning Star, standing on the bridge, looking at the port in the distance, Chen felt like he was home. After all, this was where his career started. In fact, many things are not suitable for doing in China, so Chen put shelter number 1 here, which is also away. In addition, the top leaders in China also know about Chen's base. Due to national conditions and laws, the superiors can only hint to Chen through Li Yunpeng. As long as it is not in China, you can do whatever you want in other places. In this way, the two parties reached a tacit understanding that they would not admit Chen's affairs to the outside world, but Chen is a citizen of our country and is protected by our country's laws. As for the evidence of Chen's trouble, I'm sorry, our people, there are too many people with the same name and the same surname, and there are too many people who look alike. It's not this Chen who did it. Look, I have an alibi. I've gone off topic. After stepping on land again, Chen felt at ease. During the voyage, except for discovering a large amount of supplies, he rarely approached the port. The time in Semporna, we were going to use the port's equipment to inspect a ship. Because of the unexpected discovery, we simply waited until we came back to check. Watching the robot move the cargo on the ship to the unmanned truck at the port, Chen also drove his RV down. After all the cargo was loaded, he drove the RV and the last batch of trucks back to shelter number 1. After arriving at shelter number 1, he came to the studio and began to ask Zero about the manufacturing of the new aircraft. Sir, the aircraft has been manufactured and is in the newly built hangar outside, waiting for your acceptance. After hearing this, Chen asked Zero to unfold the aircraft data and prepare to see the performance of this aircraft. As Zero displayed the data on the holographic platform. Name, Experimental Verification Aircraft. Weight, empty weight 21 tons, full load 35 tons. Length, 29 meters. Width, 15 meters. Height, 7.2 meters. Speed, cruising speed 2.1 horsepower hertz. Maximum speed 5.2 Mach. Ceiling, 50,000 meters. Power, for plasma engines. Weapons, 2 twin-linked rapid-fire multi-barrel electromagnetic guns, with a payload of 50,000 rounds, capable of carrying a variety of explosives and missiles. Operation method, artificial intelligence / 3 crew members. Cruise range, 30,000 kilometers with full load. Seeing this data, Chen was very satisfied. This aircraft abandoned the wings of traditional aircraft and directly used ion engines for propulsion. If it weren't for the insufficient power of this ion engine, as long as the protection was done well, it could fly directly into outer space. Zero, take me to see this big toy. Putting on protective armor, he came to a large hangar and saw the aircraft parked in the middle. This aircraft is painted black, with huge ion thrusters on both sides and 2 ion engines behind the tail. The 4 engines ensure that such a huge aircraft can quickly take off, fly, turn, hover, etc. In addition, each 100-gram projectile can let the enemy know what slaughter is. In addition, the cruising speed of twice the speed of sound can also provide rapid support. You can also remove unnecessary equipment in the fuselage and transform it into a transport aircraft, such as putting more after the electromagnetic gun is removed. It can be loaded with 20 tons of items and quickly dropped. In addition, its unique flying method can fly into the defense zone at ultra-low altitude. Because Chen can't get the stealth coating, this aircraft can only be used as a transport aircraft now. But he has planned that after the test is completed, he will use the rocket engine technology with large carrying capacity as a bargaining chip and cooperate with the Dragon country to produce this rocket engine. Then he will ask for the finished stealth coating and use it on the aircraft that has been mass-produced. Then he will sneak into the military base of the Stars and Stripes to see if he can steal a B-2 to study it. After admiring the aircraft for a while, Chen returned to the shelter with satisfaction and prepared to rest for a night and start flight testing tomorrow. While Chen was sleeping, in the territory of Longhua, large volcanic ash purification devices were being built over time. Recently, the team researching the purification device has made a new breakthrough. On the basis of the original purification of volcanic ash, the ability to purify air pollution has been strengthened. So the superiors replanned the location of these large purifiers to reduce the repeated coverage rate and maximize the effect of this purifier. According to the progress of the project, the construction of all purifiers can be completed around the 20th of this month. And at the end of this month, the Western European Union, the Bear, and the United States can also complete the task. At that time, all purifiers will be started at full power together, which can purify 70% of the volcanic ash in the global atmosphere, and then maintain low power consumption. By the end of February, about 90% of the global volcanic ash can be removed. At this time, modern fighters can take off again, and satellites can be relaunched to locate and strike high-end weapons. The next day, Chen got up and washed himself briefly. After breakfast, we came to the studio and prepared to test the performance of the aircraft. Zero, are you all ready? Sir, we are ready to take off at any time. Well, let's get started. After receiving Chen's authorization, Zero began to control the aircraft for flight testing. At the same time, in the hangar where Chen arrived yesterday, the ceiling slowly opened an exit, and the ion engines on both sides of the aircraft inside began to change direction. He quickly aimed at the ground and started the ion engine. As 2 blue flames spurted out, the aircraft slowly rose into the air. After calculating the location and size of the exit, the built-in flight program begins to accelerate the aircraft. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft passed through the exit and flew into the sky. Through the high-speed camera, it can be seen that just like a basketball hollowed into the net, the aircraft flew directly out without touching any side of the exit. The aircraft that reached the sky began to take off quickly. After reaching an altitude of 50,000 meters, the power of the ion engine could no longer lift the aircraft further. After testing the extreme flight altitude to meet the design requirements, the aircraft lowered to an altitude of 20,000 meters and began to test the flight speed. The ion engines on both sides of the aircraft began to change direction, and the 2 ion engines at the tail also started. Then the aircraft just started ejecting and rushed out, leaving a cloud layer with a big hole in its place. At this time, the speed of the aircraft had reached Mach 5.1 and was still accelerating. Finally, the speed stabilized at Mach 5.5, which was a little faster than the design speed. But now it is in an unloaded state. When it is fully loaded, it will be enough to maintain the speed of Mach 5. After testing the extreme speed, the aircraft began to fly at normal cruising speed. The design cruising speed is Mach 2.1, but during this flight, the cruising speed reached Mach 2.2, which is almost the same as the maximum speed of the Raptor. As far as flight performance is concerned, these data already satisfy him. Next is attack performance and defense penetration ability. The attack performance test is relatively simple. I found an uninhabited island and shot while flying over it at cruising speed to see the shooting accuracy while flying at high speed. The result was not bad. After the aircraft flew over, the island was almost completely destroyed. As for the penetration capability, Chen plans to contact Li Yunpeng and conduct a joint exercise with the military. Chen will not participate in the attack, but will only conduct penetration, while the military can attack Chen's aircraft. It can include aircraft pursuit, and there is no limit to the counterattack method. Let the aircraft return. As for the combat radius, there is no test because this is only a limit data. A range of 30,000 kilometers is converted into a combat radius of 15,000 kilometers. However, considering bomb support, attack, circling, etc., it can be achieved a combat radius of 10,000 kilometers is enough. The longest distance from the easternmost part of the Dragon Kingdom to the Stars and Stripes Kingdom is only about 13,000 kilometers. Therefore, this aircraft directly brought the Star-Spangled Kingdom into the combat radius. After seeing the aircraft return, Chen contacted Li Yunpeng. "How is Team Leaderly doing lately?" "Haha, Mr. Liu hasn't contacted me for a while. Do you want me to help test something again this time?" "Haha, I can't hide it from Team Leaderly. I don't go to the Sambao Palace for anything. I recently designed a new aircraft and wanted to test its penetration capabilities. But after thinking about it, I found that only the motherland has this ability. So, I found Team Leaderly. I can't make the decision on this matter alone. According to you, we may need to unite the Border Navy, Air Force, and Rocket Army. Let's do this, Mr. Liu. Please give me this test plan, and I will report it to my superiors." "What do you think?" Chen thought about it and told Li Yunpeng the plan. He also said that he could use this as an opportunity to conduct a military exercise. Li Yunpeng also agreed with Chen's idea. In the past exercises, the red and blue sides fought against each other, and they were all notified. Knowing that it was an exercise, many things could not be tested. And this time, Chen's third party joined in, without prior notice. It was also a good idea to see how quickly the military in various places responded. After hanging up the communication, Li Yunpeng reported the matter to the central government, and after some discussion, several senior officials from the central government also thought it was a good idea. After asking Li Yunpeng to inform Chen asked Zero to modify the weapon system of the aircraft and add a defense system to destroy incoming missiles. I told Li Yunpeng that I would start taking action during the day tomorrow. Li Yunpeng said that I had received it and reported it to his superiors. On the morning of the 12th, Chen got up after a good sleep, had a leisurely breakfast, and asked Ling to start taking action. Unlike Chen, a group of big guys from the Dragon Kingdom got up early and waited. On a large screen at the headquarters, it was clearly displayed where the Long Kingdom's troops were currently stationed in the Air Defense Identification Zone, as well as the location of Chen's aircraft. Looking at Chen, who was always staying in the Annan area, a big boss said with a smile, "Young people nowadays really like to sleep in." Although a group of big shots were waiting, they didn't say anything. These people were very optimistic about Chen. After the big boss finished speaking, it didn't take long to see Chen's party starting to move. Chen was also paying attention to the situation of the aircraft. On a sea surface, a sci-fi aircraft was flying quickly above the ice. The sound barrier of supersonic flight plowed a deep mark on the ice below. After entering the waters of Longhua, a radar soldier found an abnormal situation in a naval base, but the reaction was very weak, and there was no aircraft feature at all. It was considered interference, so it was just the best to record and continue to monitor the surrounding situation. In the central operations room of Longhua, watching Chen's aircraft enter the unmanned area, and after 2 minutes, no feedback was received from the military district below. The faces of all the big guys sank, and the atmosphere was very solemn. The equipment operators on the scene also felt this pressure and did things carefully. After the aircraft entered the land, in a military district, the commander of the military district was inspecting the defense facilities on the playground outside. Suddenly, he heard a noise and looked in the distance. A strange-shaped aircraft was flying quickly. The commander saw something wrong and immediately asked someone to sound the alarm and asked why the radar did not find it. After reporting to the superior, the boss in the operations room finally relaxed his expression. When Chen saw that he was discovered, he stopped hiding and ordered the aircraft to take off directly and began to wander around the territory of Longhua. As the aircraft took off, all the nearby air defense identification zones sounded the alarm. A supersonic UFO broke into the defense zone and was so close that everyone was stunned. Air Force fighters took off urgently. Missiles locked onto the target and fired directly. At the same time, all reports began to come in. Seeing the Army's quick response, the bosses finally stopped looking gloomy, but they also found a lot of problems, not only in training but also in equipment. At this time in the air, the aircraft was playing with the pursuing aircraft. The propeller aircraft in World War II was really powerless against this kind of aircraft. First of all, the speed could not catch up, and the second was the turning ability. No matter what, aerodynamic aircraft have a turning radius, but there is no turning radius for this kind of aircraft. As long as it can withstand strong overload force, it can make a quick turn. At this time, the pilot also saw the missile flying over and thought that he could shoot down the aircraft directly. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed before the missile got close. Command Center, the intruder was not destroyed. Repeat, the target was not destroyed. In the on-site command center, everyone was surprised after hearing the pilot's report. Order the missile unit to continue firing and must shoot it down for me. Yes. As 5 or 6 missiles were launched, everyone was waiting for the result. When Chen discovered this situation, he knew that he couldn't play anymore. Let the aircraft destroy these missiles and then start to evacuate. At the scene, the pilots in the air saw the missiles being destroyed one by one, and the pilots flew the aircraft began to lower its altitude and fly toward the seaside and immediately reported to the headquarters. At the same time, after reaching a certain altitude, the radar reported that the target was lost. The pilot looked at the aircraft going away and felt humiliated that he could not catch up even at the maximum speed. The headquarters fell into silence after hearing that both the fighter and the radar had lost the target. Report the details to the superiors. Report truthfully. The commander slumped in his chair and said weakly. The commander knew that he could go to the military court this time. Soon, the superiors sent a notice that this incident was an unnotified exercise in order to test the Army's ability to deal with emergencies. The results were mixed. The reaction speed was still acceptable, but the target was not found until entering the land. Although this was related to the radar, its own capabilities were also lacking, and we need to continue to strengthen it. Finally, the superior asked the military to conduct a post-event summary report and said that there will be similar tests in the future. If this happens again, we will go to the military court directly. In the afternoon, Chen was very satisfied with the aircraft that returned. After letting Ling check the status of the aircraft, he began to consider mass production. After removing the original weapon system and increasing the transportation capacity, it was named YS-1 Transport Aircraft, also known as Meteorite. At the same time, the weapon system was not removed, and it was named XF-1 Attack Aircraft, also known as Fighting Falcon. After determining the model and name, let Zero start to establish the corresponding production line. First, only 20 Fighting Falcons will be produced to escort manta rays, and at least 50 manta rays will be needed. After arranging these, Chen was waiting for Li Yunping's call. He believed that the military would definitely be interested in this aircraft. 12 at night, when Chen's aircraft returned, in the central operations room of the capital of Dragon Country, a group of bigwigs were discussing Chen's aircraft. Comrades, this exercise exposed our lack of preventive measures for ultra-low altitude areas. Although there were so-called low-altitude penetrations in the past, the performance of previous aircraft was that fighters were too fast and could not lower their altitude much. In addition, the low-altitude situation was complicated, which required a high degree of pilot reaction, and helicopters were too slow to avoid existing attack methods. But this time was different. Chen's aircraft was very effective for ultra-low altitude penetration. The aircraft can be pressed very low and at a very high speed. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, it explains to us what is the equipment advantage of high-tech warfare. So in order to cope with the future form of war, I suggest that all-round detection means should be established as soon as possible. We should not give up the research on detection means in a certain area just because the existing aircraft cannot reach it. The people on the scene listened carefully to Wei Donglai's work report, the analysis of this incident, and the final response. The commander-in-chief nodded and said to others, "Everyone present should know the mysterious information. Now we have the other two races. Equipment advantage. So once we or the Stars and Stripes wipe out one race, then according to the prompt, our scientific research progress will also be accelerated. Although it is a blessing on the entire human civilization, don't forget that the Stars and Stripes Scientific Research Foundation is much stronger than ours. Although the opponent is now in trouble, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. I hope everyone will not underestimate the enemy." After drinking a sip of water, the commander-in-chief continued. "From this incident, this little friend, Chen, has a strong research ability. We must have a good relationship. The military is going to start a plan to exchange this engine technology with him. Once we have this technology, we can achieve overtaking on a curve. When the time comes, we will set the standard for the ion engine. In addition, for Chen, we can also give him the title of academician, just a name." The people present nodded. The commander-in-chief's words still make sense. From the end of the world to now, the technology provided by Chen has provided a lot of help. Now, there is an ion engine, which can be said to have directly solved the heart disease of the Republic Air Force. The meeting lasted until midnight. After the meeting, the relevant materials were sorted out and distributed to various local military regions and border guards. Li Yunpeng also received the relevant information of this meeting, decision, and at the same time, he was appointed to contact Chen to discuss the technology transfer. On the morning of the 13th, after Chen got up, he received a call from Li Yunpeng. On the phone, Li Yunpeng told Chen that he was going to come to him tomorrow to discuss the exercise. Chen also guessed that it was for his own ion engine, and he could also talk to the authorities about the high-thrust rocket engine. It takes too much time to make many parts by ourselves. We can cooperate with the country to launch the main structure and then slowly build rockets for launch. However, Chen looked at the energy of the nano core and found that it was already more than 8,000 points. After some calculations, by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, you will have 8,700 energy points. After Chen thoroughly understood the ion engine technology, the subsequent deduction came out, but Chen also took a look and found that it would take 10,000 energy points. This ion engine can directly send 50 tons of objects into space. If this deduced ion engine is used, then the current man array can send objects with a total weight of 200 tons into space, and it can be reused. It is much more economical than the current rocket recovery time. But the energy has not yet reached the requirement, so we need to wait until the 20th. Then they can directly eliminate the backward technology of rockets. However, it is a ways to not use the high-thrust rocket technology deduced before. It is better to hand over this technology to the country in a cooperative way to enhance the country's strength. On the morning of the 14th, Li Yunpeng came to Chen's No. 1 shelter and found that the layout was similar to the domestic shelters. At this time, Chen came up to greet Li Yunpeng. After a few pleasantries, the two entered the shelter and started to get down to business. "Mr. Liu, there are actually two things for you to come here this time. One is to thank you for your help to the country during this period. The superiors decided to award you an academician. I hope you won't refuse this title." "Haha, I'm so happy about this, but I'm used to freedom and like to do research by myself, so don't worry, Academician Liu, this is just a title. As long as you abide by the laws of the country, you won't be asked to do any research." "Okay, then I'll accept this honor." As a result, Chen happily opened the certificate handed over by Li Yunpeng and took a look, then treasured it. "Academician Liu, there's another thing this time, which is this exercise. Your aircraft is very powerful. We hope to purchase this technology. I wonder if it is feasible. To be honest, this technology was developed by accident. If you ask me to make an offer, I really don't know what to ask for. But I'm planning to build a small space laboratory in space recently. It just so happens that I have also developed a high-thrust rocket, so I can use the country to help me build this rocket as one of the conditions for technology exchange. In addition, I need a lot of precision instruments, and I hope the country can provide them. After hearing Lu Chen's conditions, Li Yunpeng thought for a while and finally decided to agree to the conditions. However, he still talked to Lu Chen about the rocket and hoped that after the launch was completed, this technology could be used by the country. Lu Chen said there was no problem. After confirming the transaction, Li Yunpeng also reported to his superiors. Regarding Li Yunpeng's decision, his superiors also praised him very much. He just copied the technical information, and there was no second. The commander-in-chief was also very pleased that Lu Chen could think of the country and everything. Based on the original conditions, the Bai Xiao team was directly removed from the official sequence and handed over to Lu Chen. From now on, their mission is to protect Lu Chen, and they only need to obey Lu Chen's orders. Lu Chen was also very happy when he found out. After all, they were all old acquaintances, and it was easy to use them. As for whether he thought it was surveillance in disguise, Lu Chen said that now that he has matured, to put it bluntly, it is difficult for anyone on this planet to stop him. After discussing with Li Yunpeng about launching the rocket, Lu Chen handed the hard drive containing the data to Li Yunpeng. Watching Li Yunpeng and his party leave, Lu Chen also returned to the shelter and asked Ling to start collecting supplies and loading them into the RV. He also built 2 fighting falcons and a ray, and prepared a small cargo ship to load his RV. Among the 4 satellite launch bases of Dragon Kingdom, the closest one is the launch center in Nanhai. Get everything ready first, and then we will see where to launch the rocket. On the 15th, the rocket and ion engine data were sent to the Dragon Academy of Sciences, where relevant experts were already waiting. After seeing the information, everyone gathered around to watch. Let's talk about the ion engine first. Just the special electromagnetic structure inside makes everyone confused. They don't know why it is designed like this. After combining the principal explanation of the technical information, I can understand the usefulness of this structure. What a genius idea. Sure enough, the brain circuitry of geniuses is different from that of ordinary people. One of the experts expressed this emotion. On the other side, rocket researchers are also studying the high-thrust rocket information given by Lu Chen. Looking at this design, although it is very similar to the original rocket engine, after these changes, the effect has not been improved at all. The original rocket's thrust was only 120 tons, but this rocket's thrust can reach 500 tons. Although there may be some loss of thrust in the end due to manufacturing reasons, even so, it will not affect much. And after calculation, it was found that compared with similar types of rocket engines, the cost of this rocket is ridiculously cheap. That night, the lights inside the Longwell Academy of Sciences were brightly lit, and a group of professors and experts with a combined age of more than 1,000 years were shouting and sighing inside, constantly lamenting the beauty of science and technology. The next day, the commander-in-chief also received the report. Through artificial intelligence simulation, this ion engine can be installed on the existing J-20 to replace the original vector engine. In this way, a coefficient of 2.0 can be easily achieved, and the canard design can be directly eliminated. After the all-electric transformation, it can reach a maximum flight speed of Mach 4, a cruising speed of Mach 1.8, a combat radius of 5,000 kilometers, an empty weight increased to 20 tons, a maximum takeoff weight of 45 tons, and a full load ceiling of 30,000 meters. Looking at this data, the commander-in-chief was also very happy and agreed to the transformation plan, asking the following personnel to cooperate to complete the transformation as soon as possible and conduct actual flight tests. The commander-in-chief looked at another report. This time, Lu Chen also provided a high-thrust rocket engine with a thrust of 500 tons. As for this cooperation, Lu Chen plans to launch a laboratory cabin into space, as well as a ray aircraft, some robots, etc., with a total weight of 60 tons, and there's still a lot of tonnage to spare. So I am ready to take advantage of this opportunity to continue the original Chang'e plan. It just so happens that this time the ion engine technology is applied to the Chang'e E6 spacecraft, plus 2 buildings built based on Lu Chen's 6-legged robot technology ideas. Robots can bring back more samples after landing on the moon. The commander-in-chief was very satisfied with this report. After giving his approval, he began to be busy with other government affairs. After receiving the approval, we also stepped up the transformation and strived to carry out the launch mission at the Nanhai launch site by the end of this month. We also notified Lu Chen of the relevant decisions so that Lu Chen could prepare. After receiving the notification, Lu Chen asked Ling to collect the supplies and then set off at the launch site. After confirming the launch time, Lu Chen started packing his things and preparing to go to the launch base in Nanhai. Although the launch was at the end of the month, there was still half a month left. But this time, Lu Chen plans to go back to Shelter Zero first. He hasn't been back for nearly 2 months. This time, he plans to dismantle some of the facilities inside and then remodel the shelter into a food production base. And now, Shelter 1 serves as the main shelter on the Earth's land under the sea. Thinking of the seabed, Lu Chen suddenly thought that the undersea base seemed to have been built. Zero. How is the undersea base? Sir, the submarine base is currently in automatic operation. The internal seawater has been discharged, and the relevant smelting equipment has been installed. There are also new discoveries. In a trench near the Dragon Kingdom Sea area, we discovered uranium mine again. The uranium mine discovered this time is a large uranium mine. After calculation, a total of 30 tons of high-concentration uranium can be extracted. It can separate 900 kilograms of highly concentrated uranium, 235, and 29.1 tons of uranium, 238. That's great. This time we will take out 50 kilograms of high-enriched uranium and exchange fast reactor fuel rods with the country. The remaining high-enriched uranium will be reserved for building our own nuclear power plant. After the exchange is completed, a large-scale fast reactor nuclear power plant will be built on the seabed base, requiring a power generation of at least 1,000 megawatts, and subsequent expansion issues need to be taken into consideration. Okay, sir, recording has been made. In addition, in the plan to build a spacecraft, I will send you the data of an ion engine. According to these parameters, start building the parts other than the power system and reserve the installation position of the power system. After recording 0, Lu Chen continued to organize the information. Lu Chen had no intention of going over to see the current submarine base. He planned to take the spaceship to the submarine base when the spaceship could fly. Besides, the current submarine base is just a large steelmaking plant, and there's nothing interesting about it. This time when he went back, Lu Chen planned not to bring the RV with him, but to bring a cargo truck back directly, taking away all the living supplies inside, as well as some of the production lines inside, and asked Zero to start dismantling them now and send them to Asylum Number 1. So here, there's also a fast reactor nuclear power station nearby. I have told Li Yunpeng that it will be handed over to the military, but the nuclear fuel rods inside need to be compensated to myself. At this point, the power connection between Shelter Zero and the nuclear power plant has been disconnected, and the original geothermal generator is used instead. After the subsequent supplies are moved, in addition to necessary life support equipment, other areas such as the assembly workshop will be transformed into breeding farms. Through program control, once the food production here is on track, they can provide themselves with enough meat. The next day, Lu Chen set off in a truck. After arriving at the port, he drove the truck onto a cargo ship with a carrying capacity of 5,000 tons. After stopping, the cargo ship began to leave the port and headed to the port of Shanghai. A few days later, Lu Chen arrived at the port of Magic City. After putting the ship away, he drove a truck to Shelter Zero to transport large supplies. The small-size supplies have been sent back to Shelter 1 via transport planes. The remaining large equipment could not be transported, so Lu Chen had to drive a truck over. After arriving at the shelter, the robot in the shelter will move the equipment to the car, secure it, and start the return journey. After everything was done, the time came to January 25th. On this day, Zero had already manufactured all the things Chen needed, considering that solar energy equipment can be used in outer space. So Chen directly installed solar power generation equipment on the main cabin and the Fighting Falcon and Ray of this launch. After everything is ready, the main body of a laboratory is directly hoisted to the site through 3 aircraft. The Stingray's warehouse is also filled with precision experimental instruments. At the Nanhai launch site, we have been notified that a launch target will arrive at the site today and will need to cooperate with the installation. After Chen's things arrived, people at the scene saw the way Chen transported them, and their imaginations opened up, thinking that they could do it this way in the future. Dragon Kingdom's rockets are transported by railway, so there are restrictions on their size. However, the people present saw Chen's transportation method and thought it was a breakthrough thinking. And now that Long Gua has obtained this technology from Chen, it can just make the rocket bigger and transport it over by air. Not much to say. After these things landed, the installers started to get busy. With the help of 2 Fighting Falcons, it only took 1 morning to successfully install the main body of the experimental cabin on the back of the Ray, and the Ray was also installed on one side of the rocket. In the next few days, the staff will check whether the various systems of the rocket are normal. Finally, the inspection was completed on the 29th, and it was determined that the launch would start at 5 a.m. on January 31st. On the evening of the 29th, Chen also learned that a large purifier would be turned on tomorrow to clean up the volcanic ash in the air, so the rocket was scheduled to be launched on the 31st. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the 30th, after confirming that all construction in the 4 countries was completed, the purifiers were started at the same time. Chen also got up early to watch this global cooperation event. As the purifier is activated at the same time, in some remote places where purifiers cannot be established, artillery regiments are already ready. After the order was given, all the prepared shells were fired. Just like artificial rainfall, volcanic ash was artificially dropped in real time. Chen saw hail falling around him. This was because the volcanic ash combined with the surrounding water molecules under the action of the electromagnetic field to form raindrops. But in the cold weather, the raindrops condensed into ice crystals, and then a group of ice crystals condensed together and turned into hail. It was a lot to say, but the whole process of hail was very fast. When the purifier was fully powered, the concentration of volcanic ash in the air was reduced to 30% of the original value. After keeping the purifier running at low power consumption, it only takes 1 month to wait for the air environment to be similar to the previous one. When the purifier was running at low power consumption, Chen could clearly see the changes in the sky. The original sky always gave people a gray feeling. Day and night depended on time, and the other depended on the brightness of the sky. And now the sky gives people a gray feeling, and the surroundings have become as much brighter. Seeing this, I feel that disasters and wars are really good helpers in promoting technology. If this technology existed before the disaster, smog would not be a problem. Looking at the sky in the distance, rays of sunlight fell on the ground. As time passed, air movement covered the area with gray volcanic ash again. Looking at the large thrust rocket standing in front of me, it can transport 100 tons of objects to low Earth orbit due to the use of the latest technology. If a ray is transported up like this time, then the ion engine can be used directly in space to go to the moon. After arriving on the moon, because the gravity of the moon is only 1/6 of that of the blue planet, the ion engine can easily send the manta ray back into space. The cargo hold of the manta ray can carry a lot of items. So after launching a manta ray, the relevant warehouse can be sent to the moon by using a carrier rocket. Because of the 100-ton capacity, and the items launched by Chen this time are only a manta ray and a laboratory main warehouse. With a total weight of 60 tons, there is still 40 tons of excess capacity. We also discussed with Chen that the excess capacity can be used. So in the fairing on the top of the rocket, Chang'e 6, which is equipped with an ion engine, has been installed. After the installation was completed, the superiors also told Chen that 3 other launch vehicles were built simultaneously in the other 3 launch bases. The purpose of these 3 launch vehicles is to launch other compartments of Tiangong and some military satellites. In the early stage, due to the impact of the solar storm, many satellites had problems with their functions. Although there was electromagnetic protection, it was still affected. So the purpose this time is to relaunch a batch of satellites to replace the damaged satellites with corresponding functions. Then the damaged satellites will be controlled to fall to the Earth through the quantum communication satellite in space, and then recovered and rebuilt. However, many satellites have lost contact and are out of control. So when talking to Li Yunpeng this time, he implicitly mentioned that there are too many space debris in space and hoped that Lu Chen could help clean it up. Lu Chen also smiled and said, "For the safety of human space, this kind of recycling is an obligation." At this moment, with most of the volcanic ash removed, the launch rocket does not need to be equipped with a thick protective layer like the previous launch of the quantum communication satellite. Chang'e 6 is now in the fairing, and the outer shell of the man array and the laboratory compartment this time is made of titanium alloy, so there is no need to worry about being burned. The other equipment that needs to be sent to the sky is loaded in the cargo hold of the man array, and there is no need to worry. Looking at the rocket in the distance, Lu Chen was full of thoughts. At this time, the person in charge of the Space Center came over and said to him, "Academician Lu, the launch mission has been prepared. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening. The launch will be carried out in 7 hours. Do you want to take a rest first? I will call you when we are about to reach the launch point." Looking at the time, what the person in charge said makes sense. Now everything is ready. It is useless to just watch here. It is better to take a rest first and come back when the launch is about to start. Okay, then I will take a rest first. Okay, Academician Lu, I will ask someone to take you to the resting place. The person in charge on the scene called someone over and took Lu Chen to the rest area. After watching Lu Chen leave, the person in charge asked the staff to check the site again to ensure that the launch mission is foolproof. And in the capital thousands of miles away, a group of bigwigs also rested in advance and prepared to get up at more than 4 o'clock in the morning to watch the live broadcast of the launch. On the 31st, at 4:50 in the morning, there were still 10 minutes left before the rocket was launched. Lu Chen stood outside the control room, looking at the busy staff inside the control room, and then looked out the window. The on-site inspectors in the distance are completing the final inspection work and have reached the finishing stage. Personnel who have completed the inspections are leaving the scene one after another. As the 10-minute countdown began, everyone began to get nervous. Every rocket launch is a war away from the shackles of the mother planet. Lu Chen admired the busy group of people, and there were many young people inside. It seemed that most of them were born in the 80s and 90s. There is a link between the past and the future, and there are successors. This is the current situation of contemporary astronauts. In today's era, science and technology have become the objects of people's pursuit and worship, and the social atmosphere has changed to advocating science. Regarding this, because Lu Chen has never stayed in an official shelter, he is not very clear about it, but Bai Xiao and others who follow Lu Chen have a great understanding. I used to go home and ask the children at home what their dreams were. Most of the answers were that they want to be a star and make a lot of money when they grow up. Now that I'm back home, I ask again, I want to be a scientist when I grow up, and I want to invent many, many things. Now looking back at the group of astronauts in front of them, Bai Xiao and others also saw the shadow of their own children in this group of people. When the time came to prepare for the last minute, Lu Chen couldn't help but become nervous. Although he was confident in the technology of nanocore deduction, he still felt nervous. After the final countdown ended, Lu Chen saw the rocket starting to start in the distance. With a burst of flames, the rocket slowly took off. In the command room at this time, a group of people were paying attention to the status of the rocket in real time. Optical tracking is normal. Quantum communication is normal. Telemetry signal is okay. The first stage thruster separated successfully, and the second stage thruster has been started. The second stage thruster separated successfully. The third stage thruster started, and the fairing has been opened. It has reached low Earth orbit. The third stage thruster has successfully detached. the Stingray has successfully detached, and Chang'e 6 has successfully entered orbit. After it was confirmed that the rocket was successfully launched, everyone cheered happily, but they were all professional people and quickly continued with the next step of the work. Start Chang'e 6 directional ion engine and adjust its direction. Direction adjustment completed. Start the main ion engine. The main thruster has been started and the journey to the moon has begun. The estimated time is 64 hours. The Ray ion engine was successfully started and has moved away from Chang'e 6. By this time, the launch mission had basically been successful. All that was left was some finishing work. And Chen also learned through Zero that the Ray had been successfully taken over by Zero and was adjusting the orbital height and heading to the predetermined location to release the main laboratory compartment. At the same time, rockets from the other 3 launch bases also successfully entered orbit. Thanks to the cooperation of the ion engine and the launch vehicle, all other components of Tiangong, one manufactured during this period, have been launched. Also going up at the same time were 10 small maintenance robots, which are usually mounted outside Tiangong, and are responsible for the maintenance and replacement of external equipment. The later plan is to launch an aircraft equipped with an ion engine into the sky like Chen, with astronauts inside and other equipment. The launch method is similar to that of the Stars and Stripes space shuttle, but the return method is different. In the design of the Ray, Longwar researchers made magical changes and installed 6 ion engines. Except for the 2 at the tail, which are used for propulsion, the other 4 are directly built into the body. In this way, when returning, after landing to a certain height, you can directly turn on the 4 thrusters to slow down and achieve a safe landing. Moreover, the large warehouse of the Ray can carry a lot of equipment and materials. If the cost is not considered, a small scientific research base can be established on the moon. However, this time Chang'e 6 was a planned mission, and I just happened to take advantage of this ride to go to the moon first. And this time with an ion engine, more lunar materials can be returned. Just after the Dragon Kingdom's 4 rockets took off, Stars and Stripes NASA also observed the launch through its own quantum communication satellite. After seeing the flying method of the Ray and Chang'e 6, I was shocked and urgently summoned a group of experts for analysis. Finally, it was concluded that this should be an ion thruster in practical condition. When this report was handed over to the president, he thought it was fake news. After it was finally confirmed to be true, he immediately contacted the intelligence department and asked how the intelligence work in Longwell was done. Such important news actually came from the space agency knows it. The Intelligence Bureau was also aggrieved. It had already persuaded many foreigners to leave before the meteorite hit. After the subsequent interception failed, the official shelter of Dragon Kingdom only allowed its own people to enter. This resulted in the total loss of the intelligence agency's power in the Dragon Kingdom, and only some banana people could still deliver some news. But it's only limited to local shelters. And the Dragon Kingdom is not as keen on building its own shelters as the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, which leads to the pitiful lack of private shelters in the outside world. Even for corporate shelters, because of what Stars and Stripes did in the early days, they were extremely wary of foreigners and would never let them get close to the core area. Therefore, intelligence work is difficult to carry out. After hearing this, was furious. Then kick out all the Chinese people in our shelter. Since they won't let us stay, then we won't let them stay either. Mr. President, this is an unrealistic idea. Many of the Chinese people who are still here are the main personnel conducting key technology research. You are undoubtedly digging your own grave by doing this. Other members of Congress also expressed that they would not agree with the president's actions. In the end, the matter was nothing more than a request to the Intelligence Bureau to strengthen its spying on the Far East and understand every move of the Dragon Kingdom. Here, after the launch was successful, Chen said goodbye to everyone at the launch base and took by Zhao's team back to Shelter Number 1. On the Fighting Falcon, Chen saw that there were 12,800 energy points in the nanocore. It was already 11 noon. After a hasty lunch, I input the current ion engine data and invested 12,000 energy points. The nanocore showed that the deduction would take 10 days, and I found that it happened to be my birthday. Chen felt that he was quite destined. The completion of the deduction on his birthday also heralded his official entry into the space age. After arriving at Shelter 1, I started asking about the progress of Zero Ray. Sir, the ray has arrived at the predetermined position. The main laboratory compartment has been separated, the ion engine has been started, and it has entered normal flight. At the same time, the Stingray's warehouse has been opened, the robots and experimental equipment inside have been released, and the robots are installing equipment into the main warehouse. It is expected to be completed in 2 days. Not bad. How about the main body of the spaceship I asked you to build before? Sir, the basic main frame of the spacecraft has been completed. It is expected that it will take another month to complete the construction of other systems except the power system. Well, what about the electromagnetic transmitter? Sir, a site has been selected to build an electromagnetic launcher. It is expected to be completed in 5 days. Using the nuclear fuel rods officially traded with Longhua, a fast reactor nuclear power plant has been built next to the electromagnetic launcher with a power generation of 500 megawatts. Very well. Let the rays in space prepare to begin receiving cargo after the electromagnetic transmitter experiment is completed. The electromagnetic launcher Chen was talking about was a very large electromagnetic gun. However, this electromagnetic gun did not fire shells, but metal cargo. Taking into account that nuclear fusion technology cannot be applied, each use of the launch vehicle consumes too much, and the subsequent spacecraft construction period is too long, coupled with limited transportation capacity. So Chen's idea is to use launch vehicles or spaceships to transport people and precision instruments. As for other components that are durable, you can use an electromagnetic accelerator to directly accelerate them to the first cosmic speed and launch them, thus saving a lot of resources. And this kind of equipment is also an application in the early stage. When the warships come out in the later stage, there will be no need to be so troublesome. This idea is also an idea that Chen saw in a book before. The previous technology couldn't achieve it, but now the technology can, but it requires a lot of power consumption. And just this time, a lot of uranium ore was discovered, so we simply bought another batch of fuel rods from the government and built a nuclear power plant nearby to provide direct power supply. While Chen was planning, the manta ray in space dropped the experimental cabin at the predetermined location and began to adjust its posture to look for damaged satellites from non-dragon countries. Chen's idea is to find some communication satellites, then modify them and install quantum communication modules to serve as communication transfer stations for future moon landings. Soon, the rays found a communication satellite that had malfunctioned due to the impact of the solar storm. The robotic arm collected it and stuffed it into the warehouse and continued moving forward. In this way, after finding 5 communication satellites in a row, the ray began to return and came to the experimental cabin. Among the robots that were installing equipment, a robot came to Stingray's warehouse. Inside, the transformation of 5 communication satellites was completed through the carried module chips and small ion engines. After re-releasing the 5 satellites began to adjust their directions and accelerate according to the program settings. Except for one of these 5 satellites that needs to go to the Lagrange point, the other 4 need to go to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus respectively. After arriving at the predetermined position, each satellite can be used as a repeater to communicate with equipment as far away as Uranus. Although quantum theory says that quantum communication can ignore distance, it must provide energy. It is impossible to subvert the law of energy conservation. This is currently a better method. Regarding this situation, Chen also had an idea, which was to build a large-scale quantum communication facility on Mars to connect all his quantum communications and achieve delay-free real-time communication within the solar system. Stars and Stripes, NASA Space Agency. Since discovering the launch scene of Longhua, a group of people have been studying Longhua's launch mission. At the same time, they also asked the staff to carry the Dragon Country's space 24 hours a day to see if anything else would be sent out. After a day and night of argumentation, a preliminary conclusion was drawn. After rough calculation, The carrying capacity of the rocket launch this time is about 100 tons. Moreover, after entering low Earth orbit, the operation mode of Chang'e 6 can be calculated. Dragon Kingdom's ion engine has a very powerful ability to fly in space. Through this launch method of Longhua, a lot of fuel can be saved. Not to mention low Earth orbit. As long as it is sent to the sky, its built-in ion engine can accelerate it to the second cosmic speed, break away from the gravity of the blue star, and travel to other planets. Not to mention the distance. Just by going to the moon, you can directly carry people back and forth between the moon and their Tiangong. After seeing this report, the senior officials of Stars and Stripes looked very unhappy. After discussion, they decided to restart the moon landing plan. To speed up the manufacturing progress of the Orion spacecraft, we must not let the Dragon Kingdom take the lead in establishing a permanent base on the moon. At this time, Chang'e 6 has passed the Lagrange point and is rapidly approaching the moon. Similarly, Chen's 5 communication satellites are not idle. The one closest to the destination is already close to the Lagrangian and is decelerating in reverse. January 3rd, 2 o'clock in the morning. The Nanhai Rocket Launch Center, after taking turns on duty for more than 2 days and nights, finally waited until Chang'e 6 reached the lunar orbit. Report to the on-site commander that Chang'e 6 has successfully entered the lunar orbit and is flying around the moon. Very well. Find the right moment and prepare for landing. Receive. In the original plan, after Chang'e 6 reached the lunar orbit, the return module and the landing module were to separate on the lunar orbit. After the landing module successfully lands on the moon, it completes its scheduled mission, lifts off with the lunar soil, and docks with the return module. After successful docking, the return capsule returned to Blue Star with lunar soil and other lunar materials. But with Chen's ion engine, there is no need to consider these things. Just land Chang'e 6 on the moon. After completing the relevant tasks, just start the engine and leave the moon. During the flight around the moon, the operator found the right moment to slow down and allow Chang'e 6 to start landing. Through quantum satellites in low Earth orbit, there is no delay in image transmission. Through real-time monitoring, we saw the successful landing of Chang'e 6. After reaching the lunar surface, the internal drill bit stretched out and began to drill holes to extract lunar soil. Looking at the scenes in the video, everyone looked happy. After the lunar soil extraction is completed and the lunar soil is placed in the return capsule, the operator on site sent the command to escape from the return capsule through real-time transmission. I saw in the picture that a connection point above Chang'e 6 was directly tripped and it bounced up like a spring. After reaching the air, the small ion engine inside was started and the return capsule began to lift off. The original landing module released the lunar exploration rover it carried and began to search for a place to establish a base. After the return capsule successfully enters the lunar orbit, it begins to accelerate away from the moon's gravity and heads to the blue star. Report to the on-site commander that Chang'e 6 has successfully separated from the moon and is returning home. It is expected to reach the atmosphere of Blue Star in 3 days. Okay, pay close attention. The on-site commander was also very excited. This was a pioneering success. With this experience, we can directly launch a manned spacecraft to the moon next time. After 50 years, the moon will welcome humans again. The center as far away as the capital also received the news, praising the astronauts' efforts and saying they would pay close attention to the return situation. At NASA, a group of people are also paying attention to this moon landing. Since Long will log in on the backside of the moon, this group of people could only see the return status of the return capsule. After speculating that Longwell might have successfully landed on the moon, he also reported the situation to the president. In the end, we had no choice but to increase investment in the Orion spacecraft again, hoping to complete the manufacturing of Orion as soon as possible and return to the moon. However, due to the recent trouble caused by mutant rats, many of the forces in the Star-Spangled Kingdom have been dispersed to fight fires. Therefore, although this resolution has been issued, due to capitalist reasons, the funds have not been issued, resulting in the slow progress of the Orion project. In a large mountain in the Dragon Kingdom, There is a top-secret manufacturing base inside the mountain. At this time, the lights inside the base are brightly lit, and everyone is busy. This is the spacecraft manufacturing base recently decided by the central government. At this time, in a manufacturing workshop, a small spacecraft has been 90% completed, and the rest is the installation of some life support equipment and related instruments. The person in charge of the scene, Chao Dong, looked at the spacecraft data displayed on the holographic projection in front of him. Starry Sky one-man spacecraft. Length, 20 meters. Width, 10 meters. Height, 5 meters. Weight, 10 tons empty, 30 tons fully loaded. Crew, 4 to 8 people. Looking at the data in front of him, Chao Dong was very satisfied. Looking at the data of the cargo spacecraft to the side. Tianzhou, 3 cargo spacecraft. Length, 40 meters. Width, 15 meters. Height, 6 meters. Weight, 20 tons empty, 60 tons fully loaded. Looking at the information on the cargo spacecraft, it has a built-in simple artificial intelligence program that can dock with Tiangong 2 on its own. The 4 cabins launched a few days ago are all experimental cabins manufactured in advance, including 3 20-ton experimental cabins and an optical cabin. As for the original expansion core module, it is ready to be launched together with this Starry Sky one-man spacecraft. When the docking is successful, Tiangong 2, which is nearly 400 kilometers away from the Blue Star ground, will have a mass of over 200 tons. Thanks to Liu Chen's feat of hoisting the experimental cabin, astronauts found a way to break through the rocket volume limit. After modifying a batch of transport aircraft, it has been possible to complete the hoisting of the launch vehicle. Rockets can be made bigger. Spaceships can also be made bigger. After checking the progress, there are about 3 days left to complete the construction of these 2 spacecrafts. Then they can fly directly to the launch site. 2 days later, it was time for Chang'e 6 to return. It was originally planned to slow down in a vain way, but it is no longer needed. After determining the location, Chang'e 6 directly began to slow down. After falling below the first cosmic speed, Chang'e 6 began to fall into the Blue Star. The staff at the launch center and receiving area are ready. At the launch base, on-site personnel have been paying attention to the return status of Chang'e 6 to ensure that the posture is correct. In the receiving area, no one was close to it. Outside the receiving area, the receiving person was already prepared. The surrounding tanks, armored vehicles, and trucks were all activated and ready to go at any time. At the launch center, the situation of Chang'e 6 was displayed on the screen, and the altitude was getting lower and lower. When reaching 20 kilometers, the ion engine started to start, and Chang'e 6 began to slow down. By the time it reached 10,000 meters, Chang'e 6's speed had dropped a lot. When reaching 5 kilometers, the engine was already at full power, and Chang'e 6 was also decelerating and descending. At this time, the parachute above Chang'e 6 opened, the speed dropped sharply, and the ion engine also began to reduce power. Finally, with the cooperation of the parachute, we successfully landed in the predetermined area with an error of no more than 30 meters. Seeing that the landing was successful, the on-site receiving personnel rushed to the scene immediately. After checking that the return capsule was intact, they carefully took out the lead box inside, put it into a larger lead box, loaded it into the car, and then installed the return capsule as well. Take the car away. Command Center. I am the on-site reception team. The Chang'e 6 return capsule has been successfully recovered. The appearance of the return capsule is normal and undamaged. The lunar soil is well preserved, and it is returning now. After the people at the launch center heard the reports from the scene, they burst into cheers. The on-site commander was also so excited that he shed tears during the cheers. Looking at the cheering people at the scene, I wiped my tears and returned to the office to report the situation to my superiors. After the central government received the news, they were very excited. After praising these lovely people, they asked them to continue their efforts and reach new heights. Then he ordered the propaganda department to spread the news and let all the people know about this happy event. In the face of disaster, we did not stop and kept climbing bravely. When the news was announced in the shelter, All the people in the Dragon Kingdom were extremely happy. The Stars and Stripes spies inside the shelter also received the news. After trying their best to spread the news, it soon reached the hands of the Stars and Stripes. In the conference room, looking at this news, Mr. President spoke. Gentlemen, now that the Dragon Kingdom has obtained the lunar soil, it will soon be discovered that there is something wrong with the lunar soil we gave them decades ago. They made so many discoveries when they mixed part of the lunar soil with other materials. This time they got the real lunar soil, and they will definitely have a deeper study of the moon. So gentlemen, the funds for Orion cannot be delayed any longer and must be released as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the Dragon Kingdom successfully completes the man-moon landing, our position in the world will be shaken. Mr. President, I don't agree with your view. You must know that the great star-spangled country has been on the road to industrialization for more than 200 years, while the Dragon Country has only been developing for a few decades. The gap between us and us is still huge. So I think we don't need to worry about this. It's better to focus on mutant rats. These damn rats have caused a lot of trouble to our living environment. After hearing what this congressman said, other congressmen agreed. Aerospace is very expensive. The most intuitive threat now is the mutant rats. If the mutant rats are not solved for a day, these congressmen will not be able to feel at ease. In the end, the president had no choice but to compromise and agreed to increase investment in the eradication of mutant rats and the development of new weapons, giving priority to the elimination of these damn rats. When Chang'e 6 successfully returned, the construction of Lu Chen's electromagnetic accelerator had also come to an end, and he has not been idle these days. Through modular design, Lu Chen made a main module of the living cabin and prepared it as an experimental product for orbital launch. This living cabin only has some frames and shells. Considering the strong acceleration after being accelerated by the electromagnetic accelerator, multiple reinforcements are carried out inside the living cabin. Just as the construction of the accelerator has been completed, Zero hoisted the living cabin to the site of the electromagnetic accelerator. At the same time, Lu Chen also arrived at the launch site on a fighting falcon. Looking at the electromagnetic accelerator that was 2 kilometers long and slanting upwards below the fighting falcon, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, it was the end of the world and no one was coming to stop him. Staying on the fighting falcon, I watched the robot below install the living cabin on the electromagnetic accelerator. After looking at it for about 2 hours, I first asked Zero about other projects. Sir, 50% of the construction of the fast reactor nuclear power plant at the submarine base has been completed. It will take another month to complete the construction. At the same time, the second circle of submarine bases will be built on the periphery of the submarine base. After the encirclement, the seawater will be pumped out, and the walls of the original submarine base inside will be demolished to complete the expansion of the submarine base. By then, the submarine base will cover an area of more than 1,000 square meters, with a height of 6 meters, and will be divided into 2 floors. The upper floor will be used as a production and manufacturing area, and the lower floor will be divided into living areas and planning areas. Because the area of the second phase of the expansion project is limited, only the planning area and living area are considered, and the breeding area will be constructed in the third phase of the expansion. Well, the planning is good. How are the other experimental cabins? The core module of the main body has been built. The shell of the docking module has been completed. The real living module, orbital module, and airlock module are all under construction. It is expected to complete the production of the main frame and shell in 5 days. Lu Chen nodded, looked at the scene below that was entering the final stage, and said, Zero, how is the performance of this accelerator? Sir, according to the design standards, this accelerator can accelerate objects up to 10 tons to the first cosmic speed. If you need to increase the sending weight, you need to continue to extend the acceleration orbit. However, the power of the current fast reactor nuclear power plant can only meet the current orbital electricity consumption. If it is improved, the power generation power of the fast reactor nuclear power plant will need to be increased. Lu Chen felt a little speechless after hearing this. After thinking about it, he gave up the idea of continuing to increase the launch weight. 10 tons was enough for Chen to use, and it was not a direct launch of the finished product. If you really want to launch a heavy object, you can completely disassemble it and launch it, then assemble it in space. Seeing that the preparations were completed below, Chen asked Zero to start the launch experiment. This time, the experimental product weighed 5 tons. The front end of it was stopped by the brakes on the track and could not move. After Zero started the accelerator, the accelerating magnetic field on the track began to become stronger, and the sensor on the brake also transmitted the pulling force on the brake. After releasing the brakes, with a whoosh sound, the experiment flew directly along the track. At the end of the track, the speed had been accelerated to 10 kilometers per second. It was daytime at this time, but when the experimental object arrived in space, it was still detected by the Dragon Kingdom and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. Soon the two countries became tense and began to use their forces to find out what was going on. When Longguo received the report and found out that it was Chen who had done it, he breathed a sigh of relief and then relaxed, doing whatever he had to do. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom is no longer calm. The Dragon Kingdom's aerospace technology has already caught up with them, and now there is another force that can transport objects into space. And it seems that the speed is not low, which means that you can directly attack your own satellite, so that's okay. However, because the site was under martial law by Chen's robots and the technology in Southeast Asia was backward, it was difficult for Stars and Stripes intelligence personnel to reach here. As for the Congress, all members said that they needed to clean up the country first before they could pay attention to external matters. In the end, they could only let it go and let the intelligence agency maintain a level of attention. Here at Chen, when the experimental cabin reached the predetermined orbit, the waiting ray adjusted its attitude, maintained a relative speed to the living cabin, got closer little by little, and finally successfully received the living cabin. Inside the ray, a robot was testing the integrity of the living cabin. It was found that the internal support skeleton had been deformed under strong acceleration. The deformation of the shell was even more serious, and cracks appeared at the joints. The living cabin was considered scrapped. This experiment was half successful. The object was successfully sent into space, but the acceleration was too high and could not be tolerated. So Chen changed his strategy. Zero, stop production of the unproduced cabin, redesign it, use modular splicing, dismantle the cabin, and use the accelerator to launch it bit by bit. In addition, after the core module and docking module are completed, talk to Longguo about renting 2 high-thrust rockets to launch the 2 rays and these 2 cabins. Okay, sir, the construction plan has been modified. After taking a look, there's nothing going on down there. I plan to return to Shelter 1 first and contact Longguo to discuss renting a launch vehicle. That night, after discussing with Longguo, it was determined that Chen would be able to use 1 rocket in a month. The other rockets had their own missions. Under normal circumstances, the construction cycle of a rocket takes at least 1 year, but with artificial intelligence, robots, and ion engines, the time has been shortened to a minimum of 3 months to complete the construction of a rocket. However, this time this kind of rocket can only complete the launch mission, cannot be recovered, and the carrying capacity is not strong. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom implemented a strategy of building a batch and reserving a batch, allowing the Dragon Kingdom to store at least 10 high-thrust rockets. After transforming these 10 rockets with the high-thrust technology provided by Chen, 10 brand-new high-thrust rockets were obtained. Longguo named them the Long March 6th launch vehicle. This rocket has a transport capacity of 100 tons in low Earth orbit and 50 tons in synchronous transfer orbit. Now, there's no need to consider the issue of synchronous transfer of orbits. As long as the manufactured Shinkong, 1-man spacecraft, and Tianzhou, 3 cargo spacecraft can be launched. The rest can be achieved by relying on the power of the spacecraft itself, whether it is placing satellites into the blue star synchronous orbit or breaking away from the gravity of the blue star and heading to other planets. That's why this time we were able to get a rocket for Chen to launch his experimental cabin. After reaching an agreement, and confirming that the launch will be carried out at the Nanhai launch site in 1 month, I started to focus on other matters. At this time, Chen also learned about the successful return of the Dragon Kingdom's lunar landing capsule. I know that the lunar soil has now entered the Research Institute and begun research. After seeing this news, Chen had no intention of getting some lunar soil from the official hands for research. After all, he would be free to go to heaven soon, and he didn't miss this time. 5 days later, Chen came here again at the accelerator venue. This time, there are also theme modules for each cabin. Since the welding equipment has not been shipped to space yet, Chen thought of a way. These modules have quick connect buckles that can be connected in space according to predetermined conditions. Although there is no ceiling, the frame of the space station can be built first. After waiting for a month, after transporting the welding equipment to space, all cabins will be sealed and welded directly. Finally, gas is injected into it to simulate the atmospheric pressure environment of a blue star. For the construction of the space station this time, Chen did not follow the traditional round cabin design, but used a square appearance. The modules are spliced together so that they can be expanded in the future, both up, down, left, and right. The outer side of this module is used to install solar panels. After calculation, it should be able to meet the operation needs of the space station. After everything is ready, Zero will start shipping, according to the current power of nuclear power plants. On average, one launch can be carried out per hour. Every 5 modules are in a group. After launch, Ray will pick them up and send them to their own storage. When they are full, the ground will pause the launch to cool down and inspect the orbital accelerator. At this time, the Ray will return to the experimental cabin, release the material, and hand it over to the remaining robot. After the Ray set off again, the remaining robot began to use modular materials to build a frame. At this time, both Dragon Kingdom and Starstripe Kingdom can see meteors from blue star to outer space, but other meteors are from outer space to blue star, and this one is the other way around. By the time all the goods were shipped, it was already 3 days later. On the second day, the Dragon Kingdom did whatever it was they were supposed to do and stopped paying attention to this matter. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom was unable to do anything about it and didn't bother to look at it anymore. After all the goods were sent, Chen finally stopped. He took a look at the recent news and found that a basic report on the lunar soil had come out. It showed that there was no organic matter in the lunar soil, and it was impossible to grow vegetables. When Chen saw this, he said that this was not a problem. There were no inorganic substances. He could bring some specialties from the biogas pool. Although no one has done this before, there's always a first time, right? But this is just a joke. If nothing else, the helium-3 above is a huge fortune, and I will definitely launch a nuclear fusion project in the future so that the moon will be my raw material warehouse for nuclear fusion experiments. After checking the progress of the space station through Zero, he found that all the modules sent up have been installed. Ray has returned to the space station, unfolded the solar panels, and started to replenish computer power. At this time, in the nano core, the new generation of ion engine has been deduced. After the reminder alarm clock I set rang, I took a look and found that the research and development task of the ion engine was completed. I quickly dropped what I was doing and started checking the data of the new generation ion engine. After the alarm clock rang, Chen knew that the latest ion engine had completed its deduction. So go directly to the studio, open the nanocore, and view the data. Second generation plasma thruster. Weight, 1 ton. Volume, 7 meters long, 5 meters wide, 4 meters high. Thrust, standard volume thrust 40 tons. Looking at the simple data above, Chen was extremely excited. Compared with the previous several tons of thrust, this time it can be said to be. After checking the specific data, I found that the ion engine function this time is more powerful than the previous generation. The thrust of the first generation ion engine is only a few tons. After scaling up, it can support the use of rays and fighting falcons. But this ion engine can already send 40 tons of objects directly into the synchronous transfer orbit. Also limited by power, the first generation ion thruster can only reach a maximum height of 30,000 meters under the gravity of the blue star. However, In space, the gravity received is smaller, and the ground power can already be reached at this time. Leave the blue star with the satellite or spacecraft. This is why the previous Stingray needed to use a launch method like the Stars and Stripes space shuttle. But now this ion engine can actually send a 40-ton object from the ground directly to the height of a geostationary satellite. Chen feels that the 12,000 energy points are well spent. After obtaining the technology, Chen started his own research. With the help of Zero, the holographic simulation verification of the principles inside was carried out. After all simulations were verified, Chen asked Zero to make a scaled-down version of the thruster for physical verification. After scaling down, I looked at the propeller with a height of 2 meters and a radius of 1.5 meters in front of me and conducted a thrust experiment. After the final test run, the thrust of this verification model reached 10 tons, which is much better than the propeller currently used on the Ray. If you use the verification model in front of you and replace the ion engine of the Ray, the load capacity of the Ray can reach 50 tons. The ultimate flight speed reaches Mach 7. The cruising speed reaches Mach 3.4, and the ceiling reaches 50,000 meters. After understanding the principle and performance of this ion engine, he sent the data to Zero and asked him to arrange production. At the same time, we also watched the construction progress of the spacecraft. By the end of this month, the construction of parts other than the power system will be completed. According to Zero's calculations, the second-generation plasma engine, after being enlarged proportionally according to the size of the spacecraft, can send this 100-ton spacecraft into space. In order to send this 100-ton spacecraft into space, it is necessary to install 6 proportionally enlarged second-generation plasma thrusters. The thrust of a single engine reaches 50 tons. When added together, a spacecraft with a full load of 300 tons can be sent into space. Excluding the weight of the spacecraft itself, it can carry 180 tons of material. Chen called up the rough data of this spaceship. First-generation experimental spacecraft. Weight, 120 tons dead weight, 300 tons fully loaded. Volume, 60 meters long, 40 meters wide, 10 meters high. Looking at these rough data, Chen was very satisfied. If the technology of this spacecraft matures, Chen will position it as an interplanetary landing ship. The large space battleships in science fiction movies will not be built on Blue Star. Not to mention how much material is needed to build such a warship. It is a troublesome thing to send it to the sky after it is completed. So he plans to directly build a batch of such spaceships, then build a steel smelting base on the moon, and build a starport and battleship manufacturing plant in space. After retracting his divergent thoughts, Chen asked Ling how long it would take to complete the spacecraft. Zero said that the current technical reserves are complete, and the spacecraft and the second-generation ion engine are being built together. By the end of this month, the hull construction and ion engine installation can be completed. After debugging, it is expected to be ready for test flight on March 5th. Isn't that about the same time as launching the Ray? Yes, sir, but the Ray can be modified and the ion engine in front of you can be replaced with a scaled-down ion engine to increase the load capacity. In this way, both cabins can be launched at once, and our spacecraft can transport other supplies. Well, that's a good idea. If that's the case, then I'll do as you say. By the way, how's the production of War Falcons and Rays going lately? Sir, 10 Fighting Falcons and 20 Rays have been manufactured so far. There are 30 aircraft in total, which is not a lot. Let's suspend the production of these 2 aircraft and replace the current 30 aircraft with ion engines. After the replacement is completed, production will continue. After the production of 30 Fighting Falcons and 50 Rays, the production of these 2 aircraft will be suspended. After being able to fly out of the Blue Star, Chen planned to make a quick decision and get rid of the mutated ants first. According to Nano Core, the mutated spores on the ground will accelerate the evolution of the host after coming into contact with the sun. The current mutated ants and mice are already immune to some less powerful firearms. For future considerations, let's exterminate the mutated ants now. 0. Separate out the heavy firepower robots in the escort and name them T. 800, also known as Terminators, and then used 10 Terminators as a team, equipped with a fighting falcon and array to form 30 teams. After each team is formed, they carry detection equipment and go out to search for mutant ant nests. Once you find them, destroy them. Yes, sir, the manufacturing sequence has been adjusted. Chen felt that the Terminator in the movie was pretty good, but in the movie it was about ending human beings, but in his case, it was about ending mutant ants. To save trouble, Chen just used this name, hoping that he would not be asked for it by then. Royalties. Seeing that the arrangements were almost complete, Chen went to do other things first. Stars and Stripes Kingdom, after being stimulated by Dragon Kingdom, began to recruit troops in the sanctuary in order to start the moon landing plan as soon as possible. At the same time, the staff department is also formulating an encirclement and suppression plan. Because 70% of the volcanic ash has been cleared, and the progress has been gradually advanced to 80% in recent times. So we can already use part of our air power. The reason why those members of Congress are so eager to ask Mr. President to eliminate the rat infestation is because these members have their own private sanctuaries. Private shelters are definitely not as strong in defense as official shelters. So although the rat infestation has not spread to them, it still makes them sleepless and eating. Therefore, the congressmen gathered together and decided to ignore heavenly matters and take care of their own safety first. Besides, I still know a lot about the aerospace technology in my hands. If a large artificial celestial body like Elysium can be built in a short time, I will fully support it. But my family knows their own affairs, and the technology cannot achieve it, so I can only force it. After the Stars and Stripes Kingdom started conscription, the Dragon Kingdom also knew about it. When they learned that it was to encircle and suppress the rat infestation, the Dragon Kingdom also made the same move. Later, the Dragon Kingdom and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom came together and decided to contact Mao Xiong and the Western European Alliance directly. The four forces began to encircle and suppress the mutant beasts together. Longwood did not hide it, but selectively told the other three parties some information. When the other three parties learned that the fertility of the three races was locked, and they could not give birth to the next generation until there was a winner, everyone became serious. After discussions among the four countries, they decided to start the war at the end of this month. With the mobilization capabilities of the four countries, it is completely possible to arm 1 million troops within half a month. After making the decision, the leaders of the four countries began to go back to make preparations. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom directly opened up part of the laboratory's heritage and transformed it into military strength, powered exoskeletons, 6th-generation fighters, new generation main battle tanks, etc. Not to be outdone, Mao Xiong and Western Europe began to transform laboratory technologies to enhance their military strength. At the same time, they began to recruit veterans to expand their armies. The Dragon Kingdom, which was prepared for danger in times of peace, decided to continue to expand its army despite having already expanded its army, expanding the active army from 4 million to 6 million, and at the same time increasing the size of the reserve militia. After such a long period of 24-hour production, 8 million sets of powered exoskeleton equipment, 15 million electromagnetic guns, and many other equipment have been reserved. 100 of the most important air support aircraft were also built. The original J-20 and J-11B replaced the original Vector engines and chose the ion engine technology provided by Chen. Moreover, according to previous research on ion engines and the data provided by Chen this time, the latest ion engines have begun to manufacture test product for testing. If the data of Chen's 2nd-generation ion engine can be obtained for comparison, this improved ion engine can be regarded as the 1.5 generation level. This time, the 6 million active duty army will rotate among the 2 million veterans after they complete their recovery training. One unit will not be allowed to fight outside all the time. Defenses will be changed at intervals to prevent war syndrome. At this time, Yang Yu, who is far away from overseas, also got the opportunity to change defenses. After the comrades who came to change defenses arrived, he could start his journey home. Thinking of this, Yang Yu was very happy, and he was more serious and careful when he went on a mission. He couldn't be like a supporting actor in a movie, disappearing before he got home. On the 15th, at the airport next to the station, more than 10 Y-20s flew over, accompanied by 2 J-20 escorts. But Yang Yu felt strange when the tail flame ejected by the J-20 turned blue. After observing it for a while, he thought it should be the ion engine used on Chang'e 6. He had seen it on the news. At that time, Chang'e 6 ejected it also has blue tail flames. After the defense replacement troops arrived, a group of motorized infantry from interstellar science fiction walked out of the transport plane. Looking at the group of soldiers in front of him who were better equipped than himself, Yang Yu felt envious. Fortunately, I also got the news. This defense change was not only to let the soldiers relax, but also to change their equipment. Because Yang Yu and others have been stationed abroad for a long time and have rich combat experience, they also have a share in the new batch of latest models of exoskeleton armor. After completing the handover procedures, Yang Yu took the team members onto the transport plane and began to return to the country. On February 28th, after nearly 20 days of mobilization, except for the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, other countries, including the Dragon Kingdom, were ready. The special thing about the Stars and Stripes Kingdom is that the mutant ants there have been wiped out by the mutant rats. Between the Maple Leaf Country and the Stars and Stripes Country, the rats are expanding every day, and it is also beneficial to have their fertility locked up so as not to make the rats like leeks, cut off one crop after another, and never be wiped out. Because rats can burrow, it is difficult to eliminate rat swarms. However, researchers have used underground detection equipment and biological detectors to improve and developed a vehicle-mounted detector that specifically detects rat swarms, which can detect the gathering of large rat swarms. Land. Using this equipment, with divisions as combat units, we began to exterminate rat groups in the country. And the rats will not sit still and wait for death. When they feel that the humans on the ground are starting to take the initiative to attack, the rats also start to attack head-on. But the long siege made the rats forget about human weapons of mass destruction. Under the swarm bombardment of missiles, rocket launchers, and artillery, the rats suffered heavy casualties. Upon seeing this, the ruler of the rat group immediately adjusted his strategy. Instead of confronting humans head-on, he began to use his talent for burrowing to carry out sneak attacks. Faced with this situation, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom is not a vegetarian. After all members of the encirclement and suppression team are equipped with exoskeleton armor and the ground and walls of the shelter are reinforced, the rats can only hide and conduct sneak attacks in the wild. Because of the new alloy of the exoskeleton, the invincible claws are difficult to break through. At this time, the protection of Stars and Stripes is wearing a body armor on the inside and an exoskeleton on the outside. Therefore, the rats can at most attack the limbs, but relying on the support of the exoskeleton does not have a great impact on the movement. In the end, it was discovered that there were no more swarms of mutant rats in the country, and the ordinary teams began to be withdrawn to the base, while the outside world had elite teams to encircle and suppress the remaining rat swarms. The situation in Maple Leaf Country is somewhat similar to Stars and Stripes Country, but due to the gap in technology, the losses were a bit heavy. In the confrontation with the rats, many soldiers were scratched by the claws of the mutated rats because of the poor alloy material of the exoskeleton armor, even if they wore body armor inside. Some even died directly. However, the effect of the encirclement and suppression this time was very good. Under the encirclement and suppression by both parties, the mutant rats had to start the Great Migration. They passed the border between the two countries and came to the western coast. They headed along the western coast to the southern continent. After this siege, the number of rats has dropped sharply to 1 billion, which can be said to have been a heavy loss. The ruler of the rat swarm is prepared to wait until the rat swarm reaches the southern continent, lurk, and wait for the rat swarm to evolve to become more powerful before taking revenge. The elite team of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom also tracked the traces of the rats. After discovering that the rats entered the southern state, they began to ask their superiors whether to continue tracking. The members of Congress also breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there were no rats in the territory. They no longer had to worry about safety. After a while of discussion, it was decided to first establish a defense line at the junction of the north and south to prevent rat swarms. The next focus will be on the country. On this matter, the president and congressmen reached an agreement, that is, to restore domestic production capacity as soon as possible, strengthen armaments, develop space technology, and not fall behind the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom far in the east also received a report from intelligence personnel and learned that the Stars and Stripes Kingdom would not continue to exterminate the rats for the time being. So I don't expect the Stars and Stripes Kingdom to contribute in exterminating the mutated ants, but I can see the Stars and Stripes Kingdom's thoughts. Now that the northern continent is no longer threatened by mutated creatures and is in an absolutely safe situation, the nature of these businessmen has taken over again, and they are preparing to become a global arms supplier. It just so happens that this global encirclement and suppression operation requires a large amount of weapons and troops, so the Stars and Stripes are preparing to follow the example of World War I and World War II, becoming the largest arms dealer, and wait until the end. But the Stars and Stripes Kingdom missed one point. The Dragon Kingdom has now completely replaced the electromagnetic rifles. It has no place to put the previous gunpowder weapons. This move directly gave the Dragon Kingdom a good idea. Since you can sell it, I can also sell it. Western Europe is too far away and transportation is difficult, but the neighbors next to it are very close. After contacting Daxiong, I was also very interested in this deal. After several days of discussion, the two parties reached a deal, using some resources and several minerals in Central Asia as funds to purchase these gunpowder weapons, including a large number of rifles, machine guns, etc. After arming tens of millions of troops, this batch of individual weapons finally made up for the embarrassing situation of insufficient equipment reserves. The Dragon Kingdom sold all the eliminated gunpowder weapons in exchange for a large amount of resources and vacant warehouses. Both parties were happy. At the same time, we will increase the production of electromagnetic rifles, exoskeleton armor, and combat robots. The goal is to refill these strategic reserve warehouses. The Stars and Stripes in Western Europe have also reached an agreement. The Stars and Stripes will provide equipment assistance to Western Europe, and Western Europe will use mineral resources to pay. After the deal was concluded, I arrived at Daxiong's house and found out that I had reached an agreement with the Dragon Kingdom. So I had no choice but to return without success. After the Stars and Stripes Kingdom knew about it, they felt that the Dragon Kingdom was moving too fast, but now that the Dragon Kingdom's strength has improved a lot, they can't control it and can only let it go. However, because of the equipment provided by the Stars and Stripes Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom, Big Bear and Western Europe eliminated the mutant ants in their territory. What was left was to clean up the mutant ants in other places around the world. After early investigation by Dragon Kingdom, it was found that the place with the most mutant ants is on the African continent. Southeast Asia and Central and Western Asia have been basically cleaned up by Longua and Chen. What is left is the African continent and the mutated rats in southern Africa. After more than 20 days, the 30 teams formed by Chen have completed the settlement of Southeast Asia. Next, Chen set his sights on southern continent. After getting the news from the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, and taking advantage of the opportunity of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom to deal with its internal affairs, Chen planned to attack the southern continent. In the past few days, Chen also checked the mineral resources in the southern continent and found that there are many good things in this relatively transparent place. In addition to some basic minerals, there are also many rare earth resources. In addition, the copper mines in the southern states are still very famous around the world. I just heard about them before and never studied them carefully. I only know this now, but it's not too late. After spending a night planning some mining bases, on March 1st, except for the 5 remaining Terminator teams, the other 25 teams set off in their own vehicles with the remaining 20 rays. Looking at the departing team, Chen sighed in his heart. As long as the mining goes smoothly, he can build another spaceship in a month. Back at the shelter, Chen checked the progress of the first spaceship and found that the progress was much faster than expected. Judging from the progress, it will be completed in 2 days. Chen nodded and prepared to check back in 2 days. At the junction of 3 tribes and continents, inside a huge military camp, Western Europe and Big Bear have already stationed a large number of troops here, including 500,000 from Western Europe and 1 million from Big Bear. After cleaning up the mutant ants in other places, only the ones in Africa were left that had not yet attacked. At this time, as an advance force, Western Europe established a military base here. Today is the time when Big Bear's million-strong army arrives, and they have also contacted the Dragon Kingdom. Tonight, the Dragon Kingdom's advanced troops will arrive first, and an open space needs to be provided as a garrison location for the army. After discussion among the 3 parties, a port area was selected to dock warships and station ground troops. At this time, Commander Kolenev of Big Bear and Commander Ridian of Western Europe were waiting for the advanced troops of Dragon Kingdom at the already built airport. Soon, the sound of a large fleet of aircraft was heard in the distance. Through the telescope, I saw a group of aircraft with signal lights in the sky. Preliminary estimates showed that there were at least 100 transport aircraft. In addition to a large group of Jean 20s, the escort formation also had 20 strange-looking aircraft. At this time, the 2 people at the tower looked at so many planes in the sky and then looked at the small airport, wondering how they could park so many planes. Before the 2 of them could think of a solution, they saw at least 70 transport planes floating behind umbrella flowers. It turned out to be the airborne troops, and the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, only 30 planes needed to land. Looking at the dense umbrella flowers in the sky, it was initially estimated that they were nearly 3 infantry divisions in size. After the paratroopers landed, the 2 finally saw the Dragon Kingdom's equipment. The 2 of them took a deep breath. Is this the future? The motorized infantry are out. Looking at the soldiers wearing exoskeletons, holding electromagnetic guns in their hands, and carrying rocket launchers on their backs, and then looking at their own soldiers, it turns out that they're still very poor. The soldiers below began to gather, and the transport planes in the sky also began to land. After the transport plane landed, the soldiers pulled out a lot of base construction facilities from inside. The task of this group of teams is to open up military bases and lay a solid foundation for the troops behind them. At this time, other troops from the Dragon Kingdom are driving nuclear-powered trains along the Eurasian Railway. They will arrive in 2 days. This time, the Dragon Kingdom sent millions of troops like Big Bear. In addition, there were also modified fighter jets and bombers as support. The commander in the air saw such a small airport and knew that it had to continue to expand, so he ordered the soldiers to start expanding the airport. At this time, the Jean 20 hovering in the sky has returned with the transport plane, preparing for the next batch of transport missions. This was one of the 20 weird-looking aircraft that the 2 people at the tower had not left when they saw it. One of them broke away from the formation and flew towards them. Looking at the aircraft landing next to the tower, both of them were very envious. The technology of Long Country was developing too fast. Soon the 2 of them saw a team of combat robots and Dragon Kingdom soldiers walking out of the aircraft, escorting the commander Long Xie into the tower. Koronev said to Ridian, "The last one is here too. Let's go and greet him." Ridian nodded, and the 2 walked down to start this historic meeting. The 2 met the commander of Dragon Country, Long Xie, at the tower gate. "Mr. Long, welcome." "Mr. Ridian, Mr. Koronev, hello. This time, my country appointed me as the commander-in-chief of this operation. I have long heard of your great names. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Ha ha. For the future of mankind, we will definitely be able to eliminate these mutant ants by joining forces this time." The 3 chatted as they walked into the tower. Because this area is a barren land of ice and snow except for a simple airport, at present, only the airport tower could be used as a temporary office. Inside the tower, 3 commanders discussed the plan for the general attack. The first to speak was Ridian. "Gentlemen, although our troops are relatively small, because we're close to Europe, we're going to attack from the north of Africa to the southwest. We will also deploy nearly 1 million troops to attack the inland along the west coast of Africa. The remaining directions will be taken care of by the two of you. Looking at the offensive route and strategic deployment marked by Reedon, at the time, Kornev and Long Xie nodded. At this time, Long Xie also stated his strategic deployment. We are ready to cooperate with our Navy to attack inland from the southernmost tip and southern coastline of the entire continent. This time, our country will send 1 million troops, of which 800,000 will advance along the southern coast from our current position. The remaining 200,000 will cooperate with the Navy to attack from the southernmost part of the continent. After the two places meet, they will form a large network and attack inland like Mr. Reedon. Seeing that the two had made deployments, Kornev did not hide stepped forward and said, "Since the edge has been contracted by the two of you, then we will be responsible for attacking from the front and destroying the opponent's living forces." At this time, Long Xie said again, "Mr. Kornev, it will take some time for Reedon and I to encircle the enemy. So you need to show weakness to the enemy in the early stage to let these mutant ants relax their vigilance." According to the research of our researchers, although these mutant ants exist in the form of a colony, the queen ant in the ant nest has a high level of intelligence. After finding that they can't resist, they will directly choose to evacuate the current nest, and some will even submit to other queen ants. And among these mutant ants, the queen ants and male ants are their members, and the remaining soldier ants and worker ants are like the robots we made. As long as there are resources, they can be produced wirelessly. For this matter, Longwa forgot to tell the two allies. It happened that Long Ju came here this time and told them directly. I was wondering why there were too many mutant ants, and it was difficult to wipe them out. It turned out to be like this. After hearing this news, Reedon finally understood why these mutant ants were so difficult to clear out. In Europe, the Alliance also spent a huge price to complete the clearance within the country. It was also strange that there were too many mutant ants. I didn't expect this to be the case. So this time, only 500,000 troops came. After determining the three-party attack strategy, it was agreed to launch a general attack 9 days later, that is, on March 10th. The two left and began to prepare, and Long Ju also began to command the troops to build the site. 2 days later, 500,000 troops of Longhua arrived and began large-scale construction of the camp. The remaining 300,000 troops will arrive in 1 day. The 800,000-man army consists of 600,000 ground forces, 150,000 air forces, and 50,000 logistics construction forces. In order to solve the problem once and for all, the three parties also transported troops at all costs. In order to ensure the victory of this war, the three parties jointly put pressure on the United States to send troops to clean up the mutant rats that fled to the southern states. At least their number needs to be eliminated to less than 100 million. Faced with the three-party alliance, the United States had to agree and sent troops to start the cleanup. While the three parties in Africa were preparing, on March 8th, the United States also completed the scheduled mission. The remaining less than 100 million mutant rats hid deeper underground, making it impossible for the United States to detect their whereabouts. Looking at this situation, the three parties could only agree that the United States would withdraw its troops and sort out domestic affairs. Chen was not idle either. While the four big guys were fighting on the front line, Chen buried his head in his studies. On the evening of March 5th, he received a report from Zero that the spacecraft had been completed and could be tested. Chen came to the studio with an excited look on his face, looking at the projection of the spacecraft on the platform in front of him. Zero, are you ready? Sir, it's ready and can take off. Well, let's take off. After receiving the order, Ling controlled the construction base roof to open, and then the spacecraft started the engine and began to take off. 4 blue spots of light can be seen in the night sky at this time. They're the 4 engine jets of the spacecraft. After reaching the predetermined height, the 2 engines at the tail are turned on, and the 4 engines are sent to adjust the direction at the same time, cooperating with the tail engine to accelerate the spacecraft. Watching the spacecraft fly into the sky, Chen was also very excited. After a while, Ling received a report that the spacecraft successfully entered the low Earth orbit, and then gave the spacecraft an order to fly to the synchronous orbit. Because of the increase in altitude, the force required to escape the gravity of the blue planet is reduced, so the speed is faster this time. However, unlike the previous rocket launches, the rocket was large in size and noisy during launch. In addition, there were only 4 launch centers in Longwa. Therefore, by directly monitoring the corresponding locations, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom can know whether the Dragon Kingdom is launching launch vehicles at these 4 points. Because Liu Chen's launch location was different, none of the 4 countries discovered Liu Chen's test flight this time. Not much to say. After reaching synchronous orbit through the spacecraft system, we learned that 50% of the energy has been used, and the remaining energy can reach the moon. But the return energy is not enough. This time it was to test the performance of the spacecraft. So in space, the spacecraft system began to detect the internal radiation concentration and ceiling, including whether the gravitational force between the various structures of the spacecraft would affect the spacecraft, etc. After checking that there were no problems, the spacecraft began to sail towards Liu Chen's space station. This time, they brought 10 more construction robots to the space station. After unloading the cargo, the spacecraft continued its own experiments away from the space station. At this time, due to the size of the space station, from the outside it looked like the outer shell was covered with robots, which was strange. 2 days later, the spacecraft successfully returned to the manufacturing base in the early morning. When the spacecraft came to a stop, the hatch was opened, and the hens inside were still alive and well, unaffected. This shows that this spacecraft can complete the mission of manned astronauts. After letting Zero control the robot to kill a few chickens to celebrate, Liu Chen asked Zero to check whether there were any problems with the spacecraft and whether there was any change in the internal strength. A few hours later, after a whole chicken feast, Liu Chen wiped his greasy mouth and asked about Zero's test results. "Sir, no problems were found during this inspection. The internal frame has also been inspected for flaw detection. The metal interior is intact and no scratches were found. It can be said that this test flight was successful." Liu Chen drank tea while listening to Ling's report and finally said, "It seems that our technology is becoming more and more mature. This test flight was successful in 1 try. Now we will add a solar energy conversion device to this spacecraft and fly to it tomorrow. Look at the moon. In addition, some base modules are launched at the electromagnetic accelerator. After the rays in the sky accept them, they take the robot and fly to the moon to build a large permanent base there. Future spacecraft will not need to install solar energy devices. They can just replenish energy directly on the moon." After giving the instructions, Zero suddenly said, "Sir, the core expansion module will be launched tomorrow." "Yes, it's been such a long time, so let's talk to the other side. I won't go there tomorrow." After the launch, you will control the 2 Stingrays to alternately transport the base modules and complete the construction of the base as soon as possible. "Okay, sir." In addition, the Stars and Stripes troops in the southern states have begun to retreat, but some important minerals have been occupied. In this case, then look for some unoccupied mining areas far away from the opponent, rebuild the mining base, and strive to reserve more resources before being discovered. Sitting in the studio, drinking tea and removing oil, while looking at the holographic platform in front of him, Liu Chen felt that this was how to enjoy life. "It has been almost a year since the meteorite landed, and I've been busy all the time. The last voyage was intended to be relaxing, but unexpectedly, it turned into a journey of collecting supplies. Just like now, you can enjoy life when you have enough food, drink enough, and take it easy. By the way, how is the undersea base?" "Sir, since robots are joining in every day, the construction speed is much faster. The second phase of construction is almost completed. The seabed prospecting work has been very fruitful. Many manganese nodule areas were found on the seabed, as well as a lot of rare earths, nuclear fuel, etc. Mining robots have been mobilized to mine, and these minerals are loaded onto cargo ships through offshore lifting platforms and transported back to the smelting plant for processing. When the second phase of the seabed project is completed, it can be smelted directly on the seabed. After the smelting is completed, It will be loaded onto a cargo ship through a hoisting platform and transported back to the base near Shelter 1 for storage. Very good. We can build several more smelting bases on the seabed later to smelt nearby minerals. As the prospecting distance increases, there is no need to waste time on the road, and we don't lack those resources. For the subsequent smelting base, we can directly build third-generation nuclear reactors for power supply. Only with so much nuclear fuel can we be useful. The leader next to him recorded Lu Chen's words one by one, followed them carefully, and sent them to the robot below. After everything was said, Lu Chen finished the tea in his hand, got up and walked out of the studio, and went to take a nap. Just when Lu Chen's spaceship returned, the war in Africa was about to begin. After several days of deployment and rapid march, the encirclement of the entire continent has been successfully completed. In the Joint Command Center, commanders from the three parties are now watching this operation. After integrating the three-party staff teams, the specific operational details of the entire Legion were worked out. After the Western European Alliance reached another 500,000 troops, a total of 3 million troops were mobilized. Seeing that they were ready, the three people looked at each other and nodded to each other. Long Chia stood up, and I declare that this general attack has begun. All troops will act as planned, and the entire army will attack. Yes, Commander. As orders were issued one after another, the entire army began to move. Missiles soared into the sky, rockets covered them, artillery roared. Yang Yu was waiting on the front line at this moment. Hearing the movement from the rear, he turned around and found that all the heavy firepower from the rear had been poured in. After being bombed, all nearby mutant ants were alarmed. Through the transmission of pheromones, the surrounding queen ants began to unite and send troops together to attack humans. Yang Yu saw a lot of mutated ants starting to run out of the ground in front of him and shouted, "Get ready to fight." Everyone began to prepare for the battle. Yang Yu saw more and more ants in front of him, and it was so dark that he couldn't see beyond. Seeing this situation, Yang Yu immediately ordered, "Everyone, prepare the individual rocket nests for launch." Yes, all Dragon Kingdom soldiers present activated their rocket nests and linked data to each other through the microcomputers built into the armor. Yang Yu saw the targets marked by everyone through his goggles. According to the killing range of the rear rocket nest, the marked locations will be displayed in front of his eyes so that the killing effect can be maximized. After confirming that everyone had locked the target, Yang Yu yelled, "Everyone launch." Immediately, white smoke rose from the position, and then countless small rocket launchers flew out. The soldiers from Shio and Daxiong who were watching from the side were full of envy. The equipment of the Dragon Kingdom was so good that it made people drool. Originally, the three commanders wanted to be responsible for one area each, but considering that the individual weapons of Western Europe and Big Bear were not lethal enough, they made defense changes in some key locations. Some soldiers from the two countries were asked to carry heavy machine guns to assist, and some firepower from the Dragon Kingdom were transferred to these important areas to assist the defense of the two countries and prevent the mutant ants from breaking through. After a wave of rocket bombing by Yang Yu and others, they directly cleared the mutant ants in front. At this time, the aircraft at the rear had already taken off. This aircraft, manufactured based on the technology provided by Lu Chen, was named Zhan 22 as a long-range support weapon. The first wave of rockets and artillery strikes was to alert the snake and make all these ants come up. After all the ants come up, bombers will clear the ground, and then the infantry will finish. So at this time, hundreds of HSXS arrived at the frontline airport. Because of the explosion of technology, the new H-20 has been put into service. Therefore, in order to exert the final light, this battle will be the last large-scale battle of Honglu. After loading fuel and ammunition, the pilot gave a thumbs up to the ground crew. Tower, I am courier number 1. The goods are loaded and ready for delivery. Please give instructions." Tower received. Courier number 1 can take off. Good luck. The courier received it on the 1st. Start taking off. The leading H-6 began to taxi along the runway. After the 20 hours minus 6 seconds completed their formation in the air, They flew towards the front line. There are a total of 120 hours minus 6 seconds here, divided into 6 batches to support 6 front lines, while the airports and other areas are occupied by H-5s and other types of bombers. Even the newly commissioned Zhang 22 has begun to serve as a bomber because of its large load capacity. Yang Yu on the front line received news from the forward headquarters that a batch of bombers would soon bomb the ant colony in front, asking him to pay attention to the distance and not to be accidentally injured. So Yang Yu ordered everyone to kill the ants from a distance and avoid close contact, especially the soldiers from the 2 countries who came support, because their exoskeleton armor was too fragile and could not withstand the giant pincers of the mutated ants. After a while, I heard a buzzing sound. I looked up and saw a group of bombers flying over. Since ants do not have flying units, these bombers fly relatively low so that they can deliver bombs accurately. After crossing the position of Yang Yu and others, he flew towards the ant colony in front. After the bombers arrived above, they began to drop bombs. At this moment, many flying ants appeared in the ant colony, flying directly into the air and entangled with the bombers. After Yang Yu saw this situation, he was secretly worried. The distance was too far now. The weapons here could not reach it, and it was entangled with the bombers, making it impossible to provide support. Fortunately, the pilots were not vegetarians. The team commander immediately accelerated all the bombers into the air. After all, although ants are mutant creatures, they still rely on oxygen. After reaching high altitudes, there will definitely be an impact because of the thin oxygen. After all the bombers were raised, Yang Yu below could not see the specific situation and then immediately reported the situation to the forward command. After the forward headquarters learned about the situation, they also thought that they had underestimated the enemy and immediately asked the Zhang 22 from the forward airport to go to support. At the front line, after Yang Yu waited for a while, he received a message calling for help. Forward position, I am courier number 1. The aircraft engine is damaged and cannot fly. I have parachuted above the position and requested support from the forward position. Received. I am Yang Yu, the commander of the Sharp Knife Company in the forward position. Please report your location. Captain Yang Yu, I am currently over Area 9. I saw mutant ants flying over from a distance. Please support me. Copy that. Hold on. We'll set up an air defense network for you. Please try your best to land behind the position. Received. Thank you, Captain Yang. Yang Yu, who was promoted to company commander for his meritorious service in combat, immediately notified the soldiers in Area 9 to form an anti-air barrage between the mutant ants and his own side to protect the pilots who ejected and parachuted. After receiving the order, Zhang Hu, the platoon leader of Area 9, immediately ordered, everyone conduct barrage cover in the airspace ahead, use anti-aircraft firepower, and shoot down the mutant ants in the air. Yes, everyone began to adjust the power of the electromagnetic gun to extend the range. If you pay attention to the panel inside the soldier's armor at this time, you can see that as the soldier fires, the power displayed on it is declining rapidly. Finally, when most of the soldier's power dropped to 20%, the pilot finally landed successfully. After Zhang, who saw this situation, he reported to Yang Yu, report to the company commander, the pilot has successfully landed in Area 9. The personnel are not injured. Our unit's battery remaining is less than 20%, and the ammunition remaining is 10%, requesting to withdraw from the battle order, escorting the pilot back to the rear while replenishing energy and ammunition. I'm the company commander, Yang Yu. I agree to withdraw from the battle order. The reserve team will step up. Yes, the reserve team received it. After receiving the order, Zhang Hu led the team to the pilot and saluted. Comrade pilot, I am Zhang Hu, commander of the 2nd Platoon of the Sharp Knife Company, and I have been ordered to escort you back to the rear base. The pilot said thank you, saluted the entire platoon, and returned to the base with Zhang Hu and the others. On Yang Yu's side, the remaining bombers began to return, followed by swarms of mutant flying ants. Prepare air defense firepower. After reaching the air defense range, shoot down those flying ants for me. Yes, But before his anti-aircraft firepower could unleash its power, Zhan 22 from behind arrived. Looking at the Zhan 22 that resembled the aircraft in Skynet, Yang Yu also admired these are /U0026D personnel. Looking at the Zhan 22 showing off its power in the air and the flying ants falling down in droves, Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. There were really too many flying ants, and it was a bit overwhelming with just his own small amount of anti-aircraft firepower. Suddenly, Yang Yu saw green liquid masses appearing in the sky through the telescope. Seeing that it was getting closer and closer to him, he immediately put down the telescope and shouted to the back, "Everyone hide!" At this time, other people saw the green liquid mass in the air without using binoculars. Everyone ran towards the anti-gun holes in the position. Hiding in the shell-proof cave, Yang Yu also broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he dug the shell-proof cave according to normal procedures. Although he didn't know what it was, he wanted to hide for a while first. After a while, these green liquid balls hit the ground. With a sizzling sound, a big pit was seen on the ground, directly corroded by the green liquid. Yang Yu shuddered. Being shot to death on the battlefield was considered a good outcome. If he was hit by this liquid, he would probably be worse than dead. After waiting for a while and seeing that no liquid was falling, Yang Yu immediately called everyone to defend himself. At the same time, let a team of soldiers collect these liquid samples and send them to the rear. The Joint Command Center located in the rear area received reports from various places and found that the situation on the front line was very different from what it had expected. I thought that under the attack of powerful human firepower, the mutant ants could be quickly compressed into a small area. However, the flying ants that appeared one after another and the long-range firepower that could spray acid caused heavy losses to the human troops. Even the well-equipped Dragon Kingdom suffered a lot of casualties, but the situation was much better than the other two countries. Because the protection of the armor gives the soldiers enough time to react. Unless they are hit from the front, they will at most suffer extensive burns. When this happened, the Joint Command Center immediately suspended all operations and asked frontline soldiers to defend on the spot and secure their positions first. After receiving the report from the front, the Long Kingdom military headquarters immediately ordered a Zhan 22 to urgently transport acid samples to the biological laboratory for research. At the same time, let the front line find a way to capture a queen ant and send it to the rear for study. After the Joint Command Center received the order, Long Xie checked the elite soldiers from the three parties and began to form a team. The equipment of the team was provided by Long Gua. After looking at all the elite soldiers, Long Xie selected a group of people. There were a total of 12 people in this team from various countries. Long Xie is able to achieve his current position as the commander of a million-strong army and does not bring his own prejudices into his work. So this time the recovery team transferred 6 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, 3 from Daxion, and 3 from Western Europe. These 12 team members all need to return to the rear for retraining. Regarding combat literacy and physical fitness, Long Xie chooses the best. This time when he returns to the rear, he needs to be familiar with the latest equipment. In order to ensure that this mission can be completed smoothly, Longhua also spent a lot of money. The first is the exoskeleton armor of the team members, which uses the latest alloy, which has strong corrosion resistance, excellent rigidity, and flexibility. Then there is the external jet system, which can fly short distances and cross mountains and obstacles without any problem. The most important thing is the optical stealth system. When dealing with these powerful creatures without high technology, scientific researchers have also worked hard on the issue of concealment. The armor masks the body odor of the team members and also uses an optical invisibility system. With the current energy of the armor, it can maintain optical invisibility for 5 hours. However, due to the immaturity of the technology, you cannot move after turning on the invisibility, otherwise the picture will be distorted. Expose yourself. Regarding the order from his superiors to capture a queen ant alive, Long Xie's idea was to send a small team to find the queen's nest and then send heavy troops to attack. Just relying on a team of 12 people to capture the queen ant alive will undoubtedly lead to death. So the task of this team is to mark the location, and then the army will attack directly. Because ant colonies are concentrated on the continent of Africa, reconnaissance operations here are difficult and many personnel are sacrificed. That's why we put so much effort into this time. After all, it's not easy to cultivate an elite. The 4 people selected by Long with this time are Yang Yu, Chen, Shang Bing, and Lei Keming. Among them, Yang Yu, as a company-level commander who has been fighting mutant ants for a long time, has rich combat experience, while Lei Keming, as an expert in special operations, has also been transferred to the team. In addition to the 12 team members, there was also a captain. In the end, after a 3-way competition, Su Haifeng from the Dragon Kingdom won. As a commander from a southern kingdom of Sharp Sword, with extremely high combat qualities and military command capabilities, on March 11th, 12 team members came to a secret base in Central Asia. Led by 2 combat robots, 12 people came to the underground base. Looking at the underground base with a sense of science fiction inside, not only the other 2 countries, but also the 4 people from our own country were constantly amazed. After arriving at another laboratory, 12 people were taken to 12 rooms respectively. Each room has a staff member who provides instructions on how to use the equipment on site. However, there were 2 more people in Yang Yu and Chen Ji's room. One was Zhou Peng and the other was Zhou Shui. These 2 are brother and sister, twins with high IQs. They both majored in biology and have achieved very high attainments. After the disaster broke out, I was very interested in the mutant ants and spores that appeared. So the brother and sister conducted research together and finally invented a strengthening potion based on the method of strengthening ants with spores. However, the side effects are huge. In order to reduce these side effects, it was made into a non-permanent medicine. After use, the user's physical fitness can be improved 2 to 5 times according to the individual's physical constitution, lasting 1 to 3 days. What was originally an irreversible side effect has turned into a 4 to 5 day weakness period after the drug takes effect. Considering that Yang Yu and Chen Ji are both personnel who have not undergone high-intensity training, in order to ensure the success of this mission, they're prepared to use this medicine. After being informed of the consequences of use, the 2 still agreed to use it. In order to prevent accidents, this time the exoskeleton armor has a built-in automatic return system. After the user falls into an unconscious state, the armor will automatically return to the base with the personnel. In this way, even if there are casualties, it can be ensured that the remains of these heroes will not be damaged. After 3 days of emergency training at the base, 13 members set off. After riding a Zhan 22 with optical invisibility and arriving at the edge of the area controlled by mutant ants, 13 people got off the plane and started looking for the queen ant. Su Haifeng opened his personal terminal and found several possible locations marked above. After sending the map to everyone, he began to assign tasks. Yang Yu, Shang Bing, and I went to marking point number 1. Chen Ji, Norton, Lang, you go to marker point 2. Lei Keming, William, James, you go to marker 3. Andre, Ivan, you 2 go to area 4. The last area, number 5, is in charge of Nikolai and Yuri. Do you understand? I understand, Captain. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning on March 15th. Regardless of whether you're discovered or not, you must arrive at the evacuation point before 5 o'clock in the morning on March 17th. If you exceed the time, you can find a way to go back. It's the captain. Start adjusting the time now. After checking the time with the team members, everyone began to move towards their mission goals. Su Haifeng and others watched the other teams leave. They didn't know how many people would be able to return safely in 2 days. Regardless of their stance, these people are very good warriors, working together for the future of mankind. Yang Yu, Shang Bing, let's go. After greeting the 2 of them, Su Haifeng began to lurk towards target number 1. Along the way, I used motion detectors to constantly look for gaps in the ant patrol. After passing through layers of defense circles, I finally arrived near target number 1 a day later. Lie down on a hilltop far away from target number 1, look into the basin below, and take photos below through the high-definition camera that comes with the armor. Through the telescope, Su Haifeng saw nests standing in the basin below, and ants were constantly transporting food to these nests. After observing for a while, Su Haifeng finally felt that this place should be a food warehouse for mutant ants. It has bombing value, but not high. After marking the mark, Su Haifeng ordered the other two people to evacuate with him first. At 3 o'clock in the morning on March 17th, all teams returned safely, but they learned from other teams that the investigation was not ideal. The 5 marked points this time include 3 ant warehouses. One is an ant aphid farm, and the other is actually a larvae breeding base. Su Haifeng also fell into deep thought. It was impossible for the intelligence personnel to make such a big mistake. None of the 5 marking points were correct. He was probably deceived by the ants. According to Su Haifeng's speculation, these nests require careful observation to find that they have different functions, and the appearance is not much different from the previous queen ant nests. It seems that these ants are also constantly evolving. This mission was considered a failure. When he was about to return with his team members, Su Haifeng suddenly thought of it. He took out the map and observed it for a while, and found that the distances between the 5 nests were almost the same. It seems that this queen ant should be near these nests, and she is about the same distance away. Yuri, based on the locations of these 5 nests, calculate which line is about the same distance from these 5 nests. Yes, Captain. After Yuri's calculations, he found a straight line. On this straight line, the distance between each point and the 5 nests is the same. The distribution of these 5 points is also interesting. The 2 on the edge and the 1 in the middle are physical storage nests. One of the 2 middle ones is an aphid farm, and the other is a larvae breeding nest. Moreover, the distance between each nest is almost the same, so based on the distance between these 5 nests, a point is locked on this straight line. Su Haifeng felt that this point was probably where the queen ant was. After telling the team members about their guess, everyone thought it made sense, and finally decided to postpone the evacuation and conduct another investigation. After Su Haifeng reported to his superiors, although it was risky, he still agreed to the operation in order to study the speed and method of purification of these ants. After formulating a plan, 3 people stayed behind to guard the evacuation point, and the other 10 people went to the location to conduct reconnaissance. After a rapid march, we finally reached the target location at 10 p.m. on March 17th. Looking at the densely packed cave entrances in front of him, Su Haifeng felt that he had found the right one. After observing again, Su Haifeng used a night vision device to see the ants transporting the eggs one by one to the direction of the larvae breeding base. After determining the location, mark it and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, a group of worker ants came directly from a nearby hole. Upon discovering that there was a human invasion, all the ant tentacles started dancing crazily. Everyone, activate the armor at full power. Let's retreat. Pay attention to your own safety. At this time, no longer caring about hiding, everyone activated all the functions of the armor and began to escape. Command! Command! The recovery team has found the queen ant. The location has been marked in Area 3. Please act immediately. The queen has been alerted and may escape at any time. Command received it. Please stay away from other marked areas, and the recovery troops will arrive on the ground in 5 minutes. Don't be obsessed with fighting. Evacuate quickly, and the rest will not be our problem. At this time, 50 Zhan 22s were hovering here at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The armies of various countries inside have been prepared. Heavy weapons, such as tanks and armored vehicles, are operated by soldiers from other countries to provide heavy fire support. All formations descended to carry out fire coverage strikes, and the personnel in the cabin were prepared for airborne landings. The 50 Zhan 22s began to descend. The fuselage weapons arsenal opened and began to pour firepower downwards. Su Haifeng and others felt the bombing from behind and did not dare to stop for a moment. They finally broke away from the ant colony and returned to the evacuation point. After the Z-22 bombing over the ant queen, not many ants were able to stand up at the scene. At this time, the cabin door opened and airborne at an altitude of 3,000 meters. In addition to heavy equipment and parachutes, These airborne troops all carry disposable flight backpacks. When you're about to land, activate your flight pack and land safely. All the personnel quickly entered the nest before the other ants returned. And Jean 22 in the sky has been blocking the mutant ants coming to support in the air. After entering the nest, ants would attack from time to time, preventing the team members from entering the depths of the nest. Deep in the ant nest, the queen ant also feels the danger. For safety, on the one hand, she summons other ants to return to the defense. On the other hand, except for some of the defending ants, other ants need to come to the queen and carry her to evacuate. Spare nest. The soldiers also discovered this situation and thought that the queen ant inside was going to run away, so they could only let the combat robots go forward to hold her back and tear open a path. After chasing and chasing for a long time, they finally stopped the queen ant in the end. After killing all the ants around the queen ant, some people took out the tranquilizer guns they had developed from the previous queen ant and shot the queen ant directly. Looking at the staggering queen ant, she finally fell to the ground. The team members cheered and used a high-strength alloy net to drag the queen ant out. After reaching the entrance of the cave, the ants coming from a distance saw the queen ant being dragged out, and they became even more crazy. They began to rush over without any loss, but the strength gap was too big, so they could only watch. Watching the queen ant being pushed to the rear cabin of the plane with the queen ant quickly returned to the rear base under the escort of two other Jean 22s. The team members who completed the mission, with the support of tanks and armored vehicles and Jean 22s, began to break out of the human position. A day later, this group of recovery teams finally joined the guards at the front position. Long Xie was very happy when he saw the battle report in front. In recognition of this action, the members of Team 12 were promoted by one level, and all of them were collectively awarded the first-class merit. In the back, Zhou Peng and Zhou Shuai looked at the sleeping queen ant in front of them. Both of their eyes were shining, and the researchers next to them were horrified when they saw this look. This look can only those who are extremely evil will appear when studying special people. The researchers can only mourn for the queen ant. It fell into the hands of these two people. It went in intact and came out in pieces. Let the staff drag the queen ant into the laboratory. The brother and sister are already discussing how to dissect the queen ant. In the Joint Command Center, Long Xie discussed with the other two commanders and felt that such a stalemate was not a good thing. Since these ant air forces already have long-range firepower, they should follow the conventional war and destroy the living force bit by bit. After the order was issued, the battle on the front line started again. This time, the frontline commander has regarded these mutant ants as an evenly matched opponent. Ants began to display their own war style, no longer ordinary flat push. Soon, the ants also felt that the humans in front began to change their tactics. Facing thousands of years of tactics, they were no match at all, and the human side was not in a hurry to achieve success, and they took steady steps and advanced slowly. In this way, after the encirclement advanced more than 100 kilometers, the two sides entered a stalemate again. At this time, the ant side suffered huge losses in worker ants, which had begun to affect the normal resource collection. And the human side consumed a lot of ammunition, and the replenishment could not keep up with the consumption, so they could only suspend the attack. Both sides entered a state of rest and recuperation, and the three countries also stepped up the mobilization of war supplies. Just when the war in Africa was booming, Lu Chen's mining base in the southern state was put into production. Since these mutated mice were hiding deep underground, no trace of these mice was found at first. But when Lu Chen found out about it, he felt that there were now less than 100 million rats. It should be possible to take your time and wear them away bit by bit. After making up his mind, Lu Chen made a batch of fighting falcons and terminators and sent them to the southern state. He also modified the six-legged robots with weapons, removed one leg, added ammunition boxes, and added battery packs. Because the six-legged robot is easy to manufacture and consumes very little material, Lu Chen plans to build 10,000 of them first. In this way, in the southern part of the southern state far away from the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. Chen used this as a starting point to conduct detailed exploration of the underground. Whenever he found a rat nest, he would eliminate it. Finally, in order to keep distance from the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, the advance was stopped 1,500 kilometers away from the southernmost mine of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. At this time, the total number of mutant rats was only a little over 10 million. Compared with the original number of tens of billions, they were basically annihilated. But the current situation is that Chen has suspended the eradication of rats in order not to be discovered, so the rats also have a place to breathe. Deep underground, the leader of the rat pack looked at the few rats left and felt very sad. After thinking for a long time, he felt that for the survival of the rat pack, he had to withdraw from this race hegemony. Although wisdom will be suppressed after withdrawing, it is still better than annihilation. As long as it can continue to reproduce, there is still a chance to win in future civilization screenings. Just after the leader made the decision, the screening law also sensed it. After the decision was made, the restrictions on the reproduction of the rat group were released. At the same time, the rats' thinking was also suppressed and returned to their previous IQ. At this moment, Chen's nanocore also captured the fluctuations of the law and directly informed Chen. After Chen received the news, he also regretted it. Because it was the rats themselves who gave up the fight for hegemony. The civilizational evolution bonus this time was equally divided between humans and ants. The most intuitive result is that the evolution speed of ants is further accelerated. The original flying ants could fly up to an altitude of 5,000 meters, but they could not continue to rise because of the thin oxygen. Considering the oxygen problem and the fact that the sun has returned to the Earth, this evolution has further reduced the ant colony's dependence on oxygen. Relying on the symbiotic spores in the body, it absorbs high-energy particles in sunlight and dark energy in space to provide energy for body activities. This allows flying ants to reach an altitude of 10,000 meters. The long-range acid spray, named spray ant, has a farther distance and is more corrosive. This resulted in many places on the front line being attacked and still avoiding according to the original pattern. This resulted in many people being unable to react and being affected by the acid. The heavy losses on the front line prompted the Joint Command Center to order the troops to retreat 30 kilometers and wait for follow-up orders. At the same time, after receiving the bonus, a small-scale technological explosion also occurred on the human side. As the Stars and Stripes Kingdom is busy resuming domestic production, some experiments have come to a standstill, which gives the Dragon Kingdom a chance to catch up. At the Chip Research Institute, Chao Yuan is leading his people to study the latest carbon nanochips. He has been stuck on how to correctly place carbon nanotubes. When doing experiments today, Chao Yuanru quickly broke through this obstacle with divine help, and also completed the 28 nanometer process carbon nanochip. After slapping himself, Chao Yuan was sure it was not a dream. Chao Yuan jumped up happily. After getting excited, I quickly took out the chip and conducted a performance test. The final test results show that the performance of this 28 nanometers process chip is comparable to that of a 7 nanometers process silicon chip, and its stability and anti-interference ability are better than that of a 28 nanometer silicon chip. The same thing happens in every corner of the world. In Anhui Province, the East experimental device successfully achieved continuous operation for 1 hour. Zhou Peng and Zhou Shui's human body enhancer has also made great progress. The two successfully synthesized a substance from the spores. After this substance is added to the enhancer, it can permanently increase the human body's quality by 1 to 2 times, with side effects. It means that the height will increase, which will probably bring the average height of the Dragon Kingdom to 2 meters. Moreover, it was found through simulation that this is an enhancement that occurs at the genetic level, so this enhancement can be passed on to the next generation. In addition, the most important thing is that it can extend human lifespan. Preliminary estimates can extend lifespan to 300 years. But the last one was reported as top secret information. In the central government, The Ministry of Security is also surprised by the situation that can break out across the country. After a comprehensive analysis, it was guessed that one of the ethnic groups was eliminated. This is what his subordinates came to report. Chang Jian took it and saw that it was the message sent by the mysterious person last time. It said that because one party voluntarily quit the competition, the remaining two parties would receive the civilization evolution bonus. However, because most of the rats were eliminated by humans, the civilization bonus effect will be stronger for humans. Looking at this information, Chang Jian understood that this is the principle of the strong always becoming stronger. When Chang Jian reported this information, it was also sent to the Forward Joint Command Center. After discussing with Daxiong and Shio, we decided to strike first and suppress the development of the ant colony. At the forward position, Yang Yu has returned to the team. After being commended for his meritorious service in combat, Yang Yu was appointed as the commander of the 1st Regiment of the 386th Brigade. He is still responsible for the previous defense area. The subsequent replenishment of troops will arrive in one day. One day later, Yang Yu replenished his own establishment and just received the order for the general attack. At the same time, the three kingdoms also began to send a large number of troops to the front line, and at the same time put pressure on the Stars and Stripes Kingdom to send troops to participate in the war. Otherwise, the defense is likely to fail and the mutant ants will accidentally run into the northern states. Under pressure, the Stars and Stripes transported troops to the western coast of Africa through the Atlantic Ocean to take over the defense line in Western Europe. In this way, there is a country participating in the defense in the 4 directions of the entire African continent, southeast, northwest, and the total existing military strength has reached 8 million. Under the attack of the 4 countries, the mutant ants were retreating steadily and were soon compressed in a place with a radius of less than 1,000 kilometers. Soon, the final battle began. After struggling for a period of time, most of the mutant ant colonies were finally eliminated on March 25th. The screening program detected that the number of ant groups had dropped to the extreme, determined that the struggle for hegemony had failed, and determined that humans were the winners. It activated the ants' thinking suppression rules. After humans cleaned up the mutated ants in Africa, the 4 countries finally joined forces. After the war, the Star-Spangled Kingdom and Western Europe formed an alliance, while the Dragon Kingdom and the Big Bear united. After a period of confrontation, everyone was at a stalemate. In the end, Stars and Stripes took the lead in compromising due to domestic matters. The African continent was divided into 4 equal parts. Western Europe, the Big Bear, and the Dragon Kingdom got 90%, while the Stars and Stripes Kingdom only got 10%, because the preliminary work was completed by the 3 countries and had nothing to do with the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. After the 4 parties signed the agreement, the struggle came to an end. Countries began to work hard to resume production and develop science and technology. The reward for the winner this time is very impressive. The Oriental Super Ring in Anhui Province finally achieved Q equals 1. Hearing the news, the commander-in-chief laughed. Now no one could stop Longhua from flying into space. Chen also breathed a sigh of relief after knowing that the war was over. Now there were no racial worries, and he could develop technology with peace of mind. Speaking of which, the sun has been out for so many days, and I didn't even think of building a nanocore energy collection equipment. Chen opened the nanocore and found the only blueprint that came with it. After checking it, he found that a set of such equipment inside requires 100 points of energy. After collecting 10 points of energy every day, it will enter a cooling state. After analyzing the contents of the drawings, Chen found that the most important thing was the energy converter inside. With the current Earth technology, this kind of energy converter cannot be manufactured and can only be made through nanocores. One requires 10 energy points. After giving the drawings to Zero, he asked Zero to make these other equipment. It was already March 27th. At 11 o'clock at noon, he already had 14,200 energy points. Chen directly drew out 10,000 energy points and created thousands of converters were handed over to Zero, who was responsible for production and assembly. Just after Chen created the core, the nano core directly gave Chen a reminder. Solar energy is detected. Condition 1 is met. It is detected that the energy conversion core has been manufactured. Condition 2 is met. Tip: when both conditions are met, the built-in energy collection device of the nanocore will no longer provide output, and the collected energy is only for its own use. Looking at this prompt, Chen's head turned black and he thought, I'll be weaned when I can be self-reliant, right? However, after complaining for a while, Chen didn't care too much. After 1,000 energy collection devices are built, he will have an income of 10,000 points a day. He will no longer look down on the income of a few hundred yuan a day. Looking at the remaining 4,000 points of energy, Chen did not keep any. He directly input the supercomputing technology data that Zero built himself based on the technology provided by Longhua into the nano core, invested all the energy in it, and chose to deduce the next generation supercomputer. Seeing the empty energy in the nano core, Chen was a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Zero told him that on April 1st, all the energy collection devices can be built. By then, the energy collection will be 10,000 points a day, which is 30 points a month. 10,000 points, enough for your own use. After arranging this matter, Chen asked about the spaceship again. Sir, after this period of testing, it has been determined that the spacecraft is reliable and can be mass-produced as a model. A production area and a planning area have been built on the permanent base on the moon, and subsequent living areas are also under construction. Expected to be completed in 10 days. Very good. As expected, the artificial intelligence is reliable. I'll keep an eye on the rest. I'm going to take a nap first. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Since defeating the ant colony and dividing the fruits of victory, the world has fallen into a state of calm, each focusing on development. On the morning of April 1st, after several days of emergency production, 1,000 energy harvesting devices were finally manufactured. Arriving at a reserved wasteland next to shelter number 1, Chen saw Zero directing the robot to install the device here. These devices are 3 meters high. The top is like an inverted umbrella, with a long and thick cylindrical support in the middle and a thick disc at the bottom. Through understanding, Chen learned that these collection devices, when illuminated by the sun, will absorb special particles in the sunlight and convert them into energy used by the nanocore. Through high-dimensional energy channels, the nanocore has established links with these built energy harvesting devices, which can directly transmit the collected energy to the nanocore. In this way, you only need to build this energy harvesting device and install it where there is sunlight. At the same time, this energy harvesting device also gave Chen a lot of new technologies. The first is the umbrella-mounted solar particle collector on the top. The solar energy collection coating on it is very high-end. If it is produced exactly according to the drawings, the resulting coating will only absorb special particles. But when Chen modified the relevant ratio of the coating, he directly obtained a highly efficient coating that absorbs solar energy, with a photoelectric conversion efficiency of 90%. However, the cost of this kind of coating is very high, and the yield of many materials is very low. Some have low reserves, and some are difficult to synthesize. However, after lowering some requirements and using some common materials with high output, mass production was successfully achieved. After producing a batch, Chen tested the performance and found that after using ordinary materials instead, the photoelectric conversion efficiency could reach 60%, which was enough to meet the requirements. Since the base Chen plans to build on the moon is an all-electric base, and there are no people on the moon, a large solar power generation area can be established to power all electrical equipment. Seeing that the energy collection area in front of him had been completed, Chen opened the nano core and saw that the numbers in the energy display column were rising. This kind of collection device provides 10 points of energy a day because the efficiency of converting particles is so fast. Its special umbrella structure can effectively absorb and preserve special particles in sunlight. After absorbing particles, the daily conversion efficiency is 10 points of energy. If there are excess particles, They will be stored and will continue to convert particles even in the absence of sunlight. So these 1,000 converters provide 10,000 energy points a day and at least 300,000 energy points a month. As technology becomes more and more advanced, more and more energy will be needed to deduce new technologies. Not to mention anything else. With the current spacecraft technology, if you want to make a significant improvement, you need to start with at least 100,000 points of energy. The current spacecraft is actually a mixture of existing technologies, and many systems are not integrated together. This flight to space is to verify the feasibility of these technologies. After returning to the shelter, he also asked Zero whether the final mass production of the spacecraft was confirmed. Sir, after 1 month of testing, the corresponding technical adjustments have been completed. At present, the relevant production lines have been established. As long as the supply of raw materials is guaranteed, 2 spacecrafts can be produced per month. In addition, the naming of the spacecraft model still needs to be decided by Mr. In this case, let's position it as a Continental-class cargo spacecraft and send me the confirmed data for a look. Continental-class cargo spacecraft. Length, 70 meters. Width, 35 meters. Height, 12 meters. Empty weight, 150 tons. Load capacity, 300 tons. Engine, 8-shot ion engine. Looking at this data, Chen felt that he could build a permanent large-scale base on the moon first. Coupled with the newly developed solar power generation equipment, it is completely possible to use the moon base as a springboard to travel to other planets. How's our space station doing? Sir, based on the continuous launch of materials during this period, a kiloton-level space station has been established in a synchronous orbit in space. The space station has fully equipped living modules, large energy modules, micro-airports, laboratory modules, and other infrastructure that have been constructed and spliced. In addition, a ray production line has been built to produce rays for transportation of goods and personnel between the space station and the lunar base. In addition, Longwa recently built a similar acceleration device based on our electromagnetic acceleration device for the transportation of basic materials. So now the construction speed of Dragon Kingdom's Tiangong 2 space station is also accelerating. At the same time, we also used similar methods to transport these basic materials to the moon through the Zhan 22 launched. This results in Dragon Kingdom's moon base being much faster than us. The Dragon Kingdom's lunar base and ours are built on both sides of the moon, so that both of us can have sufficient space to develop our bases. Well, in this case, we can't call it a space station in the future. This is almost the same as a small airport. Zero, this will be named Venus Airport from now on. By the way, how about the moon base? Okay, sir, the relevant records have been modified. The outer shell construction of the lunar base has been completed, covering an area of 15,000 square meters. The internal planning includes a metal smelting center, a helium-3 extraction center, a Continental-class cargo spacecraft manufacturing center, a space laboratory, a living area, an animal and plant production area, an energy center, a spacecraft docking station, and other buildings. Since only the shell manufacturing in most places has been completed, there are still very few equipments in other areas, and production capacity cannot be formed. So currently, only the spacecraft, docking station, living area, laboratory, and energy center have been completed. Other areas cannot build due to lack of equipment. So the prototype of the only Continental-class cargo spacecraft has been traveling between Blue Star and Venus Airport, responsible for transporting precision equipment to the moon by manta ray. Didn't you say that lunar soil cannot be planted without organic matter? How are you going to solve it? Sir, since the main components of lunar soil are a variety of minerals and cementitious glass, they do not contain organic components and water molecules. Therefore, even if organic matter is mixed together, it will not grow due to the lack of trace elements. Therefore, the planned animal and plant production base uses soilless cultivation, and in a later stage, we plan to mine the Blue Star soil and send it to the moon, establish a complete planting cycle, and gradually transform the composition of the lunar soil. Chen nodded. Although it was a pity, at least he could plant things now. After determining his current development progress, Chen began to make a new plan. 0. After the current prototype comes back, it will transport a batch of the latest solar power generation equipment to the moon to complete sufficient power supply as soon as possible. After 2 cargo spaceships are built, they will carry a large amount of supplies and build a kiloton-level airport over the moon, then install engines and fly to Mars. We need to make arrangements on Mars in advance. Okay, sir, it has been recorded. The expected completion time of the airport is 6 months. What's the latest international news recently? Sir, according to the latest information collected, the Oriental Super Ring located in Longwuan Province has achieved stable operation. Although there is no output, the electricity generated can already meet the electricity demand of the entire system. In addition, many foreign battery research institutions have released the latest batteries. According to the data they provided, the battery's power storage performance is equivalent to our first-generation batteries. Although soldiers from other countries also used electric-driven protective suits when fighting in Africa, the cost of batteries is high. This time, they found many alternative structures and developed a battery that can be mass-produced, but the charging speed cannot be compared with a first-generation battery. There is also chip technology. China has completed the transformation of the production line of 14-nanometer carbon nanochips and has begun small batch production. And foreign countries have completed the mass production technology of 3-nanometer silicon-based chips. There are some other technological breakthroughs. It seems that the civilization bonus this time has been revealed. Many technologies that are only just a step away have achieved breakthroughs. We will see when other technologies can complete the breakthroughs later. However, there are still many countries on Blue Star. Repeated research and development will undoubtedly consume this civilization bonus. It seems that we have to find a way to get the Dragon Kingdom out of the solar system as soon as possible. By then, the Dragon Kingdom will be the only one, so that all the civilization bonuses will be lost, falling on the head of the Dragon Kingdom. After setting the goal, Chen became full of energy and prepared to do something big. Sir, Li Yunpeng is calling. Just when Chen was about to do research, he received a call from Li Yunpeng. Put it through. Hello, Academician Liu. Hello. Team Leader Li. What's the matter with calling me this time? Academician Liu is really quick to talk, so I won't beat around the bush. Recently, we have developed the first-generation human body enhancer, which can strengthen the human body 3 to 4 times and can extend the human lifespan to 500 years. I don't know. Academician Liu is not interested. Hearing this, Chen was also shocked by Longwu's scientific research strength. I didn't have an intuitive feeling before, but just now, the Oriental Super Ring is running stably, a human body enhancer, and it also increases lifespan. Apart from anything else, these 2 projects alone can mobilize at least tens of millions of people to build the entire industry chain. Everyone desires immortality, so Chen immediately agreed to this proposal. I don't know what to say about this potion. Academician Liu, since you're not in our scientific research system, we cannot provide it to you for free. We need to use resource exchange. It can be various high-energy materials, super alloys, or technical information. Based on Academician Liu's previous contributions, it can be there as redemption authority for 10 pieces. That's great. I'll redeem all 10 of them. How about 100 tons of pure titanium? Okay, then Mr. Liu will prepare the materials and come to the capital of Dragon Kingdom to conduct the transaction. I am here waiting for Academician Liu to come. After the 2 hung up the phone, Chen was ready to trade supplies. The next day, Chen, who had already prepared 100 tons of pure titanium, set out with 5 rays. Along the way, Chen sat inside the Stingray and looked at the sea below. As the volcanic ash dissipates and the sun shines again, the ice mass from the coast to the depths of the ocean has decreased a lot. On the sea where there were originally no ships, Chen also saw some warships dropping cylinders into the sea one after another. By zooming in, Chen saw the words algae cultivation written on it. This should be an effort made by Dragon Kingdom to restore the nearby marine ecology. By releasing a large amount of algae, we can quickly restore the scale of marine algae increase the oxygen concentration again, and restore the previous oxygen content. After a while, the flight formation arrived on land and received a call from the nearby Air Force. Academician Liu, our two fighter planes, Fox Hunter 1 and Fox Hunter 2, have been ordered to escort. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, let Zero cooperate with the escort operations of the two fighters. Looking at the scene of the land below, because the solar system is in a dense particle area, the light intensity is reduced by more than half. Therefore, the current surface temperature is very low. Although the volcanic ash has been cleared away, when the sun shines, the ground temperature is only about minus 30 degrees. At night, the temperature can reach about minus 50 degrees. Although it has risen by more than 10 degrees compared to before, it is still not suitable for survival in the outside world. In the ice and snow, Chen saw a huge convoy. It looked like the entire shelter was moving. Finally, I saw the team entering a very large base. Chen understood that it should be a large-scale above-ground shelter newly built by the government, which could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. The original shelter capacity was limited only tens of thousands of people. Therefore, after this relocation, the original shelter will be used as a production and manufacturing base, while the new shelter will be used as a general gathering place. Chen also learned from Li Yunpeng that in order to solve the problem of accommodation environment, the original urban area will be renovated. Through urban central heating, the abandoned city can be reactivated. According to official data, people who originally own a house need to choose a property as a residential property. This property is heated for free. If there is an extra property, you need to pay heating fees. For any excess space, you need to pay 1,000 credits for pipe laying and 100 credits for heating per month. Then for those unoccupied houses, the official will count the number of households as a unit and allocate houses to those without houses. They have the right to live in, but not the right to trade. Children can inherit the house. This disaster made the official realize the importance of science and technology. So in order for civilization to go further, the official began to adjust the national strategy. The first is to solve the basic needs, then improve the treatment of scientific researchers, promote scientific knowledge in society, and adjust the direction of public opinion. At the same time, more attention is paid to the physical and mental health of miners and the establishment of values. Thinking of these, time passed slowly. When he was approaching the capital, Chen saw many people planting saplings around him. Plants can be grown in this environment, and they're probably the latest researched cold-resistant plants. Sir, we will reach our destination in 2 minutes. After hearing Zero's prompt, Chen withdrew his gaze, put on his armor, and prepared to land. 2 minutes later, Chen landed at the renovated international airport. After getting off the plane, he saw Li Yunpeng coming over. Welcome Academician Liu to the capital. We have prepared a place for you to stay. Then thank you, Team Leader Li. Chen followed Li Yunpeng out of the airport, and the goods on several stingrays have been handed over to Li Yunpeng's people for transportation. Chen was not afraid of taking away his supplies and not giving him medicine. After putting away his luggage in the arranged accommodation area, Li Yunpeng found Chen and asked him to wait, saying that the commander-in-chief wanted to see him. When Chen heard this, he was very excited. For the leader of the republic, Chen respected him very much and felt that he was very great. I am very excited to see my idol at this moment. After waiting for a while, Chen saw the commander-in-chief. Compared with the one on TV, this great man looked much younger. Chen guessed that it was due to the enhanced potion. After a conversation, the commander-in-chief praised Chen for his contribution to the disaster and affirmed Chen's patriotism. At the end, when the commander-in-chief left, he left a message for Chen. I hope you will not forget your original intention and keep working hard in the future. After the commander-in-chief left, Chen rested for a few more days. On April 5th, Li Yunpeng took Chen to the Institute of Biology. After knowing that this person was the person who provided electromagnetic gun, battery, and ion engine technology, Zhou Peng and Zhou Shui regarded Chen as the same kind of person, and the way Zhou Shuo looked at Lu Chen made him a little scared. Shivering slightly, Li Yunpeng next to him said, "This is Academician Lu. Many technologies were provided to us by Academician Lu. Although there is this exchange process, compared with these technologies, what we have paid is not much. It's nothing. Therefore, the superiors attach great importance to Academician Lu, and hope that Academician Lu can be strengthened with enhancers, extend his life, and better benefit mankind." Zhou Peng also nodded. It is difficult for geniuses to be born, so every genius is a very precious asset, no matter what aspect of genius. Under the leadership of Zhou Peng, Lu Chen came to a training cabin. After lying in it under Zhou Peng's guidance, he gradually felt sleepy as the liquid poured in, and fell asleep like this. On Zhou Peng's side, seeing that everything was ready, he started strengthening. Strengthening for ordinary people is just an injection and timely nutritional supplements. As time goes by, depending on the individual's physical constitution, the overall quality can be increased to about 4 times at most, and the lifespan can be extended to 500 years, with at least 3 times the quality and 300 years of life. Lu Chen's version is equivalent to a luxury version, which can strengthen the human body to 7 times and have a lifespan of 800 years. This is a unique treatment for researchers like Lu Chen. The rest of the people, including the military, use ordinary injection methods. In this way, a culture of advocating science and loving inventions can be formed in society. Not much to say. After the strengthening medicine entered Lu Chen's body, it was detected by the nano core. After determining that it was harmless to the human body and even beneficial, it began to guide the medicine and nutrients to repair the heart, and the nano core began to separate from Lu Chen's heart little by little, gradually forming a multi-dimensional space next to the heart. Through the instrument, no abnormalities could be detected around the heart at all, but if Lu Chen could be disemboweled, he could see a black spot next to the heart. Inside this black spot, there is this huge space in which a white ball about the same size as the moon is quietly suspended in the air. This is the body of the nanocore, but its external appearance is a small black spot. Outside, after completing the repair of the heart, the nanocore began to guide the remaining medicine and nutrient solution to strengthen Lu Chen's body. At the same time, it guided 10,000 points of energy from the energy collected in the past few days to cooperate with the strengthening. In the outside world, Zhou Peng saw that Lu Chen had completed his transformation and was about to close the enhancement program and wake up Lu Chen. The program suddenly issued an alarm, showing that Lu Chen was now in a state of malnutrition. Zhou Peng was startled and checked. He was indeed malnourished. He didn't bother to check the cause and quickly continued to inject nutrient solution. After injecting 10 servings of nutrient solution, it finally showed that Lu Chen was in normal condition. After repeatedly confirming that there was no problem, Zhou Peng woke up Lu Chen, and Lu Chen felt that he was very energetic after a good sleep. He felt that his brain had become much more alert. After leaving the cabin, he took the clothes handed over by Zhou Peng and tore them into pieces without even using any force. Looking at the rags in the air, Lu Chen looked at Zhou Peng awkwardly. Zhou Peng said with a smile, "It's okay. This situation has been anticipated for a long time. We have prepared a lot." Taking the clothes handed over again, Lu Chen put them on carefully this time. After testing, it was determined that the effect of this enhancement was very good and exceeded the theoretical upper limit. At this time, Lu Chen's physical fitness was 10 times that of ordinary people, and his lifespan had reached 1,000 years. Zhou Peng was also confused about this. He didn't know why this happened. In the end, he could only think that Lu Chen was an exception. After all, Lu Chen had invented so many things, and his IQ must be different from ordinary people. However, Zhou Shuo on the side was very excited when she found out. She felt that with such a physique that was different from ordinary people, she would definitely be able to study a lot of things. "I really want to dissect it and see." Zhou Shuo shouted frantically in her heart. Lu Chen looked at the girl next to Zhou Peng, her eyes shining at him, and felt a little uncomfortable. After chatting casually with Zhou Peng for a while, he left with Li Yunpeng. On the way, Li Yunpeng looked at Lu Chen and said, "Academician Lu, I think you can stay away from Zhou Xuan in the future. She only cares about research. I'm afraid that if you stay with her for a long time, you may be sectioned one day." Looking at Li Yunpeng, who looked troubled, Lu Chen said that he had not lived enough and would stay away from her. In the next few days, Lu Chen stayed at the base for adaptive training to regain control of his body. During the break, Lu Chen also discovered the changes in the nanocore. After checking the logs, he finally knew why the strengthening effect was so good. Looking at the loss of 10,000 points of energy, Lu Chen didn't know whether he thought it was worth it or not. But in the end, Lu Chen felt that a strong body was still very important. However, Lu Chen was still very happy about one thing. During the strengthening process, the nanocore also detected the ingredients in the potion. In this way, as long as the corresponding equipment is established, the production of relevant pharmaceuticals can be completed. This made Lu Chen feel a little guilty. After staying for a few days to control his body, he quickly completed the transaction on the grounds that no one was feeding the dog at home. Finally, he walked up to the Ray with a large freezer, and after bidding farewell to Li Yunpeng, Lu Chen asked Ling to take off and go home. When Lu Chen returned with 9 potions, reinforcements were also being carried out in the Dragon Kingdom. Under the current situation of low production, after more than 10 days of emergency production, all scientific researchers have been strengthened. Many important national treasure-level scientists are already very old, and in order for these scientists to live longer, the country uses the same strengthening method as Lu Chen. When Lu Chen returned, all these national treasure-level scientists had been strengthened. The lowest lifespan had reached 700 years, and the highest lifespan had reached 850 years. In the next few days, all important scientific researchers were strengthened. At the same time, in order to avoid being taken advantage of by some interested people, the strength of these scientific researchers was investigated and some bad apples were directly expelled. At the same time, after these national treasure-level experts in various fields regained their youthful bodies, they began to shine again in various fields. And just when Lu Chen returned to Sanctuary No. 1, Longhua also completed the strengthening of all national scientific research teams, and the average lifespan reached 800 years. In the capital shelter, the commander-in-chief is looking at recent domestic reports. The report shows that after all scientific research teams have used enhanced drugs, the guards responsible for protecting scientific researchers have also been injected with drugs. The next step is to prepare for injections of senior leaders and the military to strengthen national defense. At the same time, Zhou Peng and Zhou Shui have submitted a report on the feasibility of human brain enhancement program based on the increase in intelligence of mutant mice and mutant ants. According to the report, experimental drugs that can increase animal IQ have been developed. The next step requires human experimentation, so it requires approval from superiors to select a group of heinous criminals as the first batch of test subjects. For this proposal, the commander-in-chief directly agreed. After all, it is still very cost-effective to exchange a few scum for the development of the entire Dragon Kingdom. The commander-in-chief then looked down. The losses in this war have been calculated. Due to the accelerated evolution of mutant ants in the later period, the frontline troops were caught off guard. According to post-war statistics, the number of victims reached 100,000 and the number of injured reached 300,000. After treatment, 200,000 people were able to re-enter the combat order, but there were still 100,000 people who could only perform arthroplasty because their limbs were corroded. Fortunately, with the development of science and technology, prosthetic technology has also made great progress. In addition to the difference in appearance, it can now achieve 80% of the function, and the current high-performance battery can support a battery life of up to 3 months. When the commander-in-chief saw this, his heart trembled. It was really heartbreaking to see so many sacrifices. After thinking for a while, I gave the following reply. It is guaranteed that the pensions of those who died this time can be paid out in full to their families. Non-immediate relatives are not allowed to receive them on their behalf. At the same time, the state is responsible for raising their children until they are 18 years old. At the same time, for retired personnel due to injuries, we must ensure their future life and avoid difficulties in life due to injuries. Next, let's look at the post-war division of forces. This war is equivalent to a reshuffle in the world. The current situation is that the Dragon Kingdom controls Southeast Asia and some areas in Central Asia. After experiencing meteorite impacts, mutated creatures, and severe cold environments, the populations in these areas have been reduced to not much. In the end, the Dragon Kingdom assisted in the construction of these areas and established many mining areas there. At the same time, the remaining people were used for work, while the Dragon Kingdom provided these people with a stable living environment. The Stars and Stripes Kingdom controlled the entire America, so Chen also evacuated the mining base in the southern state. However, Chen did not suffer. After a period of rapid mining, the resources collected were enough to build 2 Continental-class cargo spacecraft. Daxiong has restored the territory that was previously occupied by Big Brother. After integrating resources, the Western European Union announced the establishment of the Western European Federal Community and established a unified political power. At the same time, it worked with Big Bear to develop African resources. The resources of Obuzhao are jointly developed by the Dragon Kingdom and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. In this way, the situation on the entire planet fell into calm. The 4 large forces all remained calm and began to digest the fruits of this time. The Commander-in-Chief saw that the report also made predictions about future developments. The report states that apart from war, the only future development direction is to develop into space. The Dragon Kingdom is already at the forefront of the world because of Chen. In this war, the Dragon Kingdom suffered the least losses. This has caused the Dragon Kingdom to be digesting the fruit and increasing its heritage, while the other 3 countries still need to deal with their own wounds before they can digest the fruit. Coupled with the technology provided by Chen, Longhua has taken the lead in establishing a semi-permanent scientific research base on the moon. The next step is to have the same idea as Chen, using the moon as a springboard to build a large space dock, build starships, and travel to other places in the solar system. Conduct scientific experiments on several planets. Seeing this, the Commander-in-Chief was also very happy. It seems that this time the Dragon Kingdom has successfully overtaken the corner and is already on par with the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. At the end of the report, a number of important scientific and technological breakthroughs were mentioned, such as stable nuclear fusion, H-20, the first-generation aerospace fighter Xing-1, etc. The Commander-in-Chief spent an afternoon approving some things in this report and also made new requirements. Finally, the report was sent to units at all levels for real-time review. After the war, all combat troops returned to China for rest and recuperation, and the existing defense zones began to mobilize domestic defense forces for defense changes. And after such a long period of foreign war, Yang Yu can finally go home on vacation. After packing his luggage, Yang Yu boarded the train back home. At Yang Yu's home, Wang Yin is cooking in the kitchen, while Yang Yu's sister-in-law is helping to take care of the children, and Yang Yu's eldest brother Yang Tian is also here. Since Yang Yu re-enlisted in the army, although he calls back every month. After all, I haven't seen him for several months, and I still miss him very much. Yang Tian was afraid that it would be difficult for his younger siblings to raise the children alone, so he often asked his wife to come over and help. Therefore, Wang Yin has not been so hard in the past few months. Today is the weekly family dinner. Sometimes we eat at Yang Tian's house, sometimes at Yang Yu's house. After watching the child for a while, the sister-in-law also went to help Wang Yin, while Yang Tian teased the child. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Yang Tian was a little strange. Who would come over at this hour? After putting the child away, Yang Tian went over to open the door. Opening the door, a sturdy figure appeared in front of it. "Brother, I'm back." Yang Tian looked at the person in front of him and felt very happy. He stepped forward and hugged his brother. After they separated, Yang Tian looked at Yang Yu and said, "Good boy, I'm finally back. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you become so strong. It seems like your stay here was not in vain." The 2 people who heard the noise came out of the kitchen and saw Yang Yu standing at the door. Wang Yin screamed, dropped the spatula in her hand, rushed to Yang Yu, and hugged him. Wow, you're finally back. I miss you so much. Wang Yin shed tears while talking, and Yang Yu also threw away the things in his hands and hugged his wife. Yang Tian on the side also grabbed his wife's hand and looked at the couple in front of him. The two of them also looked at each other with a smile. After Yang Yu and Wang Yin hugged each other for a while, they let go of each other, and then the four of them went to the kitchen to prepare the meal. At the dinner table, Yang Yu also talked about his experiences in the past few months. Although there were many important things that he could not talk about due to the confidentiality principle, but what he could tell, the three of them could feel the danger. Mutated ants larger than cows, flying ants that can fly, acid-shooting ants, etc. Mutated creatures that only appeared in movies before have appeared in real life. When they heard that Yang Yu was now the colonel leader, the three of them were shocked. This change was too big. After not seeing each other for several months, they were actually promoted from platoon leader to regiment leader. Yang Tian also felt honored and told Yang Yu to work hard and serve the country. And Yang Yu also said that now that the war is over, he has a month vacation. After the vacation, he has to return to the army, but this time he plans to take his family with him, and he has also been assigned a residence next to the station. You can ask your elder brother and sister-in-law to come together. After Yang Tian thought about it for a while, he rejected Yang Yu's proposal. Brother, your brother and I are living a pretty good life now, with half a small company and dozens of people below me relying on me for a living. I can't leave them alone. Besides, although it is freezing and snowy outside now, the traffic is still very good. When your sister-in-law, and I want to see you too, we can definitely take a car to see you. So you should live in that house by yourself, your sister-in-law, and I live quite well here. When Yang Yu saw his elder brother persisting, he gave up the idea. Then the four of them ate and drank together, ending the family dinner. In the evening, after the eldest brother and sister-in-law went back, Yang Yu and Wang Yin talked about the enhancer, and then took out a micro-freezer from his luggage. Seeing how such a small potion in front of her could achieve such a great effect, Wang Yin also felt amazing. After being prepared, Yang Yu injected the medicine into Wang Yin through his arm. After waiting for a while, Wang Yin felt that she was very hungry, but Yang Yu was already prepared. He took out the nutrient solution and poured it into Wang Yin's mouth. After taking 5 tubes in a row, Wang Yin finally felt no longer hungry, and she felt very relaxed. At the same time, her vision and hearing were strengthened. What makes Wang Yin most happy is that her figure and skin have become particularly good, and she is fair and rosy. Husband, is it okay if this thing is injected like this? It's okay. This tube of enhancer is a reward for my mission. It's specially left for you. There will be no problem. And when the production volume increases later, it is estimated that the entire country will take the injection, but the effect may not be as good as yours, so just keep it in your stomach. After Wang Yin heard this, she happily ran to the mirror and started observing. Seeing this situation, Yang Yu could only smile helplessly and went to wash up. Just when Yang Yu's family was enjoying themselves, Chen also returned to his #1 shelter. After learning that the entire Blue Star ecosystem was recovering, Chen no longer planned to stay underground. Let Ling have the shelter as the foundation and build a large manor villa on the ground to improve his living conditions. At the same time, all the production and processing lines will be removed and a production and processing area will be established elsewhere. At the same time, Chen also extracted the enhancer formula from the nano core and gave it to Zero to prepare it in the biological laboratory. Then he took out one of the 9 strengtheners and asked Zero to compare them after the preparation was completed to see if they were the same. After Ling received the order, Chen felt that he could continue to strengthen Ling's abilities. Now Zero's host has occupied a large space in the underground shelter. As its requirements increase, even with the support of supercomputer, 60% of Zero's computing power has been occupied. So after thinking about it for a while, I decided to use the nano core for cheating. The first is the issue of the chip. It is based on the quantum module in the quantum communicator and is deduced in the nano core. Nano core shows that if you want to reach a usable quantum chip, You will need at least 100,000 points of energy. Chen took a look and found that today is April 10th. He used 10,000 points when strengthening the potion. Now, he still has 90,000 energy points. He will have 100,000 points tomorrow. I set it up in the nano core. After reaching 100,000 points of energy, it will automatically use the energy to perform deductions. I checked the construction progress of various projects through Zero and found that in about 10 days, I would be able to go to the space station in space with the Continental-class cargo spacecraft. With my current physical fitness, ordinary acceleration has no effect on me. And I heard that because current aircraft are too fast, scientific researchers are worried about the manufacture of anti-pressure suits. However, as soon as this enhancer came out, when it was the Air Force's turn to inject it, it directly allowed those pilots to withstand the powerful overload force during the acceleration process of the Zhan 22 without wearing anti-pressure suits, making the combat effectiveness of the Zhan 22 skyrocket. Previously, considering my fragile body and lack of professional astronaut training, I did not dare to fly into space without permission. Originally, I was planning to contact Li Yunpeng to contact the aerospace base to see if he could arrange for further training. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Now that I have been injected with the enhancer, I can ignore these things. Chen felt that the door to Xingqianhai had been completely kicked open by him. The previous second-generation ion engine had kicked one side open, and this enhancer had kicked the other side open as well. As it is said in an anime, human beings' fragile bodies are unable to carry out interstellar navigation. After sighing, Chen took the nuclear fusion research materials and started studying. The next day, after Chen got up, he took a look and found that the quantum chip was already under research. The time given by the nanocore was 10 days. Just as Chen was preparing to go to heaven, Longhua had completed the research work on the second-generation ion engine. Although the thrust was a little smaller than Chen's ion engine, it could completely send objects into space. After entering space and replenishing energy at the Tiangong 2 space station, it can completely rely on the ion engine to travel to and from the space station and the moon. Originally, Longhua planned to connect Tiangong 1 and Tiangong 2, but considering that Tiangong 1 weighs nearly 10 tons and contains many precision instruments. Therefore, the space agency decided to land it on the moon, then base it and connect it with the existing unmanned base on the moon. After this period of construction, the unmanned lunar base at this time has completed a lot of infrastructure construction. In order to seize the opportunity, even during the war, the frequency of rocket launches was not slowed down. At the same time, Chen's idea was used to launch large quantities of infrastructure materials into space and then transported to the moon. At this time, Dragon Kingdom's aerospace transport aircraft have reached 20, 10 of which have been traveling to and from the moon and the space station in space, while the remaining 10 transport aircraft are traveling to and from the ground in space. After the ion engine was developed this time, Longhua finally postponed the launch mission and prepared to abandon the backward transportation method of rocket and instead use a high-thrust ion engine to take off directly from the ground. The other 3 countries also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that Dragon Kingdom had not launched rockets for several days. Dragon Kingdom was really crazy. Basically, the 4 launch bases took turns launching rockets every day. The other 3 countries were so frightened that they also focused their resources on aerospace, which led to a decline in the development of other parts of the country. Because the other 3 countries use primitive launch vehicles, the cost of sending objects into space is too high, and they cannot be as cheap as the Dragon Kingdom. Now that Dragon Kingdom has suspended launches, it thinks that Dragon Kingdom cannot hold on anymore, so it is relieved and begins to reallocate resources, develop domestic people's livelihood, and resume production. After Longhua knew these thoughts, he just laughed it off and continued to work hard. On April 20th, when Chen got up, he found that the research on the quantum chip in the nanocore was finally completed. After importing the data into Zero's server, let Zero arrange production as soon as possible, and then gradually replace the central processors of some important facilities. The robots currently produced still use existing chips, but foundations and spacecraft everywhere can use quantum chips as central processors. After simulation testing, Chen found that the Sunway Taihu light, which is composed of quantum chips, can achieve a continuous operation of 1,000 operations per second. Compared with the original operation speed of 10 operations per second, the performance has increased by 100 times. Moreover, after using quantum chips, the confidentiality performance of supercomputers is also more powerful. Seeing that the quantum chip has such strong performance, Chen decided to let Zero produce a batch of quantum chips to replace Zero's main server. After Zero moved into his new home, he would then put the central computers of the two spaceships that were going to launch into space this time. The chip inside was also replaced. Finally, we will bring a batch of quantum chips to the space station and the moon to enhance the computing capabilities of these two places. On April 25th, after several days of emergency production, Zero finally completed the construction of a new supercomputer. After importing all the main programs into the new supercomputer, Chen could intuitively see that the computing power that was originally displayed accounted for 60%, but now only 5%. In this way, there would be no need to replace the supercomputer for a long time. After asking Zero to replace the central computer chips in the two nearly completed Continental-class cargo spacecraft with quantum chips, he prepared to give the first and second ships of final production good names. After thinking hard, Chen decided to name the two Continental-class spaceships Yunxing and Tianxing. After determining the code name, Chen asked Zero to spray paint the name of the spacecraft on both sides of the spacecraft. It was finally determined that the first flight would be carried out on the last day of April. However, people's ambitions are getting bigger and bigger. Today, Chen already has hundreds of thousands of energy, so after fully understanding the technology of the second-generation ion engine, although there have been improvements, it has only increased by 50% effect. Therefore, in order to build a larger ion engine, Chen also input the newly improved second-generation ion engine into the nano core and used 100,000 energy points for deduction. After spending so much energy on research, the nanocore did not disappoint Chen. According to speculation, the maximum speed of this ion engine can reach 2/10,000ths of the speed of light, which is 60 kilometers per second. However, this is only theoretical data. We also need to consider the whole strength of the spacecraft built based on this and the endurance of the astronauts. But seeing that it would take a month, Chen ignored him and continued his nuclear fusion research. April 30th, the last day of this month. Today, Chen came to his launch site. Looking at the two huge spaceships in the center of the field, Chen was filled with pride. This was his first step in the sea of stars, and there were countless steps to follow. In the deserted launch site, Chen sighed and boarded the Tianxing cargo spacecraft. Come to the main cab, secure yourself in the seat, let Zero switch to manual driving, and start to experience the fun of flying a spaceship. After the training, Chen said that he also had a spaceship pilot's license, so driving a spaceship was not a big deal. However, the driving skills may not be skilled. After starting the ion engine, although the spacecraft was left in the air, it did not stabilize the hull and flew directly to one side, hitting the Yunxing parked aside. Seeing this situation, Chen also said to himself in embarrassment, maybe I should drive the prototype first and practice my skills. But since everyone is already on board, let's continue sailing. After stabilizing the hull, Chen controlled the spacecraft to slowly lift off. After adjusting the angle in the air, he began to slowly push the thrusters. As the power slowly increased, the flying speed gradually increased. Chen felt that he could do it again, so he moved forward at full speed. The moment the push rod was pushed to the end, Chen felt a force pressing on himself, pressing him firmly on the seat. At the launch site, Zero saw that the Tianxing had accelerated into the sky and controlled the Yunxing to chase after it. Chen looked at the display screen showing that the altitude was getting higher and higher, and he soon passed through the atmosphere. At this time, Chen felt that he was in a state of weightlessness. If he hadn't been fixed by a safety belt, he might have floated. This is when Chen switched the spacecraft to automatic control, loosened the seatbelt, opened the protective panel in front of the cab, and looked out of the spacecraft. Looking at the beautiful blue star below, Chen thought it was so beautiful. At the same time, he could also see the Yunxing that was chasing after it. After admiring the beautiful scenery of the universe for a while, Chen found that his spaceship was almost approaching his space station. Amidst a slight vibration, the system upgrade has been completed and the docking is completed, and you can enter the space station. Chen also followed the prompts and slowly floated into the space station. After opening the hatch of the Tianqing and entering the airlock, the hatch of the Tianqing behind him was closed. After crossing the airlock cabin, Chen came to the hall of the living area. After entering the hall, Chen activated the electromagnetic absorption device on the soles of his armor to firmly attach himself to the ground of the space station, so that he no longer had to float around. When you walk forward, the electromagnetic absorption force during walking will not hinder your movement, which is really convenient. Originally, Chen planned to build a drum-type centrifugal electromagnetic facility outside the Venus space station to generate gravity. After thinking about it, I realized that with this electromagnetic absorption device, there would be no major obstacles to movement. Chen walked in the lobby of the living area. Except that his body felt a little light and airy, everything else was similar to that of Blue Star. At this time, Chen began to observe the living area hall. I saw that the entire hall was about 100 square meters. On the side facing the Blue Star, there was a large floor-to-ceiling window, and the Blue Star could be seen. 0. How can you ensure safety with such a large floor-to-ceiling window? Sir, first of all, this kind of glass is specially made reinforced tempered glass. In addition, there is a liftable super-strong titanium alloy plate outside the window, which can effectively protect the space station from being penetrated by foreign objects in the universe. Chen nodded, feeling good. He turned around and saw a relatively large dining table inside. 0. I remember, don't astronauts eat food that looks like toothpaste? Is your dining table useful? Sir, based on my electromagnetic-related research, I created an adsorption device similar to the sole of the armor's foot, but this device generates a range of magnetic fields. So I installed this device under the dining table. After placing food, it will generate a downward adsorption force, which can give the object a small downward force. In this way, you can eat on the Blue Star and the water molecules will not run around. Using the same principle, I also installed corresponding facilities around the space station, which can deflect some small satellite fragments close to the space station away from the space station. Chen didn't expect that Ling could give him such a surprise. In fact, speaking of it, Chen is at the forefront of the world in terms of electromagnetism. He can be called the first person. He started playing with electricity from batteries, then to electromagnetic guns and ion engines. Regarding electromagnetic applications, Chen said he was number 1, and no one dared to say he was number 2. However, human energy is limited, so in other aspects, Chen plans to recruit other scientists to work for him. That's why Daystar Airport has such a large living area. From the outside, at least 1/3 of the entire Venus airport is the living area, and the rest is the production, experiment, storage, energy, and other areas. I believe that a space station that allows free movement and similar living conditions will definitely attract many scientific researchers. Without further ado, after briefly understanding the hall, Chen saw a corridor behind the hall. After Chen opened the gate, he entered the corridor and found that the corridor was just like Blue Star's old apartment. There were gates on both sides. After a rough look, he saw that there should be 10 gates, which meant that it can accommodate at least 10 astronauts. Walking into one of the doors, I found that the inside was almost like a student dormitory with a bathroom and 2 separate bedrooms. Entering the bedroom, he found a pair of pajamas lying next to him. 0 explained that these were special pajamas that could be attached to the bed when sleeping, preventing them from floating up in the middle of the night. After coming out, I opened several other rooms and found that the layouts were all similar. Continuing to walk inside, I found a public bathroom inside, which was thoughtfully divided into men's and women's bathrooms. When I walked into the men's bathroom, I found that it was a fully automatic bath, divided into 5 small compartments. After people entered, they raised their hands, and various machines in the compartments could automatically clean the astronauts. Chen also found this a bit fun and planned to experience it later. Chen continued walking along the corridor. After turning a corner, the sign on the side said Fitness and Entertainment Area. After walking in, I found a lot of fitness equipment inside, including more than 10 kinds of sports equipment such as treadmills, Smith racks, spinning bikes, mountain climbing machines, seated leg flexion trainers, etc. Chen didn't know where Zero found these equipment from. After passing through the gym, there is the entertainment area at the back. It feels just like the previous video game city. There are racing cars, motorcycles, whack-a-mole, video games, and a 5 black esports area. This reminds Chen of when he was in school. On a dark day, I just don't know what will happen to these classmates in the end. He shook his head not to think about this and continued to move forward. After passing through a gate, he entered the manufacturing area. Here, Chen saw the Stingray production line. According to the Stingray production line on the ground, the production line here has been modified. When installing the fuselage, it needs to be fixed. Therefore, compared with the ground, a fixing device is added next to each process of this production line. Looking at the workshop where the rays were being manufactured, Chen asked about the output. Zero told him that because the production line was very small and the materials needed to be launched from the ground, the monthly output of the rays here was at 5. In Zero's plan, after the steel smelting base on the moon is put into operation later, the Stingray production line will leave the Venus airport and go to the lunar orbit. There, the production line will be expanded and transformed into the current manufacturing site for Continental-class cargo spacecraft. At the same time, Ling also told Chen that a lot of equipment had been reserved for future expansion. So if we really want to build a Starship dock in the future, we can save a lot of time by using this as the basis. After knowing this, Chen also praised Zero, and Chen also discovered that Zero's intelligence has been improving since he allowed Zero to connect data to the nano core from time to time. Chen was also afraid that Zero would betray him one day, but the nano core also gave a hint, showing that the influence of the nano core would make the core of the artificial intelligence program more and more creator-oriented, eliminating the possibility of betrayal. This also allowed Chen to hand over a lot of equipment to Zero to control, and Zero did not disappoint Chen. He handled all the things assigned to him very well. After that, Chen went to the water treatment center, where domestic and industrial water will be purified and recycled. Seeing this, Chen asked Zero, "The water here comes from Blue Star, so what will happen to the base on the moon in the future?" "Sir, don't worry about this. On the moon, we found some underground ice layers. After mining these ice layers, we can produce a lot of water resources, which is enough for the lunar base." Hearing this, Chen felt relieved, and then went to the experimental area. Several high-standard biology, chemistry, and physics laboratories were built here, which can conduct polymer chemistry experiments, organic chemistry experiments, and optical experiments respectively, electrical experiments, and animal and plant experiments, etc. Chen felt that if his laboratory was open to scientific researchers, he would definitely receive a lot of job applications. After leaving the experimental area, Chen came to the final core energy area. This is connected to the high-performance solar panels outside the space station, and the huge battery pack here can provide power for the entire space station for up to a week. After visiting the space station, Chen decided to live here for a few days to see what it was like to live in the sky. That night, Chen went to the men's bathroom and experienced the feeling of taking a bath with an automatic machine. After washing, Chen felt that the whole process was not a good experience, but it was okay, and the water consumption was very small. It was still very suitable for a place like the space station. Going to the bedroom, putting on special pajamas, and lying on the bed, Chen felt like sleeping on a blue star. The next day, after a good sleep, Chen woke up. Compared with the sleep on the blue star, the feeling was roughly the same, but there were still slight differences. When we came to the dining table next to the hall, the robot had already prepared breakfast, which was omelets, porridge and steam buns. These have been prepared in advance at Blue Star and then transported via prototype aircraft. After eating this expensive breakfast, Chen also began to enter the laboratory to experience the feeling of doing experiments in space. After the Longwa Chichuan Launch Center remodeled a batch of space planes, they can now be regarded as low Earth orbit shuttles. At this time, the Launch Center already houses 2 modified low Earth orbit shuttles. This type of space shuttle is named Starry Sky 1. After everything was ready, the 2 Starry Sky 1s began to take off. Soon the speed exceeded the first cosmic speed and quickly entered space. Other countries have begun to feel numb after detecting that the Dragon Kingdom has begun sending spaceships into space again. At present, people's livelihood in the country has not been restored, and you can't play this game if you want to, and even if you have the ability, the technology may not be as good as others. So let's do this first and recover first. In the Star-Spangled Kingdom, the research and development of Orion has also been accelerated. The original Orion can no longer meet the needs of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, transporting hundreds of tons of objects into space, Orion's carrying capacity of tens of tons is too small. And compared to Dragon Kingdom's ion engine, Orion's propulsion method using nuclear bomb explosions is too low level. Thanks to this civilization bonus, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom successfully miniaturized the Saturn V engine and installed it on the Orion spacecraft. This has resulted in a much later launch date. According to the latest news, Stars and Stripes is preparing to conduct a launch mission in early June this year. As soon as this news came out, the people in Stars and Stripes were very excited and felt that their country's scientific and technological strength was still very strong. However, this time the rocket launch was abandoned and the ion engine was directly used to enter orbit, which poured cold water on the people of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. Netizens in the Dragon Kingdom were also happy when they saw this situation, and they became more and more proud to be born in the Dragon Kingdom. Just when the netizens of Longwa were happy to see it, the Sichuan Province, Chuquan Launch Center. Report to the on-site commander, the 2 Starry Sky No. 1s have successfully entered the low Earth orbit. Very good. Check the status of Starry Sky No. 1. The communication system is normal, the air pressure is normal, the power system is normal, the life support equipment is normal, and the energy reserve is 50% remaining. Very good. The 10 spacecrafts that travel between the Moon and Tiangong No. 2 will land in our country according to the landing procedures. Received, the order has been issued, and it is expected that all will land in 2 days. The on-site commander nodded. After the 2 Starry Sky No. 1s successfully entered orbit, the other 3 launch centers also landed the remaining 8 Starry Sky No. The first spaceship was sent to the sky. The next 10 Starry Sky No. 1s will have a busy mission and will need to travel back and forth between the Blue Star, Tiangong No. 2, and the Moon Base. What Longwa needs to pay is a large amount of electricity, precision instruments, and some daily necessities. And through the transformation of the exoskeleton armor, it can be used as a new generation of spacesuits. After the transformation, the 10 spaceships will be named Starry Sky No. 2 and used as manned spacecraft. At the same time, the central government has also expanded the recruitment of the Air Force and has selected a large number of Air Force pilots for aerospace training. After the injection of the enhancer, a little training can reach the level of previous astronauts. The personnel are the permanent personnel of the space station and the lunar base. The 10 Starry Sky No. 1 ships completed the formation in the near-Earth orbit and began to fly to Tiangong 2. At this time, Tiangong 2 has become a behemoth. Compared with Chen's 1,000-ton space station, Longwa's Tiangong 2 is even larger. At this time, Tiangong 2 has been built with the efforts of the whole country and has a weight of nearly 3,000 tons, which is 3 times larger than Chen's space station. Except for some circular cabins at the edge, other places are much larger. 10 Starry Sky No. 1 ships docked in succession on the 10 docking ports of Tiangong 2. As the future starport, Tiangong 2 now has 20 spacecraft docking ports. These docking ports will be upgraded to spacecraft berthing ports in the future. Not much to say. After the spacecraft stopped steadily, the 5 astronauts in the space station came out and began to transport some daily necessities in the spacecraft to the space station. At the same time, some experimental materials and instruments were transported in. After the energy docking of Starry Sky 1 and the space station, Starry Sky 1 was allowed to charge itself, and the rest of the people returned to the space station with the house. One day later, the spacecraft energy showed that it had been replenished to 100%, and the next flight mission could be carried out. 10 Starry Sky 1s left the space station, completed the formation in orbit, and began to head to the moon. Looking at the formation of 10 spacecraft, the blue planet on the other 3 countries fell silent. Dragon Country is cheating. We are still playing with launch vehicles, but you have already used ion engines, and they are practical high-thrust engines. The 3 countries almost simultaneously stepped up their spying on Dragon Country technology. When Lu Chen's 2 spacecrafts were launched, the Star Country also captured the approximate location of the spacecraft's takeoff and sent a group of agents to Lu Chen secretly. However, the Star Country did not know that the area near the Annan coastline was already full of Lu Chen's underwater mining bases. Whether they could come here was still a question. 2 days later, the Dragon Country's spacecraft formation reached the lunar orbit. After adjusting the angle, it started directly, landing. When the spacecraft landed, the construction robots of the lunar base also arrived at the scene and transported all the cargo on the spacecraft. Then the spacecraft took off again and returned to the blue planet. Just when the Dragon Kingdom's fleet arrived on the moon, Lu Chen also set off from the Venus International Airport. The next stop was the base on the moon. At the Venus International Airport, Lu Chen stayed for a few days and experienced the life of an astronaut. After that, he continued his journey and flew to the moon on the Tianqing spacecraft, and the Yunqing spacecraft also set off together. After a day of sailing, Lu Chen's 2 spacecrafts met the Dragon Kingdom's spacecraft formation near the moon. Looking at the formation consisting of 10 spacecrafts team, Lu Chen drooled with envy. As expected, the power of a country is different. It can manufacture so many spacecraft. And the ground monitoring personnel of the Quan were also shocked when they saw Lu Chen's spacecraft, because Lu Chen's spacecraft was much larger than their own spacecraft, and they had not detected any rocket launches recently. Besides, Longhua also knew that Lu Chen used mana rays for transportation in space. But these 2 were obviously much larger, which meant that Lu Chen's ion engine technology was much higher than theirs. You are worthy of being the one who provided the first generation of ion engine technology. If our technology is considered the second generation, Academician Lu's should be close to the 3rd generation. The on-site commander looked at the front phone screen with a look of emotion, but when he later learned that according to Lu Chen's standards, Longhua's was 1.8 generation, while his was 2.5 generation, the scene was very awkward. After greeting each other with lights, Lu Chen's 2 spacecraft continued to head to the moon. A day later, Lu Chen finally reached the lunar orbit, landed at his base, and walked into the living area of the lunar base. After spending another day to see the lunar base, Lu Chen found that this lunar base was different from the Venus space station. First of all, the various areas were not like the circular settings of the space station, but were hemispherical, connected by corridors in the middle. The living area is a public area of about 300 square meters in the middle, surrounded by 4 corridors, 2 of which are residential areas and living and entertainment areas. Among the other 2, one goes to the production experiment area, and the other is connected to the spacecraft docking port. Since the mass of current spacecraft is still very small, they all take off directly from the moon. Later, Lu Chen interrupted the construction of the space elevator and built a large spacecraft port in the lunar orbit. Another thing is that Zero told him before about the issue of water resources on the moon. Because a lot of glaciers were discovered on the moon, both Longhua and Zero were mining the glaciers and transporting them back to their bases. While ensuring your own water use, slow down the development speed of others. And when Lu Chen visited his lunar base, Ling was not idle either. With the supplies carried this time, Zero began to replace the internal chips of the central main control computer of the lunar base. After all were replaced with quantum chips, efficiency immediately began to increase. At the same time, the precision instruments and ordinary equipment brought together began to be installed in the production and manufacturing area. By the time Chen had dinner, all the supplies he had brought this time had been sorted out. Anything that was not needed temporarily had been stored in the warehouse, and all the equipment had been installed. The next day, after Chen got up, he simply washed up and began to drive the lunar mine cart for a stroll, accompanied by 2 robots. When running to a plain area, Chen saw a large number of plain landforms in front of him and suddenly asked Zero, how big was the largest particle accelerator in the world before? Sir, according to the information, the largest particle accelerator in the past was the Large Hadron Collider in Western Europe. The circular tunnel was 27 kilometers long. A slightly smaller one was the Large Proton Accelerator in Stars and Stripes. Then do you think the plane in front of you is suitable for building a large ion accelerator? The moon's thin air is a good environment. Sir, with our current strength, building a particle accelerator like that in Western Europe is a big burden for us. According to calculations, after all construction work is stopped, it will take at least 1 year to complete the basic construction if these robots are used to participate in construction. Later debugging and improvements will take at least 2 years. So, sir, my suggestion is that if you must build a particle accelerator, you can cooperate with Longwa officials. Longwa has deep experience in projects that last for several years or even decades. After listening to Ling's words, Chen felt that he was a little distracted. He actually thought of doing it alone with the support of a large country like Longwa. Cooperation was the best way at the moment. After making the decision and letting Zero write it down in the memo, Chen continued to drive the mining truck around. At the Longwa Jichuan satellite launch site, the previous 2 Starry Sky ones have returned safely. After the staff conducted a detailed inspection of the spacecraft, they found that the spacecraft was in good condition and could take off again after being fully charged. Hearing this, everyone present cheered. This means that there is no cooling time for Dragon Kingdom to go to space now. It could be just like vehicle transportation on the ground. Just refuel, load the goods, and set off directly. After the Central Committee found out, after learning that 2 Starry Sky 2 ships had been renovated, they requested that 2 Starry Sky 2 ships be added to the next mission to carry 10 astronauts to the Tiangong 2 space station. After receiving the mission, all astronauts got busy again, hurriedly allocating materials and personnel to prepare for the next launch. 2 days later, all supplies were prepared and loaded into trucks. At an order, the spacecraft from the 4 bases took off at the same time. When arriving in space, we still follow the same old rules and fly to Tiangong 2 in formation. But this time they will have another task, which is to move Tiangong 2 to the Blue Star's synchronous orbit to save energy consumption, just like Chen. As for Chen, after 2 days of journey to the moon, he was also preparing to return to Blue Star to end his journey. Just as Chen was packing his things, Zero told him that he had discovered a star-striped submarine at the submarine base near Annan and was sneaking towards shelter number 1. Do you want to capture it? Chen thought about it and decided not to take the risk. After the submarine entered the border of the Dragon Kingdom, he directly used pulse bombs to paralyze the submarine, then copied the technology inside and handed it over to the Dragon Kingdom Navy. After receiving Chen's order, Zero allocated 1% of its computing power to monitor the submarine at all times and started taking action as soon as it was ready to enter the Dragon Kingdom waters. After Chen finished his instructions, he also boarded the ship and started to return. Just when Chen arrived at the moon, far away on Dagwan Island in Blue Star, a team from Sijiazu was ready. The mission of this team is to explore the takeoff location of the 2 spacecraft in the Annan area. Through intelligence, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom already knows that the technological development of the Dragon Kingdom is inseparable from one person, and he is very accomplished in electromagnetics. However, because the confidentiality level is too high, we only know that this person's name is Chen, but we don't know his specific whereabouts or photos. The 2 spaceships this time gave the Stars and Stripes Kingdom a clue. Through observation from space, it was found that these 2 spaceships did not belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, There's a big gap between it and the Starry Sky 1 spacecraft behind Dragon Kingdom in terms of size, appearance, and power. Therefore, the intelligence personnel boldly speculated that the two spaceships were probably owned by Chen personally. Combined with the area where the spacecraft took off, they quickly locked the Annan area. Although the Annan area is very large, as long as Chen is here, the development of the electromagnetic field of the Dragon Kingdom will be unparalleled, and the Stars and Stripes Kingdom will only eat ashes. So in order to avoid this situation, once there are clues, we will spend a lot of money to kill this situation. Whether it is destroyed or taken away, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom will not let the Dragon Kingdom continue to have the advantage. In order to ensure the smooth implementation of this operation, all white people were selected this time, not even banana people. In the early morning of the next day, the 20-man team set off on an Ohio-class guided missile submarine. In order to avoid being discovered by the Navy of the Dragon Kingdom, the submarine made a deceptive turn when approaching the waters of the Dragon Kingdom and continued to move towards Australia. After discovering that the Dragon Kingdom Navy was no longer following, they immediately turned to enter the Annan region through the waters of the South Asian islands. But what the submarine didn't know was that when they approached South Asia, they were discovered by prospecting robots distributed on the seabed at sub-zero temperatures. After sending the situation to the cloud, Zero began to arrange the group. After receiving Chen's authorization, Ling asked an undersea prospecting robot to follow the submarine, then made a tracker, asked an undersea robot to take it, and quietly placed it on the submarine's shell. Due to the small size of the robot and the way it walks like a fish, the people on the submarine thought it was an ocean fish. As for Zero, watching the submarine getting closer and closer to the Annan area, he took out the pulse bombs he had prepared and quietly stood guard at the border of the Annan Sea area. One day later, the submarine finally arrived in the southern waters of Annan. It was smooth sailing along the way, but the submarine commander always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong. Finally, I got tired of thinking about it, so I came to the command room and took out the 2 days logbook to read. After I saw a school of fish detected by the sonar, I suddenly felt something was wrong. After experiencing the catastrophe, there were no fish in the shallow sea area, so I immediately checked the location of my submarine at the time recorded in the log. After discovering that it was in the South Asian waters, I immediately knew that I had been discovered. Everyone, turn around, move forward at full speed, and return to base. We have been discovered. Yes, sir. Although I don't know why the captain thought he had been discovered. The soldiers took it as their bounden duty to obey orders and began to return to the sea in accordance with the captain's orders. When the Sijiaza team found out, they ran over and asked the captain why they wanted to return. Just as the captain was about to explain to the captain, he felt that the boat in front of him went dark, and the entire command room went dark. What's going on? I don't know, Captain. The radar system, propulsion system, and power system are all paralyzed. Captain, all systems are paralyzed. I suspect there has been an electromagnetic pulse attack. Captain, now you know why we were discovered. There are no schools of fish in the shallow sea area at all. So when I saw in a log that fish schools were detected in the shallow sea area, I knew it must be someone else's disguise. In this situation, it's probably because we are ready to run away, so we won't wait and are ready to capture us alive. Captain Sijiazu also had a wry smile on his face, but he would not sit still and wait for death. If you want to capture us alive, maybe you can take the opportunity to hold 1 or 2 important people hostage and then find a way to escape. Then you can figure out yourself. My subordinates have not received professional special warfare training, so for the safety of their lives, we will not resist. I hope you can succeed. The captain nodded and asked the team members to get ready. On the other side, when Ling discovered that the submarine was changing direction, he knew what he had found, so he dropped the pulse bomb regardless of whether these people had entered Annan territory. As for whether his own side will be affected, Zero said that because Chen's life was hanging by a thread before, he was so obsessed with installing electromagnetic protection devices on every independent piece of equipment. So after dropping the pulse bomb, the already waiting Morning Star and 2 10,000-ton cargo ships arrived at the scene. After dragging the submarine through the steel cables of the two cargo ships, it began to head to Annan. The people in the submarine also felt that the submarine was moving, so they could only wait and see where it would be dragged. Just as the submarine was being towed to the port of Annan, Zero also sent some armed robots to the port, preparing to capture these people alive. After Chen returned to Shelter Number 1, the submarine finally arrived at the port near Shelter Number 1. Chen was also quite interested in this group of people. Judging from the movements of this group of people, it was clear that they were here for him, so he was going to ask these people what they wanted to do here. Soon, the people inside the submarine felt that the submarine was rising and knew that people from outside were about to come in, so the people from the Sijiaza team were ready. With the sound of the top exit being opened, several octopus-like robots jumped in. When they saw the Sijiaza team holding weapons, they came up with a few shots and directly broke the forearm holding the gun. All the team members fell to the ground, holding their hands and wailing. The submarine commander at the scene was a little scared after seeing it. Thanks to his hard work, he didn't commit suicide. After confirming that there was no threat at the scene, the six-legged robot spoke. Everyone, put on protective clothing and leave the submarine. Repeat, everyone put on protective clothing and leave the submarine. The captain was also very aware of the situation and asked his men to put on protective helmets and get out of the submarine. As for the whaling team on the ground, several robots directly cauterized the wounds to avoid death from excessive blood loss. But the broken arms might not be able to be reattached. But this is not something that six-legged robots should consider, as long as these people are alive. Outside, when the captain stepped out of the submarine, he saw hundreds of Terminators waiting in formation, with multi-barreled electromagnetic guns pointing at his group of people. Seeing this situation, the captain did not dare to be careful anymore. After everyone was taken to a small room, they were finally able to move freely within a limited time. At this time, the squad leader looked at his team members with a bitter feeling in his heart. Even if these soldiers could go back alive in the future, they would have to retire and could no longer continue to fight. The captain looked at the squad leader, patted him, and sighed. After everyone was kicked out, Chen asked Zero to check the submarine. After confirming the internal safety, he took several robots in and began to study these different styles of technology. 2 days later, the group of people were stuffed back into the submarine, dragging the submarine along, and soon reached the waters of Dragon Kingdom. In the past few days, Chen met with the captain. After asking about the purpose of this group of people, he confirmed that they were really here to find him. Fortunately, Longwood did a good job in keeping secrets, but now he has the ability to protect himself. So I don't care whether it will be exposed or not. However, I'm still very happy that Longhua attaches great importance to it, and I feel that this gift is worth it. After the Morning Star entered the waters of the Dragon Kingdom, it also contacted the Dragon Kingdom Navy. After arriving at the naval base and explaining the situation, the person in charge of the naval base was extremely happy. Although the technology in the sky is now very advanced, the underwater technology is still lacking. Now that I'm drowsy, I'll give you a pillow. Having such a submarine is enough for me to correctly judge the strength of the Star-Spangled Kingdom under the sea. After the handover was completed, the caliber was unified. The accident was caused by the submarine accidentally entering the waters of Longhua, which happened to be the experimental site for the Navy's new electromagnetic equipment. I want the Stars and Stripes Kingdom to give an explanation. Does it want to provoke a dispute between the two countries? Is it a personal behavior, or is it because you, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, are restless? The Stars and Stripes Kingdom is also bleeding. The naval strength has already dropped to freezing point, and now it has lost a submarine. The international community is so passive. In the end, there was no other way. In order to appease the domestic mood, we exchanged several Dragon Kingdom scientists whose freedom was restricted, and then all the personnel of this operation were returned. However, the submarine will not come back, or the Stars and Stripes Kingdom does not want to let so many Dragon Kingdom scientists go back, and simply chooses not to. In this regard, Longhua could only give up. In order to avoid long nights and dreams, and to appease domestic emotions, both countries also wanted to end the deal quickly. So the next day, Stars and Stripes brought 3 Dragon Kingdom scientists to Dragon Kingdom. After completing the transaction, they returned with a dark face. At the airport, the person in charge of this transaction looked at the plane going away and felt very satisfied. After chatting with the 3 scientists for a few words, he took the 3 national treasures back to the living area to rest. The 3 scientists who came back this time, one is an expert in the field of polymer chemistry, one is an expert in high-energy physics, and the other is an expert in biology and is also the teacher of Zhou Peng and Zhou Shui. Sometimes it's really a cycle of cause and effect. After Zhou Peng helped Lu Chen strengthen his body, he later rescued the teacher through Lu Chen. After Zhou Peng found out, he was very grateful to Lu Chen and even called to express his gratitude. Lu Chen was also very happy to know that 3 national treasure-level experts had returned this time. I'm also glad that I didn't impulsively kill the person directly. In order to thank Lu Chen for his contribution, Longhua also sent a medal. After Lu Chen accepted it humbly, he framed the medal. On May 21st, after dealing with the matter of the Stars and Stripes submarine, Lu Chen checked that there were still 5 days before the 3rd-generation ion engine could be deduced. After reminding himself of the time limit, Lu Chen began to contact the Dragon Science Academy about the matter of building a superparticle accelerator. After explaining his ideas to the Academy of Dragon Sciences, the Academy of Dragon Sciences expressed great interest. Before the disaster struck, Longhua only had 3 particle accelerators built in the 1980s, which were already a bit out of date with research. Moreover, large accelerators in Western Europe were also available. Therefore, although no large-scale particle accelerator has been built in recent years due to national development, high-energy physics has been developing. Now, due to meteorite impacts and earthquakes, basically all particle accelerators around the world are damaged and need to be repaired before they can be used. But this time Lu Chen called directly and wanted to cooperate with the country to build a large particle accelerator on the moon. For this idea, the Institute of High Energy Physics under the Long Academy of Sciences is in favor of this idea. However, after discussion, the central government felt that with its current strength, it was not possible to complete such a large-scale project. If it was built on Blue Star, there would still be a possibility of construction, but building on the moon would take too much time and resources. It will even slow down the construction speed of the lunar base. However, the country did not give up on this bold idea. In the end, the central government decided to let the scientific research team of the Institute of High Energy Physics work with Lu Chen on the construction, while others continued to complete the construction of the lunar base. In order to support the construction of particle accelerators, the country also specially handed over to Lu Chen the materials that can build 10 Starry Sky 1 spacecraft, which can be regarded as a contribution. Lu Chen also understands the country's difficulties. The global climate has not recovered yet, and it will take at least 1,000 years for the solar system to leave this particle-dense area. This also indicates that the global average temperature will be at least minus 50 degrees for thousands of years. So despite the fact that Dragon Kingdom is currently building a space station and a lunar base at the same time, it seems that it has entered the interstellar era, but the lives of the masses have not yet returned to their previous state. So in addition to these astronauts, other scientific researchers also have heavy work. The country also wanted to build a large-scale particle accelerator, but it really didn't have enough manpower and sufficient resources, so it could only leave all the people from the Institute of High Energy Physics to Lu Chen and spend no money on resources. A few days later, on May 25th, Zero reminded Lu Chen that the 3rd-generation ion engine had completed its deduction and could be viewed. Opening the nano core, Lu Chen saw that the 3rd-generation ion engine had been deduced. The data is similar to what was previously expected. The standard ion engine has a maximum speed of 60 kilometers per second and a thrust of 1,000 tons. Looking at this data, Lu Chen felt that he could research the next generation of spacecraft. According to Lu Chen's plan, the next generation spacecraft will weigh 4,000 tons, be powered by 8 3rd-generation ion engines, have a load capacity of 3,000 tons, and a takeoff weight of 7,000 tons. And currently, only the Dragon Kingdom can frequently go to space. Chen completely ignored other countries. Therefore, this new model of spacecraft is only equipped with two twin electromagnetic guns located at the front and rear ends, with a caliber of 1 meter and a firing speed of 2 seconds. It took a day to finally design the plan. Looking at the behemoth with a length of 300 meters, a width of 80 meters, and a height of 20 meters, Chen felt that this was his first step into the sea of stars. After handing over the relevant technical information to Zero stated that it needed to remanufacture the production line or directly transform the existing dock for production. In addition, according to calculations, the existing batteries may not be able to meet the energy needs of this spacecraft. Considering this situation, Chen designed a hydrogen fuel cell based on recent research on nuclear fusion knowledge, but it lacked stability and power supply capacity. But Chen didn't care about this. After inputting the data into the nano core, he chose 200,000 energy for deduction. According to the data given by nano core, because it uses a lot of energy, the performance span of the battery this time will be very large. It is expected that after completion, this hydrogen fuel cell can reach a weight of 500 tons. It uses a special slight fusion method inside to provide the third-generation ion engine with a cruising range of up to 1 light-year after being filled with fuel once. Seeing this, Chen was very excited. After the research is completed, he can go to other places in the solar system. If Neptune is used as the boundary, the diameter of the solar system is only about 1 light-year. As long as a transfer station is built in the middle, you can fill up the fuel once and travel around the solar system as you like. Thinking of this, Chen's breathing became heavier. Shaking his head, don't think about these things for now. The most important thing is to build the spaceship first. After looking at the spacecraft, I decided to name it a Comet-class cargo spacecraft. I looked at the nanocore again and found that this kind of fuel cell would take 10 days to complete the deduction, which could be completed on the eve of the college entrance examination. In addition to the construction time of the Comet-class spacecraft, we will probably have the first spacecraft by the end of June. At that time, we can declare that we have officially entered the space era. The next day, Li Yunpeng brought researchers from the Institute of High Energy Physics to Chen. Looking at the 20 researchers brought by Li Yunpeng, Chen was also very happy. With these 20 people working for me, I can save a lot of work in high-energy physics. After exchanging greetings with academician Jiang Bowen, who was leading the team, Li Yunpeng said that these treasures would be handed over to Chen and hoped that Chen could protect the safety of these personnel. Chen said, "This is necessary." After Li Yunpeng left, Chen took Jiang Bowen to shelter number 1. Academician Jiang, due to the needs of follow-up research, I want to build a particle accelerator on the moon that is larger than the previous particle accelerators in Western Europe. Are there any technical problems? Academician Liu, this idea of yours is also my lifelong pursuit. It is also an honor for me to meet someone like Academician Liu who is dedicated to research. In terms of technology, we have perfect construction technology. To put it bluntly, in some aspects it is the first in the world. Our country did not build a large-scale particle accelerator. One reason was that the national conditions did not allow it at the time, and the cost was too high. The other reason was that after it could be built, Western Europe already had one, and it was open to our country, so it temporarily developed people's livelihood. In that case, let's discuss how to build this particle accelerator. 0. Bring out the plane you saw before. Jiang Bo and I was very excited when he saw the large plane on the moon displayed on the holographic platform. After a long discussion with Chen, he finally decided on the design plan. This plan shows that on this plane, it is planned to build an orbital accelerator with a ring tunnel of more than 100 kilometers, powered by 5 large fast reactor nuclear power plants. Moreover, the entire construction process is carried out by robots. Under the coordination of artificial intelligence, the construction accuracy and speed will be greatly accelerated. After handing over the plan to Zero, after calculation, Zero said that if the materials are sufficient, then the construction is expected to be completed in 18 months. After getting this good news, Chen and Jiang Bowen were also very happy. At the same time, Jiang Bowen said that he wanted to lead his research team to join Lu Chen's lunar surface base for research. When Lu Chen heard this, he was very happy and said that he had built relevant facilities on the moon, which also included many laboratories, including a high-energy physics laboratory. Moreover, the laboratory is large enough to accommodate 50 researchers working at the same time. After hearing this good news and confirming with the following researchers, they all expressed their desire to go to the moon for research. When Lu Chen saw this situation, he was also very happy, feeling that he was finally no longer a polished commander. Academician Jiang, since everyone wants to go to the lunar base, you can pack your luggage and set off together on the two spacecrafts Tianxing and Yunxing. However, it is better to explain some things in advance, because the number of my spaceships is limited and it may be difficult to return to Blue Star in the early stage. After all, the existing spaceships have their own missions, and every ton of payload is very precious. So you may have to endure the pain of being separated from your family for a long time in the early stage. Don't worry, Academician Lu. We're all people who are obsessed with research and rarely go home. My family can understand, but there are still some young men who have not yet found a partner and only focus on research. Hearing Jiang Bowen say this, Lu Chen also understood what they were thinking. After all, the opportunity to study high-energy physics on the moon is currently only available to Lu Chen, and he will never give up this opportunity. Lu Chen also and Jiang Bowen said that in the early stage, they had too few spaceships, so that was why they were like this. When they have more spaceships in the later stage, they will open a special route from Blue Star to the moon. Then it will be very convenient to return home. Moreover, when the lunar base is expanded later, family members can be brought over. After the strengthening agent is injected, the weak gravity of the moon will not have a great impact on the body. After hearing Lu Chen's assurance, Jiang Bowen and others became even more motivated and wanted to fly to the moon immediately to start experiments. However, Lu Chen told him that in 2 days another 2 spaceships would be offline, and then the 4 spaceships would set off together to the moon. Lu Chen himself also planned to conduct some necessary experiments on the lunar belt for a month or 2. After knowing the situation, Jiang Bowen stopped being impatient and calmed down. At the same time, he started to contact his friends to see if anyone wanted to go together. Lu Chen was very happy when he saw this situation, and asked Ling to use all the materials he had transported in recent times to expand his living area and improve his quality of life. At the same time, Lu Chen knew that the college entrance examination would be next month, and it was also the graduation season of the university. He planned to discuss with the country to recruit some graduates from the university to work for him. On May 30th, the latest 2 Continental-class cargo spacecraft left the production line. Looking at the 2 new spaceships that had been produced but had not been painted, everyone present felt inexplicably shocked. Although it is not that huge, I feel very proud when I think that this is a spaceship that can travel freely between space and the Blue Star. Lu Chen looked at the 2 new cargo spacecraft, which will be named Lu 1, Lu 2, and so on. After letting Zero paint it, he took Jiang Bowen and others back to shelter number 1. It will take a day to ship the goods. It will not leave until tomorrow afternoon. Lu Chen asked Jiang Bowen and others to recheck their luggage. It would be troublesome if they found that they didn't bring anything important after arriving on the moon. Back at the shelter, Lu Chen thought about what happened in the past few days. On May 28th, Li Yunpeng came again, this time for his second-generation ion engine technology. The Dragon Kingdom also saw its Continental-class cargo spacecraft and knew that its technology was more advanced than theirs. Moreover, those who studied ion engines also tried their best and found that in terms of performance, they were still lacking compared to their own. So this time I came to Lu Chen to learn from him. Regarding the situation, Lu Chen did not refuse. First of all, his 3rd-generation ion engine was about to be released. By then, the 2nd-generation ion engine would be obsolete technology. It is still good to exchange obsolete technology for some resources and talent support. In addition, after the Dragon Kingdom's technology improves, it will drive the rapid development of the entire Dragon Kingdom. Using space resources to replenish the Dragon Kingdom can make people live better. Moreover, the civilization bonus in the later period will be more blessed on Dragon Kingdom, which is also good for you. After intense negotiations, the two parties reached an agreement. Chen used the second-generation ion engine technology to exchange the resources used by the Dragon Kingdom to build the Starry Sky 1 spacecraft, a total of 100 shares. At the same time, he helped Chen recruit 10 researchers among this year's college students. Chen also made requirements for the recruits this time. They set limits on the subject and knowledge level. At least they must be undergraduates and must be at the top level in their own subject. Li Yunpeng also smiled bitterly at Chen's request. However, I finally agreed to this request. For Dragon Kingdom, 10 people is neither too few nor too many, but it is stuck at this point. After completing the agreement, Li Yunpeng left with the second-generation ion engine technology. What Chen gave him was only the most primitive second-generation ion engine technology. The improvements he made based on this technology were not handed over to Li Yunpeng. Chen believed that Longwa's technicians would make great improvements after acquiring this technology. Before leaving, Li Yunpeng also said that the resources Chen needed would be delivered within 2 days. As for the 10 researchers, they also need to abide by others' own wishes, and will select 10 who are willing to come based on the conditions required by Chen. And this afternoon, Chen received a message from Li Yunpeng that he had brought this batch of goods to the port near shelter number 1, so that Chen could come and unload the goods. Chen was also very happy when he heard the news. After calculation, he could conclude that this batch of 100 resources is enough to build 20 Comet-class cargo spacecraft. Chen headed to the port with a large number of trucks. After arriving at the port and completing the handover with Li Yunpeng, Chen asked Ling to start unloading. Looking at Chen's robot army, Li Yunpeng also sighed. He had watched Chen grow up step by step. Fortunately, he treated it as a friend and was able to make such a genius for the country. After chatting with Chen for a while, looking at the team that had completed the shipment, and saying goodbye to Chen, Li Yunpeng boarded the returning freighter. Watching Li Yunpeng go away, Chen also boarded the car and left. The port here fell into silence again, with only the lights on the channel still flickering. On the way, Chen asked Ling about the construction progress of the Comet-class spaceship. Sir, after 10 days of modification, the relevant equipment has been installed in a shipyard in southern Annan, and resources are being mobilized from Shelter 1 to the scene. In this case, send a team of robot guards to transport each other and transport all the spacecraft manufacturing materials there. Also, the latest hydrogen fuel cell will be developed tomorrow. Don't rush to manufacture the spacecraft now. After the battery data is available, the battery will be integrated. Okay, sir. After the instructions were completed, Chen also began to close his eyes and rest. The entire convoy was also separated, and those carrying the spacecraft supplies headed south. At the same time, in a warehouse near Shelter 1, a team of 20 robots carrying multi-barrel electromagnetic guns were activated. After leaving the warehouse, we came to the Stingray warehouse, not far away. There are the last 5 Stingrays inside. This is Chen's last inventory. Currently, the manufacturing of Mana Ray has stopped. These 20 robots landed on 2 of the rays, took off, and flew towards the resource transport team heading south. On May 31st, the last day of this month, Chen got up, washed himself briefly, opened the nanocore, and saw that the ion engine had been deduced. Call up the data and see that it is as expected. Send the data to 0 and let 0 start manufacturing. Then he took Jiang Bowen and others to the launch site. At this time, 4 Continental-class spacecraft have been parked at the launch site. The painting of 2 of them is completely different from the other 2. These 2 ships were the first batch of ships to roll off the production line, and were ordered by Chen alone. The other 2 were the second batch of ships to roll off the production line, so they were named uniformly. Therefore, there are still some differences in the painting. After everyone arrived at the scene, Chen greeted everyone into the spacecraft. After making sure that everyone had fastened their seat belts, Chen issued the order to take off. Outside, from the launch site, I could see the ion engines under the 4 spacecraft starting to start, dragging the spacecraft slowly into the sky. After adjusting the angle in the air, he rushed directly to the sky at full speed. Everyone in the cabin was firmly fixed to their seats by the powerful acceleration. But for everyone who has been injected with the enhancer, this acceleration is nothing. Soon, in less than 10 minutes, the 4 spacecraft had reached low Earth orbit. At this time, everyone felt that they were already in a state of weightlessness. For researchers who have never been to space, this is a completely new experience. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chen was not surprised. Academician Jiang, inform your students that we will stay at Daystar Airport for 2 days, and we will set off again in 2 days. After arriving at Venus Airport, you can enter the airport after the spacecraft docks successfully. Within the airport, you can visit other places except those that are not authorized. Received. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for reminding me. I will explain it properly. After ending the call, the spaceship continued to travel. After arriving at the Morningstar Airport, everyone in the spacecraft looked at the huge airport in front of them and exclaimed, Jiang Bowen has the most experience here. Because he works in the country, he has a deep understanding of the technology and strength required to build such a large space station in space. Through these 4 spacecraft and such a large space station, Jiang Bowen knew that this time the superparticle accelerator was stable. If you are bolder, it is not impossible to propose to academician Liu to build a planetary particle accelerator in the future. After the spacecraft successfully docked, Chen led everyone to the space station. Looking at the luxurious living facilities inside the space station, everyone was amazed again. The space station astronauts they saw on TV before could only work and live in a small space. And the space station where he and others are now actually has such a large space. Although it is slightly crowded due to the large number of people, it still reflects Chen's strong technical strength. This also gave many people the idea of following academician Liu all the time. Even Jiang Bowen was a little moved, considering that domestic policies in recent years have been focused on restoring people's livelihood. It is unlikely that we will make great efforts to build a particle accelerator. Chen fully has this capability, but he is still lacking in technology. Many details in the construction process are not clear. So Jiang Bowen is also aware of the student's thoughts, but he won't stop him. Although he can't come to Chen to work, he can still borrow the venue for research. As for my students, of course I won't object if they find a better place to go. That night, Jiang Bowen had a conversation with his students. He did not make any meanderings and explained directly that if he wanted to conduct research with academician Liu, he would not object. Instead, he would recommend it to Chen. But in the end, success can only depend on individual efforts. Among the people present, in addition to Jiang Bowen, there were 19 people, and among these people, 5 people expressed their desire to continue research with Chen. Jiang Bowen looked at these 5 people and knew what was going on. These 5 people are still very smart, but the type of research they do is relatively unpopular. They specialize in studying photons and sunlight. In addition, due to the recent reduction in funding, they have not started experiments for a long time. If it hadn't happened this time, this project might have been sealed indefinitely. It just so happens that I can do as much research as I want here at Chen. After understanding the situation, Jiang Bowen found Chen and explained the situation. Chen expressed his welcome. After meeting with the 5 people, I also conducted a special test and determined that the 5 people have very solid basic knowledge and have their own opinions on photons. And with Jiang Bowen's consent, he also showed his group's research results. Chen looked at the data and found that these people had already conducted in-depth research on photons. After thinking about it, Chen accepted these people into his research team. After accepting 5 people into his research team, Chen took the 5 people to the high-energy physics laboratory of the space station. Take out an electronic document and send it to 5 people. This is the photon power station I am currently studying how to use photons and sunlight to convert electrical energy. Photon, also called light quantum, is the carrier of electromagnetic radiation and has energy momentum, and mass. According to Chen's idea, if photons can be used to generate electricity, the photon energy will be converted into electrical energy, and the momentum will drive the turbine to operate and convert into electrical energy. If Chen's idea can succeed, then Venus Airport and the lunar base will not have to worry about power consumption. This idea came about after the construction of the nanocore energy harvester was completed. After observing the operating principle of the collector, Chen knew that it collects special energy in sunlight, so he thought that if photon-electric energy conversion could be achieved, a large amount of electric energy should be generated. Through this idea, I will also study it in my daily research. A recent experiment showed that Chen's idea can be realized. In a recent experiment on the conversion of photons into electrical energy, Chen successfully converted a photon into electrical energy. After the conversion was completed, the electrical energy released reached 1/10 of the fusion energy of the same level. So taking this as a clue, Chen has been able to achieve photoelectric conversion under laboratory conditions. It just so happens that these 5 people are also studying this aspect this time. Although they're only studying some forms or properties of photons, with their own pre-research data, they should be able to complete the industrial transformation of related technologies. After seeing Chen's experimental data, the 5 people at the scene also admired Chen's big imagination. The key is that there are still experimental results. Sure enough, people are different, and this also allowed them to see the gap between them and Chen. After studying the information for a while, the 5 people also gave their answers. If they continue to study according to the data given by Chen, the results will be available in about 3 months. Chen also nodded, allowing them to go ahead and do it. Currently, there's a complete laboratory on the space station, but the laboratory on the moon has not yet been fully constructed. So this time we can only go to the moon with the remaining people, and these 5 people will temporarily stay on the space station for research. After the laboratory construction of the lunar base is completed in the later period, it can be moved to the lunar surface for experiments. And what these 5 people don't know is that all the ones used by Chen have been replaced by quantum supercomputers, and there happens to be one in the Venus space station. So when they started researching, they found that the computing speed of the laboratory computers was too fast, and there were many robot assistants and artificial intelligence assistants. With the help of these hardware, these 5 people quickly entered the research state. Chen looked at the photon research team that was on track, nodded with satisfaction, and returned to the living area to rest. This project is a test for these 5 people. If these 5 people can no longer complete the research on photon power generation equipment as expected when they already have so much experimental data, then it proves that these 5 people are not suitable for this project. Research. But if the research can be completed, then Chen will focus on training 5 people to continue their studies in high-energy physics. Jiang Bowen also communicated with Lonka Academy. After all, his team was missing 5 people. However, Lonka Academy did not object. After all, there was really no resources to invest in this area. Entering Chen's place was considered a good result. And just after Chen and others arrived at the space station again, the other 3 countries on Blue Star were also very upset. If the Dragon Kingdom is said to be a country in the sky, it can be said that it is the power of a whole country. But if you can own 4 spaceships and such a large space station alone, it is not scientific in any way. So after learning about Chen, the other 3 countries simultaneously expressed their voices internationally, hoping that Chen could come to their country to conduct research. And he also offered very high conditions. But when Longwa found out, he just smiled and said, after all, the conditions provided were not as good as those provided by the Dragon Kingdom. But even so, Chen did not go to the Dragon Kingdom official to conduct research, but studied alone. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom watched silently, but secretly stepped up some actions and carried out tight defense in the area where Chen was located to prevent the Stars and Stripes Kingdom incident from happening again. Stars and Stripes, Houston rocket launch site. Stimulated by the Dragon Kingdom and with strong financial support, a company's Dragon spacecraft was moved here for launch. Due to the decommissioning of the International Space Station, among the space stations currently in orbit, in addition to Dragon Kingdom's Tiangong space station and Lu Chen's Venus airport. This time, the Stars and Stripes Kingdom spent a lot of money and directly prepared multiple rocket launches to send the basic components of the space station and 3 astronauts into space. Then, after completing the docking of various cabins of the space station, the 3 astronauts will stay on the space station for a month. A month later, the ground launch site will launch another batch of rockets to expand the space station and replace the 3 astronauts. At this moment, Stars and Stripes TV station is broadcasting the launch live, and Dragon Kingdom is also broadcasting it simultaneously. Looking at the 5 towering rockets on the TV, the people of the Star-Spangled Kingdom were praising their country for being strong. But here in the Dragon Kingdom, things are more cheerful. Still using rockets, it's an antique. I crossed the river by touching the Star-Spangled Kingdom, and finally reached the other side ahead of schedule. And by the way, I touched him bald. It's not just reaching the other side. We have to dig a deep ditch to get out. But these are all discussions within Longhwa's own network. Lu Chen was also watching the live broadcast. Looking at the live broadcast, the reporter interviewed the person in charge of the rocket launch. Mr. Marco, can you tell us about the performance of the rocket launched this time? The rocket we launched this time is an improved version of Ares. The payload in low Earth orbit has reached 120 tons, and the synchronous transfer orbit has reached 70 tons. The entire rocket is divided into 3 stages, of which the first and second stages can be recycled, which can effectively reduce costs. At the same time, according to the design, the 3-stage rocket will serve as the propulsion system and refueling station of the space station. After we launch the space station components and reach space, the 3-level boost will allow the space station to complete the orbit change and reach the Blue Star synchronous orbit. At the same time, we will also conduct launch missions regularly. Thanks to technological breakthroughs in artificial intelligence projects and robotics projects, our country has fully entered the era of Industry 4.0, and the era of visual automation has arrived. This ensures that we can manufacture 5 such rockets per month, and I believe we will soon be able to build a new large-scale space station. Lu Chen watched the live broadcast and felt that the Stars and Stripes Kingdom had a strong foundation. He said that without the ion engine provided by itself, the Dragon Kingdom would still be in the rocket age. After Stars and Stripes gave up on the high cost of the original Saturn V, it was soon able to come up with a cheap rocket with a similar load. This kind of heritage cannot be caught up in decades. After seeing the final countdown in the live broadcast, I waited patiently for the launch to end. After seeing that all 5 rockets were successfully launched, Lu Chen also turned off the live broadcast. Now, there has been a gap of several generations between myself and the Star-Spangled Kingdom in terms of aerospace. Not only in terms of flight methods, but also in terms of energy utilization, the Star-Spangled Kingdom is far behind. Watching the live broadcast this time is just to understand the space progress of the Star-Spangled Kingdom. After understanding it, you should go about your own affairs first. At the Stars and Stripes launch site, after it was confirmed that all the rockets were successfully launched, everyone present cheered. The space station components launched this time weigh a total of 500 tons, including the living module where the astronauts are located, and the other 4 are the orbit module, service module, docking module, and special equipment module, providing power to the space station through its own solar cell wings. Through ground command of these and the satellites in orbit, after confirming that the 5 cabins have been successfully docked, the space station entered autonomous operation, and the 3 astronauts are about to start a month-long life in space. Just after the launch site announced that the launch mission was completed, the 3 people in outer space saw a formation of 10 starry sky, 1 spacecraft flying past them in the distance, heading for the moon. The 3 of them felt that Longhwa did this on purpose because going to the moon instead of their side would consume a lot of unnecessary fuel. However, the 3 people did not know that Longhwa used an ion engine, which did not require chemical energy fuel and could be charged directly. At Venus Airport, after watching the launch mission of Stars and Stripes, Lu Chen no longer paid attention to this matter. After confirming his departure tomorrow, Lu Chen informed Jiang Bowen to prepare for departure. Jiang Bowen was also paying attention to the rocket launch of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom. After receiving the notice from Chen, he stopped paying attention and called his students to go back and pack up and set off on time tomorrow morning. The next morning, after a group of people had a space breakfast, they took the prepared spacecraft and started heading to the moon base. In order to see the space station of the Stars and Stripes Kingdom, Chen asked Zero to drop by to take a look and observe. Zero means received. After modifying the route, we started to set off. The people on the spaceship were all elites. After feeling that the flight direction was wrong, they also knew that they were going to pass by the Stars and Stripes space station to say hello. It immediately aroused everyone's interest. Soon, the spaceship formation approached the space station. Looking at the small and pitiful space station in front of them, these researchers quickly lost interest. There is no harm if there is no comparison. After staying at Chen's Venus Airport, seeing this small space station again makes me feel crowded. After the people on the space station saw another spacecraft formation passing by, they felt that the three of them were just like being in a zoo for people to visit, and their mentality was a bit broken. Fortunately, they were all selected after thousands of attempts, and they quickly adjusted their mentality and reported the two incidents to the Ground Command Center. After the Ground Command Center found out, it was helpless and could only protest through the official. Longwa's answer was that it was caused by an error in the orbit setting of the spacecraft in the first place, and he promised that it would not happen again later. As for Chen, that is a personal behavior of a citizen and has nothing to do with the country. When Stars and Stripes heard this answer, they could only endure it silently. At the same time, they increased their research and development of aerospace technology, hoping to regain their position. While the Stars and Stripes Kingdom was secretly working hard, the Dragon Kingdom was not idle either. After obtaining Chen's second-generation ion engine technology, I was able to see Chen's strength in the electromagnetic field. And after calculation, it was concluded that this data is only the original second-generation ion engine technology. Chen is currently using at least 2.5 generation technology. However, the country did not continue to seek deals with Chen. He also understood that Chen did not want the country to rely too much on the power of one person. The last word was to work together. The Starry Sky 1 cargo spacecraft and Starry Sky 2-man spacecraft currently used by Dragon Kingdom still use the newly developed 1.8 generation ion engine. The load capacity is nearly 50 tons lower than that of the second-generation ion engine. This means that every time a cargo is transported to space, the load must be at least 50 tons less than Chen's, not to mention that Chen is using the 2.5 generation ion engine. Fortunately, the Dragon Country has a great cause and can quickly manufacture a large number of spaceships. But now that we have obtained Chen's technology, we are planning to design the Starry Sky 3 spacecraft into an integrated manned and cargo spacecraft. According to the design, Starry Sky 3 has a dead weight of 200 tons, a payload of 300 tons, and a crew of 10 people. Using 10 second-generation ion engines, 6 of them are located under the spacecraft to provide lift, and 4 are located at the tail of the spacecraft to provide forward power. During the ground takeoff stage, 10 ion engines can together provide upward thrust to send the Starry Sky 3 spacecraft into space. The latest sodium-sulfur graphene battery developed by the Energy Research Institute has successfully exceeded 500 Wh/g, while Chen's graphene lithium-ion battery has an energy density of only 200 Wh per gram. 1 ton of such a battery is equivalent to 500,000 degrees. In this case, replacing the equivalent battery can directly save the Starry Sky series spacecraft from the embarrassment of charging at Tiangong 2. This time, the Starry Sky 3 spacecraft is designed to be 60 meters long, 20 meters wide, and 10 meters high. Although it uses 2 more ion engines than Chen's Continental-class spacecraft, because it is an original second-generation ion engine, the thrust is a little smaller than what Chen is using now. Health facilities, as well as other experimental equipment. As a result, Starry Sky 3 was smaller than Chen's spacecraft. At the same time, its own weight increased and its effective load decreased. However, The corresponding use of new battery technology allows Starry Sky 3 to directly travel between Blue Star and the Moon. The Dragon Kingdom is preparing to gradually phase out the Starry Sky 1 and Starry Sky 2 spaceships after the Starry Sky 3 spacecraft begins to be used. These eliminated spacecrafts will be sold as products, allowing companies controlled by Dragon Kingdom citizens to purchase them. When a country goes to space to eat meat, it will also allow domestic companies to develop simultaneously. After some domestic companies found out, they were all gearing up to buy 1 or 2 spaceships. This batch of Starry Sky 1 and 2 will be replaced with new batteries at the same time, which can save companies that purchase this batch of spacecraft from the embarrassment of charging midway. After modifying the life support system of Starry Sky 1, although it does not carry as many passengers as Starry Sky 2, its cargo capacity is larger than that of Starry Sky 2. Each has its own characteristics. After calculation, after the modification is completed, Starry Sky 1 can carry 2 crew members and 80 tons of cargo, while Starry Sky 2 can carry 6 crew members and 50 tons of cargo. The sales price is also relatively simple. The price of each spaceship is 200 million credit points. After the war, due to the development of science and technology, Longwa has truly entered the information age. This led to the cancellation of the original banknotes and the adoption of a new currency called credit points. After converting the original wealth, and based on the existing price level, all citizens were reissued a wristwatch, which could be used as identity. Usage includes all information such as ID card, bank card, social security card, driver's license, etc. Credit points have also been reissued to every citizen. After the news was released, many large companies such as Weijing International, Shuanting Group, Malaysian Company, Warwick Holdings, Baosteel Group, etc. have already reserved all these spacecrafts. Through the construction of these private or state-owned enterprises, development on the Moon can be carried out more quickly. When Chen learned about this situation, he was also considering whether to sell the spacecraft he had eliminated. However, after thinking about it, I found that the spaceships I built were not enough for my own use, so I put aside this idea for the time being. However, we can consider selling the Continental-class cargo spaceship later. Although it does not have a life support system and requires wearing protective clothing, it can still work with a little modification and sacrificing some transportation capacity. On the 4 spaceships flying to the Moon, Chen was also calculating his assets. He currently owns 50 Fighting Falcons and 100 Rays, with a payload of at least 20 tons. These 150 aircraft use first-generation ion engines and cannot fly out of Blue Star. Chen plans to take out 50 Rays for modification and replace them with second-generation ion engines so that they can go to space with a payload of up to 40 tons. You only need to replenish energy at Tiangong 2 or Venus Airport to go to the Moon. Chen believed that this batch of Stingrays would attract many large companies with insufficient strength to buy them. However, in order to ensure that it would not be bought by foreign forces, Chen also entrusted the country with the sale and, at the same time, gave the country 20% of the transaction amount as commission after the transaction was successful. In addition to these, he also has 4 Continental-class spacecraft and a Comet-class spacecraft under construction. In addition, the current production line can roll off 2 Continental-class spacecraft and 1 Comet-class spacecraft every month. At the same time, new production lines are being established on the ground and on the Moon. The production line construction is expected to be completed in 2 months and will be able to produce 10 Continental-class spacecraft and 5 Comet-class spacecraft per month. If you calculate it this way, by the beginning of August, you can have 8 Continental-class spacecraft and 2 Comet-class spacecraft. In this case, I can transport more than 8,000 tons of materials to the Moon at one time. By then, the construction of the lunar base will be accelerated again. After taking stock, Chen also began to plan the next steps. First, after the construction of the lunar base is completed, the construction task of the Mars base needs to be started, which is expected to be implemented by the end of this year. Existing transportation capacity is needed to ensure the construction task of large-scale particle accelerators on the lunar surface. Before the end of the year, all the construction materials for the particle accelerator need to be transported to the moon. At that time, in addition to the 10 Comet-class spacecraft and Continental-class spacecraft used for transportation between Blue Star and the moon, the other Comet-class spacecraft will all be used for the construction of Mars bases. According to Chen's plan, after the expansion of the production line of the Continental-class spacecraft is completed, construction of 100 more ships will be stopped, and the production line will be transformed to transform it into a production line for Comet-class spacecraft. At that time, Comet-class spacecraft will have a monthly output of 10. In this case, 30,000 tons of transportation force will be added every month, which is enough for my own use. Chen also thought about the future development plan of the spacecraft. In the solar system, the Comet class will be the mainstream cargo spacecraft, and the higher level, Chen defines it as a gunship-class space battleship with destroyers, cruisers, etc. According to Chen's idea, these are all inner-galaxy-level spacecraft. After completing the planning, Chen found that all 50 rays he had released had been booked. Seeing this, Chen did not sit idle and asked Ling to start the relevant transformation, which is expected to be completed in a month. Then a message was sent to all buyers asking them to determine the delivery location. After 1 month, the corresponding rays will arrive at the designated delivery location. After getting the news, these companies sent all their delivery locations. After Chen asked Ling to take notes, the spacecraft was directly shipped after the modification was completed. The official speed reading of Dragon Kingdom is similar to that of Chen. The first batch of 20 Starry Sky 3 spacecraft is expected to be completed in 1 month. At that time, the existing Starry Sky 1 and Starry Sky 2 will be transformed within half a month and delivered to major enterprises. After major companies determined the delivery date of the spacecraft, they also began to collect resources and recruit personnel. To ensure that enough personnel and materials can be transported to space by then. At this time, people discovered that pilots had become very popular. Not only that, but many technical jobs had also become more popular. Major companies were offering high prices to recruit relevant technical elites. Students majoring in astronomy, which were previously unpopular, have already been booked by major companies. After graduation, they can directly enter relevant companies with an annual salary of at least 1 million starting. Seeing this phenomenon, Longwood netizens also feel that society is changing too fast and they can't keep up with the pace. Not only that, majors related to science and engineering have suddenly become popular. If you apply for a job in a company, as long as you are a science and engineering major or have worked in the science and engineering industry, these big companies will all accept them, and even those who have no job arrangements for the time being will still pay you. Or organize relevant knowledge training. Seeing this situation, Chen also felt that these large companies could achieve such a scale without a fuel-efficient lamp. However, Chen is not worried that he has no talents to use, and what he needs are research-oriented talents. Artificial intelligence is used in production, which can greatly save labor costs. After completing all this, Chen and others were almost at the moon. Looking at the growing moon in front of them, everyone became excited. 2 hours later, the spacecraft successfully landed at Chen's lunar base. Everyone stepped off the spaceship and looked at the large base in front of them. Everyone had a new understanding of Chen's strength. Jiang Bowen thought that a Venus airport would already have most of Chen's strength. He said it was a lunar base, and he thought it was just a few small cabins. He didn't expect it to be so big. It was worse than his research institute at Blue Star. Not much. Amid everyone's amazement, Chen led everyone to the living area. After arranging everyone's accommodation, he led everyone to visit the facilities in the lunar base. At the same time, he also informed everyone of the scale of the lunar base and how to use some facilities. Because the people coming here this time are all high-energy physics personnel, the original high-energy physics laboratory may not be able to meet the needs of everyone. However, Chen also said that the construction of 2 new high-energy physics laboratories will be completed within a month, and then they will be able to satisfy everyone's experiments. Jiang Bowen also expressed his understanding. After all, it should be very difficult to build such a large base on the moon. It is already very good to be able to do this. Moreover, he has been waiting for such a long time and does not care about them more than a month. Just after Chen arranged everyone, he received a message from Li Yunpa. Academician Liu, I heard that you are already on the moon. Team Leader Li is really well informed. Who is calling this time? Academician Liu, it's like this. Do you also know that lunar soil cannot be planted? It just so happened that after all the scientific researchers were injected with the enhancer, many national treasure-level experts were reborn and their enthusiasm for research was rekindled. I happen to hear that you have established a permanent manned lunar base on the moon. So Mr. Yuan found me this time, hoping to come to your base to conduct research on lunar soil cultivation. Lu Chen was a little confused after hearing this. He didn't expect that it was Mr. Yuan who wanted to come to his base to do research. He must welcome him. Team Leader Li, are you sure it's Mr. Yuan who is coming? I'm a little confused by this news. Academician Liu, I'm not kidding you. It is definitely Mr. Yuan who wants to go up there to do research. He is accompanied by a 5-person security team and 5 of Mr. Yuan's students. They are expected to stay with you for a year. So the superiors hope that you can provide good reception there and then see if you can improve the living conditions there as much as possible. Don't worry, Team Leader Li. After all, we all grew up eating Mr. Yuan's rice. I can still provide this condition. Ask Mr. Yuan about when he will come over. It will take about 10 days to arrange personnel, supplies, and other equipment. At that time, the 10 researchers recruited for you will also be sent here. Your living conditions, there should be fine. Don't worry, Team Leader Li. Our place was originally designed to be built according to the standard of 100 people. Now it can accommodate 30 people for long-term residence. There is also an independent grain planting base inside, which can meet the daily ration needs of 100 people. I'm going to expand this place later, and it will soon be able to accommodate 50 people for long-term residence. In this case, I would like to thank Academician Liu. It will take some time for our lunar base to complete the residency requirements, so I can only ask you for help first. Team Leader Li is out of touch now. I am from the Dragon Kingdom. I am willing to help the country in whatever way I can. After chatting with each other for a while, Mr. Yuan took the entourage to Lu Chen's #1 shelter and took the spaceship to the lunar base after 10 days. After hanging up the communication, Lu Chen asked Zero to carry out man modifications on the Tianxing and Yunxing and add life support equipment. After the modification is completed, each spacecraft can carry 20 astronauts and 200 tons of cargo. After Lu Chen also asked the 4 spacecrafts to unload their cargo, while there were still 10 days left, Lu Chen asked Zero to seize the time to transport a batch of supplies to the moon. This batch of emergency supplies is used to expand and improve the quality of living areas. Others are used to build a large-scale crop experimental base next to the planting area. After making these arrangements, the robots in Lu Chen's lunar base came out to quickly transport the materials from the 4 spaceships to the base. At the same time, during the transportation process, the spacecraft is also replenishing energy simultaneously. Zhang Bowen also saw the movement outside the lunar base and came to Lu Chen's side to see what was going on. Academician Liu, it feels like the unloading is a little rushed this time. Did something happen? Academician Jiang, Mr. Yuan will arrive at the base in a while to conduct research on moon planting, so I want to transport another batch of goods while there is still time. Really, it's a happy event that Mr. Yuan is coming up. In that case, Academician Liu, would you like to see if there is anything we can do for you? Thank you very much, Academician Jiang. However, there is artificial intelligence on site for construction. You could just use robots. However, part of the computing resources of the central computer in the base will be occupied by then, which may slow down your research speed. Academician Liu, don't worry. I just took a look at the central computer's computing power. It's 100 times more powerful than the supercomputing power I used before. Even if part of the computing power is occupied due to construction needs, it is still stronger than what I used to use supercomputing before. Therefore, the research progress is much faster than before. In this case, I am relieved. All the computers here are supercomputers using quantum chips for supercomputing architecture. Their performance is hundreds of times better than supercomputers using silicon-based chips, so you can freely conduct research. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will equip each laboratory with a small quantum supercomputer so that you don't have to compete with others for computing power. Thank you very much, Academician Liu. Since there is nothing that needs my help here, I will lead the students to restart the research project first. Well, then Academician Jiang, let's go and do some work first. I could just watch here. See you later, Academician Liu. After seeing Jiang Bowen go away, Liu Chen looked back at the 4 spaceships. At this time, the spacecraft had completed 90% of its energy replenishment, and it would be fully charged in half an hour. Liu Chen ordered Zero to leave the Tianxing on the ground temporarily for modification after this batch of spaceships returned to Blue Star. The other 3 spaceships could take off after being filled with supplies. After recharging at the Venus airport, they would fly directly to the moon. The entire round trip will take 6 days. After this batch of transportation is completed, the 4 spaceships can wait on the ground for Mr. Yuan's team to come together. On the other side, at the Longhua Agricultural Research Institute, after receiving the reply, Mr. Yuan thanked Li Yunpeng and asked his students to start preparing supplies and experimental equipment. After the explanation, feeling the vitality in his body, Mr. Yuan also lamented the speed of the development of science and technology in the Republic. And Liu Chen was like a treasure given to the Dragon Kingdom by God. With his outstanding contributions in the electromagnetic field, the Dragon Kingdom directly dominated the aerospace field. Now I can continue to use my remaining energy to contribute to the agriculture of the Republic. I have to thank Liu Chen, Zhou Heng, and others for allowing me to have this opportunity. After sighing for a while, Mr. Yuan also went to do his own business. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace department was also accelerating the pace of space exploration. After receiving inspiration from Liu Chen, it also began large-scale construction on the moon. The previous construction center was placed on the Tiangong space station, which led to the slow progress of the lunar surface base. At present, only relevant life support facilities have been built, which can accommodate 5 astronauts for a short period of time. The Tiangong space station can already accommodate 30 people for long-term stationing. The traditional space station lifestyle is still used in Longhua Space Station. This time, through Jiang Bowen and others' knowledge of Daystar Airport, they also began to add electromagnetic absorption devices to the exoskeleton armor. This greatly improves the mobility of the astronauts stationed in the Tiangong space station. At the same time, actions outside the space station are also more flexible. This has greatly accelerated the progress of many experimental studies in the space station. After basically completing the goals of the first phase, the aerospace department shifted its focus to the moon. After the Starry Sky 3 spacecraft is put into service, the second phase of the lunar base construction project will begin. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's dream of flying to the moon for thousands of years will be fulfilled. 10 days later, on June 10th, Mr. Yuan and others arrived at Shelter Number 1. At this time, Liu Chen was also standing outside Shelter Number 1 to greet Mr. Yuan and others. After the transportation of the middle batch of goods was completed, Liu Chen also returned to Blue Star, preparing to greet Mr. Yuan in person. Seeing Mr. Yuan get off the plane, Liu Chen quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Looking at the young Mr. Yuan in front of him, Liu Chen said, "Mr. Yuan, welcome to your arrival." Haha, Academician Liu, I need to bother you this time. Now that I know that you already have a lunar base that can be stationed for a long time, I can't wait to go to the moon to study the possibility of planting lunar soil. After all, there is a difference between studying the lunar soil brought back from the moon at Blue Star and doing field research on the moon. Don't worry, Mr. Yuan. This time I've built a large planting base on the moon. Although the current lunar soil cannot be planted, the relevant equipment has been prepared and is enough for you to use. Hearing these words, Mr. Yuan also smiled. After all the accompanying supplies were loaded, everyone began to land on the spacecraft and prepare to set off. After making sure everyone was ready, Liu Chen informed Zero that he could take off. Under a strong acceleration, entered space in less than 10 minutes. After heading to Venus Airport for energy replenishment, the formation continued to the moon. 2 days later, the formation successfully arrived at the lunar surface base. After everyone entered the base, Chen took Mr. Yuan and others to the living area next to the agricultural experimental base. This newly built living area can accommodate 20 people. With sufficient supplies of daily necessities, the living conditions can be compared to those on the ground. After settling down, Mr. Yuan, Chen also took Mr. Yuan and his students into the planting experimental base. The entire base was divided into 10 semicircular buildings, each of which contained 50 acres of experimental fields. The air pressure in the experimental base is the same as that of Blue Star, except that the ground is lunar soil. The top of the experimental base is made of transparent tempered glass, and a sunshade is installed inside. When the moon faces the sun, in order to prevent the sun from being too strong, the sunshade can be opened to block it. When your back is to the sun, you can close the sunshade to see the scenery of the moon. After introducing these planting bases, Mr. Yuan asked Chen to go about his own business, while Mr. Yuan took his students to start research experiments. Chen saw Mr. Yuan enter the research state and did not disturb him. He returned to the living area at the planting base and took the 10 newly recruited researchers to the original living area. After introducing Jiang Bowen's team to each other, these 10 people were also surprised. They did not expect that there were actually 3 academicians in this base. Chen was also looking at the information of these 10 people and divided them according to their majors. Looking at the information, Chen felt that the country had spent a lot of money this time. Among individuals, it can basically be divided into 4 fields, namely polymer materials and engineering, robotics engineering, energy and power engineering, and one major is actually nuclear physics. Moreover, these 10 people are considered leaders in their profession, and they can all be considered geniuses. Looking at these 10 people, Chen asked these 10 people to go back and settle down in their homes. He would gather here in half an hour and arrange courses for them. After the 10 people left, Chen looked at the information again. Among these 10 people, Chao Xing and Fang Yuan are a couple. They are majoring in polymer materials and engineering. Moreover, both of them are considered top academics and have very high attainments in their majors. This time they heard that the government needed to recruit a group of people to go to the moon for research, so they signed up directly and were selected at the same time. In addition to these 2 people, there are 3 other people who are studying robotics engineering. These 3 people are roommates in the same dormitory. They are Zhang Su, Du Hu, and Deng Jun. These 3 people like to tinker with robots when they are in the dormitory and have won many awards in the robot competitions held by the school. This time, it is also very simple to recruit 3 people to show them the relevant videos of Chen's 6-legged robot and guard robot, and they will agree to come here. Among the remaining 5 people, Wang Shuai and Song Yuan are studying nuclear physics. They have participated in the Oriental Super Ring project in Anhui province in their junior year. This time, the 2 of them, the reason they came here was because the top management heard that Chen was also researching nuclear fusion, and they were sent here to help. The 2 of them were also willing to come to Chen's place. After all, Chen's side did not have a team researching nuclear fusion. After they came here, they would definitely be valued by Chen, and they would not have to wait in line like they did at the Eastern Super Ring, where there were many research teams. The last 3 were specialized in energy and power research, and they were graduate students who had been doing research with their supervisor for 2 years. For the future development of the 3, they were sent here specifically for Chen. I dare not say anything else, but in the field of ion engines, Chen is the world's #1. Shirlun, Cheng Hao, and Fang Qing also have their own unique insights in the research field of Longhua ion engines. The 1.8 generation ion engine, this time, has the contributions of these 3 people. Their mentors did not want to waste the talents of these 3 people. After asking for their opinions, they sent them over. After reading these materials, Chen was also very happy. These are his future team members. Although these people were recruited by the official Longhua, But these people are doing research under his hands. With Zero watching, he will be the first to know the breakthrough of new technologies. And he doesn't mind the technology developed by these people was known by Longhua. After all, they still had nanocores to deduce. By then, the technology could directly produce a gap of 1 or 2 generations. And with the relationship between him and Longhua would trade with him for any technology it needed. Chen also believed that his personal ability could convince these people and make them work for him for life. Soon, half an hour passed, and these 10 academic masters also arranged their own residences. Except for Chao Xing and Feng Yuan, who lived together, the others had their own small single rooms. Looking at the people returning, Chen also prepared the research projects for these people. When the 10 people came back to Chen also thought of 4 related projects to be handed over to these 4 teams. Looking at the 10 people standing in front of him again, Chen said, "Everyone came here for their own development and love of research. So, I specially selected 4 research projects based on everyone's majors. But before that, there are some words to say in advance. I don't like to exploit employees. Because people have limited energy, I will entrust the country to help me find a group of talents in related majors to help me with research. Correspondingly, I will not treat you unfairly. Here, each of you has a basic salary of 1 million credit points per year. If the results of your research are actually put into use, you can get a profit dividend of 1/10,000th. This is the treatment aspect. There's also research. In the research project I give you, the materials needed for research will be supplied to you without limit. Although it is unlimited, waste is not allowed, and private trading is not allowed. If private trading is found, the relevant responsibilities will be investigated in accordance with the laws of Longhua, and those who squander materials will be warned. If they are found for the second time, you will be fired and never employed again. Do you understand? Understand. Very good. Then there is one more thing. Since you are all research talents, I will not limit your working hours, but the basic 8-hour work system still needs to be met. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Chen continued. Since everyone has no objection, I will start to assign tasks. Chao Xing and Feng Yuan. Although you two are a couple, I believe in your professional qualities, so I won't say much. What you need to be responsible for next is the research of magnetic polymer materials. Because I have some research in the field of electromagnetics, I need you to continue research based on my research results. The goal is to study a new generation of polymer storage materials. After the research of this project is completed, you can also study a new generation of magnetic motors with the Energy and Power Laboratory. After drinking a sip of water, Chen continued. Jiangsu, Duhu, and Deng Jun, the 3 of you are studying robots. I believe you have also seen the application videos of the 6-legged robots and guard robots that I studied before. Now, with the development of technology, guard robots are okay. The 6-legged robot has gradually failed to keep up with the development needs, so the task I give you is to research a new generation of construction robots, and the performance needs to be more than twice that of the existing 6-legged robots. Is there any problem? Academician Liu, I need to see the specific data of the original 6-legged robot before I can give an answer. Okay, this is the data of the 6-legged robot. You can look at it first. Tell me when you have the results. I will arrange other people's projects first. Chen handed a document that he had prepared long ago to Zhang Su and the other 2. After watching Zhang Su and the other 2 take the document and study it, Chen looked at Wang Shuai and Song Yuan again. You 2 may have a heavy task, but I am also looking forward to you the most. From your information, I learned that you have a deep understanding of nuclear fusion. It just so happens that I have recently developed a new type of battery, but because of its large size and weight, I need to miniaturize it. This is the information of this battery and some of my research experience on nuclear fusion. You can take a look and give me a reply after reading it. The 2 nodded, took the information and looked through it roughly, and their faces were also solemn. They retreated to thinking slowly aside. Looking at the last 3 people, Chen said, "Finally, it's you 3, Shilin, Cheng Hao, and Fong Qing. I have also heard about your contributions to Longwa's 1.8 generation ion engine, but these are not enough. When you researched the 1.8 generation, I was already researching the third generation ion engine, and it was almost completed. When Longwa traded the second generation ion engine with me, my third generation ion engine had entered the experimental stage. In order to keep a hand, Chen did not say that his third generation ion engine was already in a practical state. Looking at the confused expressions of the three people, Chen did not care and continued. I don't know if you have seen the data of my second generation ion engine, but in order to prove your talent in this area, I will give you the data of the 2.5 generation ion engine and give you half a year to improve the data of this ion engine to 80% of the performance of the third generation engine. I will recognize your ability. At that time, I will give you the information of the third generation ion engine, and the subsequent research on the ion engine will be carried out by you. So come on, young man. After listening to Chen's words, Feng Qing and others admired Chen very much, and even several other people admired Chen very much. Apart from Zhou Peng's enhancer, the technology that Chen provided to Longwa during this period has pushed Longwa to a position equal to that of the Stars and Stripes. And the ion engine developed independently has made Longwa Aerospace far behind the Stars and Stripes Aerospace. The combat power of the three armies has risen sharply, basically crushing the Stars and Stripes. Now I find that the project I am researching is actually lagging behind in Chen's place. Such a psychological gap is still quite uncomfortable, but they are all high-quality talents and quickly adjusted their mentality. At this time, Zhang Su and the other two came to Chen. Academician Liu, the three of us discussed it after reading the information. Based on the knowledge the three of us have, it may take at least half a year to complete the relevant requirements, because a lot of the knowledge we have learned before is already in a backward state and requires further study, which will waste some time. In this case, I will give you 9 months. It is June now. How about you come up with the results before April next year? Academician Liu, don't worry. We will definitely produce results that satisfy you before April next year. Chen nodded, and then saw Wang Shuai and Song Yuan walking over. Academician Liu, we had just looked at the information on this battery and estimated that if we want to reduce the size and weight, the corresponding cruising range will also be reduced simultaneously. According to rough calculations, if the size and weight were reduced to 1/10 of their original size, the battery life would be only about 5% of the previous one. How long will it take you to reach this level? We need at least half a year, and the moon is currently a relatively good experimental site. The large amount of hydrogen isotopes in the lunar soil can be easily extracted. In that case, I'll leave this project to you. Chen continued. I will take everyone to their respective laboratories. I also hope that everyone can cooperate with each other instead of working behind closed doors in their respective laboratories. After Chen finished speaking, he ignored everyone's reactions and called everyone to go to the experimental area. After passing through the living area, Chen led everyone to the experimental area. The entire experimental area has been expanded recently, with a total of 10 laboratories. Each laboratory occupies a large or small area. For example, the robotics laboratory occupies an area of 1,000 square meters and is 6 meters high. This is because robot experiments require a lot of space. For example, the polymer materials laboratory only covers an area of 500 square meters. At the entrance of the 2 laboratories, Chen entered the biological information of the 5 people respectively, added the corresponding permissions, and led everyone forward. Next is the Energy and Power Laboratory. This laboratory covers a larger area with a height of 15 meters, and the laboratory inside has more than 3,000 square meters of space. Chen had already prepared the relevant experimental equipment inside. After repeating the same operation, Chen and others arrived at the deepest nuclear energy research room. This research room is not big, only 200 square meters, but behind this research room, there is an experimental site of more than 10,000 square meters, which is used to study nuclear fusion. Looking at the half-constructed magnetic restraint device, Everyone's numb heads were shocked again. As a person who is obsessed with research, after seeing such a good experimental place here in Luchun, I was very happy for my choice. But I didn't expect that Luchun was already building a nuclear fusion device here. Although the construction had just started, there is still a big difference between having it and not having it. After everyone came to their senses, Luchun also asked everyone to go back and rest first, and officially start working tomorrow. Everyone also followed Lu Chen's suggestion and prepared to go back to calm down before starting official work tomorrow. After everyone went back, Lu Chen also returned to his bedroom. Lying on the bed, Lu Chen opened the ceiling of his bedroom, looked at the stars and the sky outside, and thought about what he wanted. Before the disaster started, I just thought about the simple life of my wife and children. After the disaster struck, I was busy surviving. Now that the disaster has passed, and you can also log on to the moon, but what about the future? What should I do? Are you just going to eat and wait to die? Or continue to pursue the true meaning of science? Lu Chen was thinking about this and had no clue. Looking at the sky full of stars, Lu Chen opened the nano core and looked through the log. Soon, Lu Chen saw the civilization screening procedure prompted by the nano core and suddenly woke up. Since there is a civilization screening program within the planet, it means that there is a screening program at the solar system level or even at the river system level. Regardless of whether the screening process is created by advanced civilizations or caused by the rules of the universe, at least you need to find it. To the truth. And for the sake of our own civilization, we must continue to work hard. I don't want to live alone in the future. The feeling of loneliness is uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a little sleepy and slowly fell asleep. After the smart program detected that Lu was sleeping, it slowly closed the skylight at the top of the bedroom and lowered the lights in the bedroom, giving Lu Chen a comfortable sleeping environment.